Welcome, one and all, to SkepTalk. I'm your host, Forrest Valkai, and I'm joined today by Justin from Deconstruction Zone, who I understand is like a new, you're like a guy. You're like a guy on this channel now. You're going to be hanging around. Is that right?
That is, I'm a guy with hair and a face, and it's going to be on this screen moving forward. So I'm pretty pumped about that. I feel like I'm kind of joining the Avengers, except probably way cooler. So excited to be here.
The stupidest versions of the Avengers possible. Instead of fighting crime with sick ass superpowers, we are stupid on the internet and talk about gods we don't believe in. Man, no, I'm glad you're here. Seriously, I've only worked with you a couple of times. I've enjoyed it thoroughly every time. You're insanely knowledgeable about the Bible and about Christianity in general, and I'm thrilled to get to host you today, because the point of SkepTalk, for those who don't know, is to have people with expertise in certain fields coming together to talk about major concerns and problems and questions and comments that we get from mainly religious folk, but also from others. Justin, you used to be, were you an ex-pastor? You were trained to become a pastor? What was the story there exactly? Could you fill me in?
Yeah, I was in ministry for probably 10 years or so. I went to Bible college and seminary after doing electrical engineering. I actually served alongside of doing electrical engineering. So I was an electrical engineer for 20 years while working in various ministries and whatnot. And then once it kind of became clear that I didn't really believe it anymore, I kind of quietly made an exit. I didn't make a scene. I didn't want to upset anybody. But as I started to dialogue with people online in the deconstruction space about some of the big issues, it kind of became apparent that like a lot of believers aren't capable in dialoguing. You have to debate them. And now that is kind of all I do.
Yeah, no, I get it. Amps and amens for a long day. It makes sense. But like, yeah, that's fantastic. And it really shows in what you're bringing to the table here. I myself am a biologist. I've admittedly too many degrees in just studying how life works. And I especially really freaking love evolution and really fucking love humans. And so those are the things that I dig into. If you're watching this show and you're tuning in for the first time and you're like, who are these assholes? That's who you got. You got one person who is extremely scholarly about ministry, one person who is dumb as all hell but knows biology, and you can now call in using the number on the bottom of the screen, 720-619-2288, or use the web link in the description to talk to us about the gods that you believe in. Both Justin and I are atheists. Neither of us believe that a god is real, but we're here to talk to you about it. And also, if you want to tell us what god you believe in and why, and talk to us about why you think we should believe in this god too, but also, if you believe in other supernatural things, angels, demons, creationism, whatever. If you want to talk about science, evolution, the Big Bang, the shape of the age of the Earth, vaccines, whatever, like these are opportunities for you to call in and have serious conversations with people that disagree with you. Because we live in a world where it's very reactionary and very clickbaity and very shock value, and it's very easy to make a lot of content just making fun of people and goofing about. The cool thing about this show is that Justin is very nice and I'm very stupid. We're going to be nice to you unless you are a dick to us. We will not return that kind of energy. We try to match the energy of our callers. And if you want to actually put your faith to the test and actually give a good reason for what you believe and why, we want to hear it. And if you're right, think of all the souls you can save. And if you're wrong, think of what a better life you can have. It's a win-win-win-win-win opportunity if you like being silly on the internet. Right now, we have 6 people already waiting on the lines. We only have a couple of lines still open. But if you're trying to get through and you get a busy signal, wait until we end a call, and then you can call us right back. And it'll be great. We're going to keep those lines open for as long as we can tonight. It's a long show, so we're going to go for as long as we possibly can. Justin?
Yeah, I checked with Mom. I don't have a curfew tonight, so we can take calls late into the night.
Hell yeah. I am scrolling through here. Let's see here. We do have, just really quickly, so everybody knows, we are using an auto screener tonight. We just had a little issue with our call screeners backstage. Everybody's fine. It's okay. Just a little hang up. And so in the meantime, just for right now, we have an auto screener in here. So I'm going to take a second just to kind of read through some of these because they look a little bit different than I'm used to. But I think we can jump right in. Let's see here. We can jump right in if that's cool with you. With this one right here. Okay. Let's talk to. Oh, I've got read the other thing that we have as well before I forget, and that is the schedule. I'm trying to get better at doing this early. So today is August 25th in the year of our Dark Lord 2025. And that means that it is Skep Talk. Tomorrow we've got Chewed Gum with Alyssa and Taylor. Then we've got Hang Up with Matt Dillahunty and Jovan Bradley on Wednesday. Then on Thursday we've got Transatlantic Call-In Show with Alexander and Ben. Circling all the way back around to next Sunday. We've got Matt and John on the Sunday show and Austin Archer and Owen Morgan on the Sunday show after dark. And that'll be the last one for the month. Very exciting. Now, want to get that out of the way. Now we can do this stuff. Let's talk to, I have no idea what this is, but we've got Michael, pronouns he, him, and it says that he is calling in because of a question about the something from nothing question. Not sure from what angle Michael's coming, but we got him. Michael, you're on the line with Forrest and Justin. How are you doing today?
I'm doing just fine. How about yourself?
Never had a bad day, man.
I love the way you say that. Okay. Yeah. I'm actually a secular humanist, and I try to avoid debates and arguments with theists for the most part. But when I do, I generally get hung up on the question of something from nothing, which I usually just sort of.
You said really quickly, I'm so sorry. I just want to make sure because I was trying to keep up with three things. You said that you are an atheist, but this is something that's hanging you up. Is that correct?
Yes, secular humanist.
Okay, great.
And
great. Just wanted to double and quadruple check.
I'm sorry?
I just wanted to quadruple check because I don't want to mess it up right away. Usually we have all this information here. We just don't. So I just want to quadruple check for myself. And you're hung up on this question of something from nothing. What is your hang up with it?
Well, when I get into discussions with theists, the cosmological argument, I can generally squeeze out of it with the infinite regression argument, but the something from nothing, and I usually get hung up on that because I'm not clear on it at all, and I know that I tried listening to Professor Krauss's A Universe of Nothing video on YouTube, and it right over my head.
It's nothing isn't really nothing, and so on and so forth. Yeah.
Right.
Basically, the way that I talk about it. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
I'm sorry. I've heard Forrest discuss on this channel about things that combine on their own the basic elements. Again, this stuff goes over my head, so pardon me if I misconstrue it. But
you're fine. Yeah. Let's talking about after there's already something, though.
That's after there's always something. Okay, so how do we get to that point when someone is talking about, well, you're going to have something, you can't have something from nothing, and
right.
I know you guys have an answer for that, and
yeah. For me, it's just I don't like what the hell does nothing mean. I don't know what nothing is. I've never seen nothing. I don't have any samples of nothing upon which to run tests. What's in my hand? It's not nothing. There's air, there's light, there's gravity, there's all sorts of shit passing. There's fields, there's waves, there's all sorts of things. I don't know what nothing actually fundamentally looks like beyond just kind of an abstract concept in my head. And I don't know that nothing ever existed. I don't have a concept of that. And so when we talk about like the Big Bang, that's usually what people talking about. But then inevitably that question is what happened before the Big Bang? What was going on before the Big Bang that started it? And the Big Bang is also the beginning of what we understand as time. And so you're asking me what happened before the concept of before meant anything. And I don't know what that means either. Also, the Big Bang is the start of the entire universe, the start of space as we know it. So you're asking me what happened outside of everywhere. What happened in a time that a time that can't, and a space that wasn't? What does that mean? I don't know. And so basically, I accept the fact that this is a conundrum, and I accept the fact that this is confusing, but I also am honest enough to just say, I don't fucking know. And I don't have a reason to insert any kind of magic to fill in that void or to make any assumptions that there must have been XYZ thing in this field, in this position, in this time, in this place, and whatever, where very clearly the rules of my logical thinking don't seem to work. I don't know what's there, if anything is there, if there is a there to be there. It doesn't make any sense to me, and I don't know even how to answer the question or if that question even is allowed. So I don't know. That's my answer. I don't know what this question means. I don't know what you're asking me. I don't understand what the problem is. And it's not a dodge. It's just being sincere about the fact that I don't fucking know something. And so I'm not going to sit here and pretend that there's these magical supernatural rules of shit that I don't even comprehend.
Right. So there's no, there can't be existence if there's no time or space for that existence to exist. And so
sure. And the nothing is by definition not existence. So what does that mean, right? Or is it? Right. If nothing exists, is that existence? What? You know, I'm not a philosopher. I'm a biologist. I'm not here for that. I don't know, Justin, do you have a different answer? Okay. Anything you want to add to that?
I kind of think there's two ways to address the issue. You touched on like the eternal universe model or the cyclical universe model, which is there's support for that. Roger Penrose is famous. Other cosmologists that are more current have talked about this quite extensively. And so there's support for it. You can even point towards like the newest DESI data, which we should have more coming out in 2026. As perhaps evidence that the universe is cyclical rather than had a definitive start point and then eventually an end point. And if it's true, if you can get somebody to accept the idea that the universe is infinite in the past and then infinite in the future, it does resolve a lot of issues, because now like you don't really need the sky genie to make it poof into an existence. It just always was.
Right.
And you can even say like you believe in like a quantum field. Prior to material existing, it was just a quantum field, and we know that quantum fields can in fact produce matter, even though they may not be considered matter by all definitions. But the alternative is you could you could be charitable to the believer and say, okay, let's imagine for a second that that we didn't have any material, we didn't have any universe, and it came into existence. There was nothing, and then there was something. Well, first of all, if there was nothing, that means there's no laws of physics, there's no laws of logic, there's no nothing. So there's nothing preventing something coming from nothing, because there's nothing dictating that this is a cause and effect that's no longer plausible. So right off the rip, we can't say that it's impossible to get something from nothing. We don't know that to be the case. But even more than that, right. let's posit that there was like a prime mover, a first cause, right? We'll give them all the charity in the world and say, okay, if we accept that the universe had a beginning, what could a prime mover look like, right? Well, I have no reason to believe that a prime mover would be a deity. There's a lot less entailments than saying, listen, there's a scientific, naturalistic prime mover that we haven't discovered yet, but it's there by necessity, because they're making this argument to prove that their God exists by necessity, not by evidence, right? For them, the evidence is the necessity. But once you if all you need is necessity to posit the existence of something that you don't have evidence for, well, I'm going to posit the existence of something like a naturalistic cause that has way less entailments, right? If there's a naturalistic first cause, I don't have to explain bone cancer in babies. I don't have to explain why hurricanes happen every year and 100,000 people a year die randomly in natural disasters, because all of that is expected in my worldview with a naturalistic prime mover. None of it is expected in the theistic prime mover worldview.
Right. So the sempiternal universe is much more plausible as a
I do think so.
To then, or the Buddhistic, the cycles of the universe existence, and Shiva, Shiva and Brahma taking turns.
And the question. Let me when you're talking to the believer, put some pressure on them. Ask them this question. Say, the stuff that we know exists, the universe, matter, space, and time, we know that this stuff exists. Quantum fields, we know that it exists. This is not something that's really in question, right? So what's a more plausible and rational explanation that the stuff that we know for a fact exists has always existed in some form or fashion, or that it once didn't exist, something we have no evidence for, and not only did it once not exist, but a sky genie poofed it into existence. Again, something we have no evidence for, right? So if we're just
Right.
comparing what is the minimal amount of evidence we have and what does it point to? None of it points to a God. None of it points to non-existence.
Right. Okay. And then jumping to the biological, since you're taking off the word existence, life from non-life. So we got the Big Bang. So let's say we just exit from the argument of what was before the Big Bang. So you had the Big Bang, you had the basic elements of the universe, and maybe this is where I heard Forrest speaking before about things that combine on their own.
Yeah, that would have been me.
Life.
Yeah, so you can actually just go through the whole thing step by step. Like you don't even have to just start at biology. You have this Big Bang. The first thing that's going to condense out of this super hot, dense universe is going to be hydrogen, and there's going to be a little bit of helium. We'll get to why in a minute, right? So you have hydrogen out the asshole. Eventually, gravity happens. Gravity is not
that way, but
right. Gravity is a function of the shape of space-time, right? So you get a little bit more mass over here, it puts a bend in space-time, and that causes more things to fall into this massive center. I'm not a physicist. I'm not going to go into too much detail because I would be talking outside of my field. But like, just as massive, you have a little bit more hydrogen in this area, a little pocket of a little bit more density, and that pulls in more, and that pulls in more, and that pulls in more. Eventually, you get stars. This way, stars are just giant balls of hydrogen, and in the center of that star, the pressure is so intense that you get fusion. That these two nuclei is what we call stellar nucleosynthesis. You have the two nuclei, the centers of these atoms, which in the case of hydrogen is just a single proton, pop together, and now you get a new atom, which has two protons. In this case, it would be helium. It's not as direct as that. The proton-proton chain actually involves, you take two. I think you use deuterium, which is hydrogen with an extra neutron. You might use tritium, which is two neutrons. It doesn't matter. Anyway, the point is you're smashing hydrogen together and you're making goddamn helium, right? And helium has two neutrons. Gotcha. And so now you have a new type of element here just from this. This also happened a little bit at the Big Bang as well. You have hydrogen and helium from the Big Bang. But this is what's happening inside stars. And then you have more and more and more heavy elements. Hydrogen, or pick your favorite. You get helium plus another helium, and then you get that plus helium, then that plus helium, then that plus helium. I don't have this off the top of my head, but I do have it written down in a different thing that we can go through if you really want to. And you work your way up the periodic table until you get to a certain point where this energy coming out of this nuclear fusion is no longer stable, is no longer sustaining the shape of the star. Gravity wins, crushes that star down. Kaboom! Massive amount of energy released all at once as it fuses so many new heavier elements all at the same time. Greatest fireworks in the universe, supernova goes off, spews these elements all over the fucking place. So this happens for generations of stars. Eventually, you have a nebula, this big cloud of gas and dust where stars and planets and things come from. You have a star form in this nebula. You have all this shit floating around this star, all this stuff, this debris, all these other elements hanging out, right? And through these exact same laws of gravity, right? This stuff starts spiraling around. All the different shit moving in all different directions. Look up vectors and how they work and how eventually all this motion starts to connect and cancel each other out until eventually you get one unified motion in one way. And that's why we have this flat disk of planets, more or less flat disk of stuff rotating around the star, what we call an accretion disk that continues then to spin up small pockets of mass in there into planets, starting with just small pockets of stuff, making some rocks. Those rocks form little asteroids. Those asteroids form big planetesimals. Those planetesimals coagulate together to make actual planets. If that thing that they're making is big enough to clear out its orbit around that star, and also is big enough to be crushed into a sphere, then now you've got this planet going on here. That's what we call that.
Right.
It clears this shit out. That's where we get now. This was 13.8 billion years ago. The universe starts. We are now 9.2 billion years ago is now we've got our star and our planet spinning up into existence. This is 9.2 billion years ago. Our planet has now begun around our star. this first billion years, it's still clearing out its orbit. It's still, there's all sorts of shit flying all over the place. This is what we call the late heavy bombardment, or the Hadean period, where you've got all sorts of shit pummeling our planet as it circles around the sun. And so the Earth is a hellscape, and this goes on until about 3.8 billion years ago. And right the motherfuck then, like as soon as possible, we see life getting started. How does that happen? Well, there's a couple of things that we do know and a couple of things we don't know. The things that we do know are that life is made of four basic macromolecules, these four major building blocks of all living things. Those are proteins, carbohydrates, lipids, and nucleic acids. Those four major macromolecules are made of monomers, individual pieces. I am simplifying here, but we're going through quickly, right? Proteins are made of amino acids. Where do amino acids come from? They self-assemble both in laboratories, and we find them all around nature, and we find them in space. Where do lipids, what are lipids made of? Lipids made of things like fatty acids. What do fatty acids come from? We find them in fucking space. Where do carbohydrates, what are they made from? They're made of sugars. Where do we find sugars? We find them in fucking space. Where do nucleic acids, what are those made of? Well, they're made of things like nitrogenous bases, adenine, thymine, guanine, cytosine, and uracil. Guess where we find those? In fucking space. These things all self-assemble all by themselves by totally normal and mundane processes. Most of the time, we are able to do it in the lab as well. There's a couple of things we don't know about that, like how they're all homochiral. Those amino acids are all homochiral. That's a whole other thing we can talk about later. We don't know how that works yet, but we're learning a fuckload more than we knew, 10 years ago, way more than we knew 20 years ago. Also, we know now we have these building blocks. How do they elongate? How do they become these big macromolecules? We're learning that too, especially over the past few years. We've seen simple peptides, very simple building blocks of basic proteins. Those are starting to, we're seeing those assemble under totally normal natural conditions. We're seeing oligoribonucleotides, simple stretches of nucleic acids forming by themselves under simple, totally normal conditions. There was just a publication where phospholipids, or I don't know if they actually were phospholipids, but they were what we would call amphiphilic molecules. The shit that makes your cell membranes, those kind of molecules, the things that make cells possible, those guys were not only self-assembling, but behaving exactly like cell membranes all by themselves, because they're just following the basic laws of chemistry. And then they were like shooting out little biscuits and making more of themselves that were getting better and better at doing cell membrane stuff all by themselves, totally natural, no influence. We're just seeing more and more and more and more that this shit gets started, number one, as fast as it is possible for it to get started on this planet, that it's made of totally normal natural things, that those totally normal natural things do all the things that living things do all the things that they do inside living things by the basic laws of chemistry and physics. There is no magical new law that makes them do what they're doing at all. And most importantly, when we look at it from either direction, looking at us working our way down, getting smaller and smaller, or looking at the smallest thing working our way up, bigger and bigger, in both directions, not a single bit of it violates anything that we know about biology, about chemistry, about physics. We're learning new processes and new things, but not a single bit of it requires some divine spark. Not a single bit of it violates the laws of nature. Not a single bit of it. There's a lot of it that's mysterious, but none of the stuff that we don't know, but there's none of it that we can't know. Nothing that we've learned so far that seems to be outside of the norm. So that's kind of the briefest of summaries there. I know I skipped a lot of things, and I probably threw out some esoteric words I wasn't meaning to. I was trying to just get to the point very quickly. That's what I mean when I say
a couple of things I didn't know what you were saying, but so even including evolutionary processes in those items that you were saying,
as soon as we have the most basic molecular kind of life, as soon as reproduction is a thing, as soon as there's a reproduction, you have evolution.
Okay, so when
evolution also follows the most basic laws of logic.
Right. Okay, I got you. And when you say where we find them in space. All these elements. You're not clearly you're not saying they're floating around in the vacuum of space. What we find? Are you saying that we find these things on asteroids and meteors, or things like that?
Asteroids and comets. Yeah. So when we look at asteroids and comets, especially, we find things like amino acids and sugars and stuff. As far as all 5 nitrogenous bases, we have found those inside meteorites, every single one of them. Something falls to Earth, lands here on Earth, we crack it open where nothing has been since this thing formed billions of years ago. And what the fuck do we find in there? We find the building blocks of DNA. And so like that kind of shit is what I'm talking about. Yeah. These aren't just like random floating molecules. You wouldn't know the difference. They're too small for you to see. But when we look, like you fly a probe, there's a geyser coming off of a comet or something like that. And we fly a probe through that shit. And what we find amino acids. And what's really crazy is you only need about 20 amino acids to make all life on Earth. There's different types of amino acids. You only need 20 of those to make all life on Earth. We found over 500 all through nature. There's so many variations that we found out there. The one question is, how do they all get homochiral, which means they're all shaped the exact same way? You can either have what's called a right-handed or a left-handed configuration. All the amino acids that make life on Earth are left-handed. And we don't know an abiotic way to do that yet. We only know biotic ways that involve some sort of living thing coming along and tinkering on them. There are abiotic ways to do it, but you need an agent to do that. However, when we find them out in nature and when we find them out in space just by themselves, they are more often than not left-handed. They're not always left-handed, but more often than not they are. So clearly there's something that is causing that to happen. We just don't know what it is yet. And so like that's what I'm talking about. When we find this stuff, there's a lot that we don't know, and there's a lot that we do know. But the stuff that we don't know doesn't appear to be anything that we can't know. If that makes any sense.
Well, it must be God, obviously.
But you know what the theist is going to say about that. What you just said, we don't know how they do it. Well, that's God. That's God did it.
Yes, the theist is going to say the exact same thing they said 2 years ago before we knew how simple proteins elongate and how simple RNAs elongate, and that's where God is. And they're going to say, and before we knew that, they were saying the exact same thing before we knew where amino acids came from back in the 50s. We don't know where these amino acids are coming from. And then two guys made it in a jar. And they were like, well, you clearly contaminated the jar. And then we found them in space. And it's like, well, you don't know how they get left-handed. And when we find out how they're all left-handed, well, you don't know how they were programmed to do what they're doing because it's all information. It's going to be the same crap all the time. This God is a smaller and smaller and smaller pocket of ignorance until eventually we learn everything about something, and then it explodes and it's all God again. Anytime we don't know something, it must be God. And every time we do know something, it's so complex, therefore it must be God. That's how it always is, and that's how it's always going to be.
Right. Yeah, that's why I try to avoid these discussions. But, sometimes they just pull you in.
They do.
What you're saying, but talking about homochiral, you're saying that if they're not homochiral, they don't come together?
It wouldn't build a protein the same way. It wouldn't work.
Wouldn't be able to.
And it's it wouldn't be able to operate the way that it's theoretically possible to have like all right-handed life instead of all left-handed life like we have now. But that's just kind of a theoretical thing. We don't know if that's actually possible or not. But like it's just as it is right now, that's the way that it seems to have to be. And there's a lot of really cool shit to talk about with that, but it is a whole other tangent that gets us nowhere except for just nerding out. So I'm gonna move on to the next thing. But Michael, I appreciate you calling in. Did we answer your questions okay? Is there anything else that you have left?
Absolutely. I think I have a basic handle on the basics now. Yeah, you threw out a lot of. I'm not a scientist. So you threw out a lot of stuff that I didn't recognize, but I got the basic components. I encourage
you to check out Biology Primer. NASA has so this whole field is astrobiology, the how life gets started and things like this. And they just released the 3rd edition of the Astrobiology Primer. Which is the most cited peer-reviewed journal dedicated to the understanding of life's origin, evolution, and distribution in the universe. They did the best one, and I know that because that's literally the fucking tagline they have here on the website. I'm going to go ahead and just link that in the chat right here. This is the 3rd edition. It's the newest, the best one. It is free to read. And so it's a little bit dense.
Wonderful.
If you might have to look up some shit, but like it is the most comprehensive and the most easy to understand possible way to dig into this stuff and answer big questions about where stars come from, where planets come from, where life comes from, how evolution works, like just general questions for anybody to wrap their head around. I would recommend poking through this.
Wonderful. I'll certainly do that. And I just want to say you guys are great. You do such a service to society and to just people who just want to basically be able to think critically. I love your show. And I want to thank you very much, you guys, for everything you do.
Thank you for calling in.
Best
Have an
luck,
awesome rest of your
Michael.
day.
My pleasure.
Bye. That was fun.
It's funny how
Sorry, I
God's
went on a
job
whole thing there.
description gets skinnier and skinnier the more we learn about science.
Isn't that wild? Isn't that wild? That was a lot of me. I want to take a call that's a little bit more about you. Is that cool with you?
Yeah.
Hell yeah. Let's talk to Kenneth? Question mark. Pronouns he, him, calling in from Canada. Calling to ask Justin about the character. I'm guessing it's Doug. I don't know. Kenneth, you're on the line with Forrest and Justin. How are you doing today?
Hey, how's it going?
It's going.
Good. How you doing?
It's really going.
Not bad. So the character I was calling to ask about was Melchizedek.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, what's the question?
Yeah, so I understand that he shows up in many different religions from the Mediterranean in that ancient era. Am I correct on that, or is he only Christian?
So it starts out in Judaism. Melchizedek originates in the Hebrew Bible. There is a theory that originally it was the king of Salem, or the king of Sodom, not the king of Salem. That's a whole different topic. But in the text that we have, he's the king / priest of Salem. But because we're given so little information about them, during the rabbinic era and the intertestamental period, when people were fond of making up new stories to fill in the gaps of information about these people in the Old Testament that only get snippets, we get like a whole narrative written about Melchizedek. And so you can read the Melchizedek scroll in the Dead Sea Scrolls. That'll fill in a little bit of information. But that comes later. So in the book of Enoch, we actually get a full picture of like his birth narrative. And basically what happens is his father is near the he's a priest, and he's like the brother of Noah, and so he's really special. And his wife becomes pregnant, and he's like, I didn't sleep with her. How'd she become pregnant? Because I was serving at the time.
Mm-hmm.
So it must be a miraculous birth. It was. And so at first he was like, oh my gosh, did one of the Nephilim have sex with my wife? And this is how we have this new child. But no, it turns out it's actually a miracle birth, just like Jesus. And Melchizedek turns out to be like a walking, talking newborn, like he's already somewhat developed. And there's a whole mythology
like right out
around.
of the womb?
Yes, there's a whole mythology about Melchizedek. And what it comes down to, if you read the whole narrative, is Melchizedek is actually a manifestation of a divine figure. So there's a divine figure that's kind of like co-eternal, and he appears at various points in time on the earth. He manifests from like spiritual to physical at certain points in time. And this becomes important because when you get to the Melchizedek scroll in the Dead Sea Scrolls, he actually manifests and wages war. The Sons of Light, led by Melchizedek, who is basically an archangel at this point, they lead war against the Sons of Darkness and Belial, which is another name for like the satanic figure. And then they kind of win the war. And so Jesus is kind of modeled after this already standing Melchizedek tradition, that there's like this divine spiritual figure that manifests on the earth, wages war against the evil one and the Sons of Darkness, and eventually usher in this era of world peace. So it's no wonder when you get to the book of Hebrews and it's talking about Jesus, how he is a priest in the order of Melchizedek. And then it talks about how he has no beginning, he has no mother or father, right? This is all playing into the Melchizedek lore that the Christian Bible really tapped into. And that's, I could go on, but for now I would lead you with, if you have the ability, I would read the War Scroll, or also read 11Q13, which is known as the Melchizedek Scroll. And I think it'll fill in a lot of background information.
Well, I will definitely be getting to them eventually. I just joined the Kraken crew.
Oh, big W, big
So-
W.
Yeah, so I have access to your cheat sheet now. Praise Doug.
Praise Doug, yes. May the quartz be with you, friend.
I've been kind of working on my own kind of deconstruction cheat sheet myself, going through the Bible and writing as opposed to a Strong's Concordance and atheist discordance.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And
so
I just got.
There are some resources you could add to your arsenal if you want suggestions.
Well, your Discord server, I hope, will be one of them.
Sure. Yeah. Mm-hmm. The Deconstruction Junction definitely has a lot of knowledgeable people on it. There's a lot of people that have really good handle on specialty, like the languages and the culture. Some of them actually are participating in the language and culture that they're using to dialogue within the server, and so it is a really good spot.
Oh, fantastic! I've been doing kind of anti-apologetics, massive keyboard warrior for about 4 years now. And I've been doing just a buttload of research, but it's always great to get more knowledgeable sources.
Yeah, sure thing. Yeah, anything you need, let me know, and we'll try to get you hooked up.
Cool. Well, thank you. That's cool. I did have a kind of a theory around Melchizedek. And
sure, yeah, what is it?
Well, I just got through Genesis and reading about Melchizedek kind of blessing Abraham and his house after his first big win there. Is the Valley of Kings mentioned in this passage the same Valley of Kings as the Valley of Kings in Egypt, or is it just...
It'll be different. Yeah, it's going to be a different Valley of Kings.
I kind of figured that wouldn't be. But the idea that there might be a central temple in the kind of Levant region during the time when all of the people of the region kind of have their own personal gods that are locked to their region and the kind of their house and settlement.
Mm-hmm.
If there were a central temple where people could go to do like pilgrimage to tithe to your God, and a temple that would kind of accept all people. We got a nice big temple with a nice big altar that I'm sure whatever God you have would love a sacrifice on, kind of thing. Would act as a centralizing power for the region and be something that, say you won a big battle and now had enough wealth to start your own tiny kingdom with your own little God, you would go to the central temple to have your kingdom blessed. And the high priest there would be, like, it might be Melchizedek, may even be a title of a high priest who blesses your win. Like, obviously your God's powerful, you just won a battle. So that's just a theory. I was wondering if there would be any historical evidence in favor of such theory and where I might look for it.
Yeah, so in terms of historicity of Melchizedek, I don't know if you're going to find a whole lot. I think in terms of like source criticism and linguistic analysis, I would definitely push you to read Robert Cargill's book. Robert Cargill wrote a really cool book called Melchizedek, King of Sodom, how scribes invented the biblical priest king. And I think that's a better look as to how Melchizedek originated. To be sure, I don't believe that Melchizedek was a real figure. I think he was a manufactured figure.
Yeah, so you think the king of Sodom meeting him and the king of Salem meeting him was the same character meeting him at the same place?
I actually do, yeah. I think originally the story was supposed to be Melchizedek is actually the king of Sodom. And there's a good linguistic reason to believe that. But I think we would lose our audience if we did a deep dive. the linguistic analysis of Genesis 14.
Yeah, I'm not going to go into it with you, obviously, but
that's a really
I'm
good
kinda,
book that's going to dive into it.
cool. I will definitely check that out, and you might see me pop up in your Discord later.
Sure thing. Yeah. Hope to hear from you.
Yep, cool. I'll let you get on to other calls. And Forrest, you're awesome. Love all your videos. Love all your work. Keep doing what you're doing.
Oh, you're turned off, Forrest.
Sorry. Yeah, thank you so much. I appreciate that. That's very kind of you.
Yeah, you're
Have an
definitely
awesome rest
one
of
of
your
my
day.
heroes, even though I'm sure you
Oh, God.
will tell me to get better heroes, but I've looked, can't find too
That's
many
exactly
better
what I
ones
was
than you.
about to say.
I know.
Exactly what I was about to say. Good gravy. All right, thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Have an awesome rest of your day.
Yeah, it's good to hear from
Have
you.
a good one, guys.
Bye.
All right.
Okay, so here's where we're at. Lines are absolutely full, and like I said, we are using an auto screener tonight, and so it's kind of hard to tell. I'm sitting over here reading through these. I'm trying to figure out what everybody's saying because it kind of just transcribes exactly what you're saying. It's like, "But please tell us what the fuck you want," and you beeps and you say some words and it transcribes it. And so I'm trying to follow along. I'm gonna go ahead. I don't want to keep people waiting forever for a call that we're probably not going to get to, and I want to prioritize more theist calls. We have like all atheist callers. And so I'm going to just kind of drop a couple of people, and I'm sorry. I want to make sure that we take a few more theist calls as well. See here, Nick from California. I think that everybody would agree that circumcision is a traumatic and unnecessary thing. As far as like evolution and whatnot, it's not really something that I could speak to right off the top of my head at this moment. So I'm sorry, I don't think this is a good show for you. But I think we would be agreeing on a lot of things. So I'm gonna not waste your time. Sorry, I feel really bad. Have a good day. Don't die. Also, Jack, you've been waiting for a little while, but you just have like questions about gene regulatory networks and a couple of things about homopsychology. Is a lot of stuff there. I would see if you can get a time where Erica and I are on together because she knows a lot more about human evolution specifically than I do. I can talk about gene regulatory networks, but not in any profound way that's going to mean anything at this moment. Maybe you had a specific question. We'll never know because I got to take the theist callers. That's my whole job. I'm sorry. Have an awesome rest of your day. Bye. I feel really bad. And that opens up two more lines specifically for theists to call in. There are still a lot of atheists on here, but a couple of them are deconstructing. And so we'll get to them in a second. If you're a theist, feel free to call in 720-619-2288 or Webley in the description. If you're an atheist and you call in, you're just going to make me sad. Really quick, I want to talk to, is it Ears? I don't know. I'm going to pronounce this wrong. EERZ. Ears? Maybe? I don't know.
That's how I would pronounce
he
it.
and him. Ayers, yeah. Calling in from Israel, who wants to dispel the impression that all Israelis support the genocide in Gaza. Ayers, I assure you, nobody on this channel thinks that all Israelis support genocide, but like, I would love to hear you with what you have to say, because I'm sure it's especially frustrating for you.
I guess not everyone on the channel, but probably a lot of the people that listen.
Yeah, it is really unfortunate how many people cannot fucking separate in their mind the government from Israel with all Israelis or all Jews. It blows me the fuck away how many well-meaning leftists and liberals can't stop saying like, well, fucking Jews are committing genocide, and it just fucking sucks.
Yes, it's our government, and there are many Israelis that are against this war and are aware there is a genocide, although it's really difficult for Israeli to admit the existence of a genocide, because we are all grew up on the tales of the Holocaust, and it's very traumatic subject for us.
Yeah. I imagine so. Yeah. And didn't you guys just have like you had like tens of thousands of protesters out against like the Netanyahu's new plans to like occupy North Gaza and shit like that. I remember seeing that on the news.
We have hundreds of thousands of protesters each week. but
Yeah.
we are powerless. Our government it starts to disintegrated several years before the start of the war, and it's a great problem. Our democracy is dying.
As an
Ours
American,
too.
girl, I hear you. I get it.
Yes, but you actually have better safeguards against such things because Israel doesn't have the code of rules that you have. I lose the word for that. Sorry, my English is
like a constitution.
Yes, we don't have a constitution at all.
I like your phrasing. Code of rules sounds way, way cooler.
So it's a big, big problem. And yesterday, I heard you talk with Oren. And it was disgusting what he said.
Yeah.
I'm so apologetic.
You have nothing to apologize for. The one thing that Oren kept going back to, how evil he was like. Well, you have Donald Trump. Donald Trump's evil, and kept deflecting to that. I think that one thing we can take out of that is that I have Donald Trump over here, and yet we had massive protests across this country against him too. And there's plenty of people like the folks on this line that think that asshole's a piece of shit. So I appreciate you calling in. You have nothing to be apologetic for, my friend. You are not your government. They are not you. You are not like it is unfortunate that you are being represented by such assholes right now. But I really appreciate you, speaking up and helping people learn a little bit. Because like we said at the very beginning, way too many people are having a hard time separating every single Israeli person or every single Jewish person from the government of Israel. And it's frustrating.
Yes.
Yesterday I tried to stop myself a few times on that call because I would say you to Oren speaking as Israel in the same way that I also on that call, I said we when I'm speaking about America. And normally that kind of language is fine, but in this case, it's important to be really careful.
Yes,
and not tread that line.
I really appreciate it.
Yeah, I appreciate you, dude. Do you want to know something funny? Also, last night, or sorry, it was actually this morning at 2:30 a.m. So Oren was steaming on that call for a long time, and at 2:30 a.m. he sent me this email. How lucky we are to have some Hitler quotes on record and a Guardian publication from the 50s. Otherwise, how would we possibly determine or know about the genocide of the Jews by the Nazis? I highly recommend you focus your public appearances on biology-related topics, as it seems your main arguments on other topics are based on because it's written on a dusty old book, or in your case, a UK-based news publication. You're a moron. Best, Oren. So, dude, if it's any consolation, everybody who listened to that call and was very frustrated, he learned absolutely nothing from that call and is still believing that the only reason I think that it's a genocide is because the Guardian published an article saying that the civilian casualties were high. That apparently is all he took out of that entire call for an hour.
It's really difficult to talk about the subjects with Israeli. We are so warped with fear about the subjects because we are all afraid to become like the Nazis who genocide us, and we tell ourselves everything we can tell ourselves to pretend and believe we are not. Yeah. But it's simply terrifying to think so. When you spend all your childhood hearing stories from your family and learning about the Holocaust in school, you just it's a nightmare. It's simply
Yeah.
the idea that Israel is committing genocide in the name of Jews and Israeli. It's a nightmare.
I can't imagine. I really can't. The closest thing that I can get to it, and I know they're not the same thing, but the closest thing I can get to it is thinking about the way that we here in America are taught about how America is like the only place in the world that has freedom. We're all our lives we are taught that we are the most free place in the world, and we're the only place with like justice, and where everybody just wants to come to America to be free and to have liberty and all this stuff. And then when you look back and learn about not even our history, but what we're doing now, and the way that we overthrow governments that we don't approve of, and the way that we destroy democracies in other countries in order to take advantage of them economically. When we learn about the injustice, the racial injustices and the gender injustices that are ongoing in our country, it really it shakes you up, and it makes you feel like you're crazy for having believed all this shit that you were taught your whole life. So I know it's not the same thing. I can't imagine what that feels like for you. But the closest thing that I can get to it is insanity. And so taking that any farther, man, you have my sympathy. I can't imagine what that must feel like.
Thank you very much. So I will leave you to talk with other people. I wish in the future to get you and Erica to talk some biologically. Yeah, sorry, my English is terrible.
Your English is better than my Hebrew. The only thing I remember, my advisor for my first master's degree was Israeli, and I would be doing what I always do, running around the lab, doing 15 different things. I'd pull all these different books and all these different topics, and I'd want to study everything. And she kept telling me to focus, and she would always come, she would go, layat, slow down. That was what she would always say to me. And then she'd also say it in Arabic. She's shwayi. She'd say that as well. And it's just telling me to slow the fuck down and focus on one thing. That's all the Hebrew I'm comfortable with.
Well, shwayi is Arabic, but yes.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
She comes from Tiberius, right?
I think so, yeah.
Well, thank you very much. Have a great night.
I thank you so much for calling in and talking to us. I really appreciate you, man. Be safe.
You too.
Bye-bye. What a nice dude. And it's so fucking important. Sorry, go ahead.
I say it's got to be hard living in a country where you're disagreeing with the horrors that your government are doing, and then people assuming that you're okay with what they're doing. Yeah. And that I have a friend of mine, Dr. Inna. She's a psychologist. She's a PhD psychologist and a psychology professor on TikTok and Instagram and all the things. She's really cool. If you like psychology, you should go follow her. She's awesome. She is Jewish, and she's also from Ukraine. So you're going to hear a lot about that. And especially with this is one thing that she deals with all the time, where she will come out. She wears a Star of David pendant because she's fucking Jewish, ethnically, culturally, religious. She's Jew. And she comes out and she's got this on. She says, "Hey, I'm a Jew, and here's what I'm talking about this." And everyone in the comments like, "Free Palestine." And she's like, "Hey, I was born in Ukraine and I live in California. What do you want me to do? Like, what's the point of this call right now? What are you telling me?" And so she was posting a thing on Instagram a little while ago where she was getting she's getting messages all the time. It's like, "You Jews are doing this and this," and she's like, "What? I teach psychology. What do I do?" And it's like, at this point, like, I realize for a lot of people, this specific conflict was like the first that they really learned about this whole situation of what Israel is, where it came from, all this stuff. I learned so much more now than I ever did before, right? And like, I get that that's a lot of new information, and I get that can be complicated, and I get that you are expected to be a little extra careful because
there are so many legitimate anti-Semites who do, conflate all Jews with all Israelis, with the Israeli government, with everything else. And also, there are so many assholes and genocide apologists that do the same fucking thing. And you see this all the time from Zionists and from the Israeli government. If you're criticizing, if you say don't kill babies, that means you're anti-Semitic, right? You can take one horrible stroll through Threads and see that a million times. There are people on both sides of this that are legitimately going to fuck with this. They're going to be hurt if you can't get this straight in your head. So I implore everybody, no matter what your intentions are in this, especially if your intentions are good, if you do not know how to criticize the government of Israel without sounding like you are criticizing every Israeli citizen or every Jew, shut the fuck up. Like, just don't make it worse, because you are feeding the fire. Both you are playing into the actual anti-Semite's hand, and you are also playing into the genocide apologist's hand. Quit it. Shut the fuck up if you can't get it right. Just draw the line. It's not hard.
Hey, Forrest.
I mean,
Stephanie's going to hop in as call screener here in about 15 minutes.
Hell yeah. Tell Stephanie she's awesome. I'll tell Stephanie. Stephanie, you're awesome. You can hear me. You fucking better be listening. God damn you. Sorry, what were you saying, Justin?
well, it's quite the equivalent. In the East, there was a while if you were a Christian, you were automatically pegged as being the white devil from America, because they at some point they just assumed, well, the Christians are Americans. The Americans we don't like, look what they're doing to us, and they couldn't separate Christianity from Americanism. And we're seeing the same thing happening right now in Israel. People cannot separate Judaism from what's happening right now with the Israeli government. They can't do it.
Yeah, it's so fucking frustrating. It really is. I think it's a great, like, with Christianity or what, like, it's Donald Trump. Donald Trump drops a bunch of bombs, does a bunch of shit. Okay, so that's a Christian value, and all Americans must agree. Like, it's just, if you think about it that way, it sounds exactly as stupid as saying that all Israelis, all Jews, whatever, are supporting of genocide. It is that dumb, because it literally is the same thing. I think it's a great way to summarize it. It drives me up a fucking wall, y'all. There's so many lives are at stake. We're up over 62,000 confirmed deaths in Gaza. 62,000 confirmed. Those are the ones that we actually.
That's what we know
that's
about.
from the Gaza Health Ministry. Yes, those are from the Palestinian Health Ministry that is able to, like, check off people, like, to confirm the bodies, identify the bodies. And people will say, "Oh, that's Palestine numbers. Then that's Hamas numbers," which also the UN accepts. But whatever, I guess they're also anti-Semites, as are Amnesty International, Doctors Without Borders, Human Rights Watch, fucking Oxfam, UNICEF, Save the Children, all these other international aid organizations, charities that are, like, all confirming and backing up the same thing. And what's most important is even those confirmed numbers don't count the thousands and thousands of people still buried under the rubble, the people who are still unaccounted for.
Right.
So, like, if you can look, even if you question those numbers, if you can look at the fucking Google Earth images of Gaza right now, which you can do, and see just the devastation, the complete leveling of block after block after block after block of cities just demolished, high density housing demolished. If you can look at that and not just be pretty damn confident that 62,000 number is probably low, you're playing fucking mind games with yourself, dude. I don't know what to tell you. It's crazy. It's the same kind of mental gymnastics you get when somebody talks about creationism or anti-vax. It's the same kind of conspiracy theory nonsense. It doesn't matter. My eyes deceive me. My ears deceive me. The images on the ground deceive me. The literal live video, first and second hand information, news organizations showing the same fucking images. All of them are in a big fucking conspiracy. It's just nonsense.
And people are just as lazy to look into this as they would religion. Like, once they pick their horse, they have their trusted news source. They just accept whatever they're fed.
Yeah. and it blows. I encourage people check out Middle East Eye. They're pretty cool. Check out Al Jazeera. There's a reason why they're banning Israel, because they were showing some reality. Even like Western outlets, CNN and shit, and MSNBC are now starting finally to say, hey, all these doctors and journalists that were just killed in this strike on an Israeli in a hospital in Gaza, that was an Israeli airstrike. Because you notice this whole time, it's been very different passive versus active language. 5 hostages were killed, and then 30,000 or 300 people from Gaza died. How? Whoa, weird. Just,
like, if you doubt what's happening in Gaza, I would encourage you to do exactly what Forrest mentioned earlier. Go to Google Earth and look at the satellite images. What you'll find are entire cities wiped out. Not like a block of buildings here, a block of buildings here. Whole cities entirely leveled, just rubble. There's nothing left of them. That's not what you do in war. You don't just level entire metropolis locations. So what's happening in Gaza is there's no other way to classify it as other than a genocide.
it's true. And what's cool about Google Earth is that there's also, you can do historical images as well. So go look at that fucking rubble, that barren wasteland, and then turn the clock back to 2022 and look at what it was.
Right.
Like this, the absolute best scenario, the absolute best thing you can say is this is collective punishment. The best argument you can make is it's not genocide. They're just punishing all 2 million people for Hamas. So it's like, is it just a war crime? Is it just a major war crime, or is it clearly what it is? It's fucking frustrating. And I can go on and on about this. You can check out, I talked about this for an hour yesterday with that guy, Oren. It was, if you need, for medical reasons, if you ever need to induce vomiting, you got an hour stream to do it with there. But for right now, we got a bunch of people who want to talk about other stuff. We have a couple of lines open, 720-619-2288. Or you can use the web link in the description. We have actually some theists calling in, which is great. But we also have a couple of deconstructing folks who have been waiting for a very long time. I think I'm going to start with them. Is that cool with you?
Yeah.
Okay, so let's talk first to this person who's deconstructing, and then we have a couple calls about evolution, and then we have a couple calls about other stuff, and we're going to keep lines open for at least a little while longer while we go. Didn't throw up, though. Just had a weird hiccupy thing. Let's talk to Anna, pronouns they and them, deconstructing pagan who once helped separating identity from the soul. Anna, you are on the line with Forrest and Justin. How are you doing today?
Hi, Forrest. Hi, Justin. I'm doing all right. How are you guys?
Skippy.
Doing great. Thanks for asking.
Awesome. All right. The last conversation was was very heavy, and I know I've got something that's kind of totally different, but yeah, I was raised a Catholic 10 years ago. I became pagan, and so the soul has always been a very it's always kind of been there. Like, and then my therapist gave me a book that was by a doctor where he brought up the soul, and like we call people soulless, or we say, oh, that hurts me to my soul, and those kinds of things. And when I was I've been deconstructing because I got really sick, and because of that, I've been off work. I've been watching a lot of science videos, so like Forrest and Erica and Professor Dave and all of those folks, and just really like learning about science. Like I want to go back to school and everything because I and be a science communicator and those kind of things. But I was watching a video of yours, Forrest, where it was just something debunking creationists. But it was the guy said like something. He's like, oh, like we have a soul, and you said, oh, we don't. Next question. And that kind of like hit me. I was like, what? Like it didn't even occur to me just that the soul isn't a biological fact. And it's been something like since what was it? Since I am non-binary, when I went through puberty as a kid, I didn't have the words for non-binary. I didn't learn about the term non-binary until 6 years ago. So like the idea of the soul really helped me like put together like that part of my identity. I spent a lot of time disassociated. and not feeling connected to my body, and that's like with the soul not being part of the body as one of those things as being something that's separate.
Yeah.
But yeah, that just kind of I'm having a hard time wrapping my head around it, and it's not just like I'm comfortable in my gender identity, but like I mean just identity in general, like personality, likes and dislikes, just like who I am to my core. It's just I don't know. I've been thinking about it, and it's something I've been trying to turn over in my head, and I'm just having a real hard time with it. And I want to know if there's anything you guys can kind of just like talk me through it.
Yeah. So like what it sounds like you're saying is just like you're looking for a way to make this new paradigm fit with your life. You're kind of you've had this one way of looking at something for a very long time, and now you have very suddenly to figure out a totally new way of thinking about shit. How old did you say you were?
I'm almost 30.
Almost 30. Okay,
yeah.
So for almost 30 years, you've had this one way of looking at life, and now you very suddenly have a totally different one. And so you've got to find a new way to cope with this concept very, very quickly.
Yeah.
Number one, I would encourage you, don't worry about. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, no, I want to believe like what's true. Like I want to know what's true, and it's yeah.
Yeah, I would just say don't my first bit of advice would be don't stress out about forcing your brain to adapt to a totally new paradigm just like that. You've been doing one way for 30 years. You're not going to do a different way overnight, right? Give yourself some time to adjust to this concept and be cool with it, especially if this is something that in the past has been comforting to you, as you're describing here. So just like, it's cool. So just to focus on like the actual nitty gritty here, are you asking me to explain life without a soul, or explain my thinking of life without a soul, or are you asking me for like coping strategies, how to think? Like what specifically can I do to help you the most here?
I think like explaining life without a soul, and like I don't know, like do we know when consciousness evolved, or that kind of thing, like of where like, because I definitely like because I don't know, it just made me really sad. I looked at my cats and I was like, oh, do they not have souls either? Like because they
fuck no.
My cats are conscious.
Isn't that great?
Yeah.
Yeah. And this is super common. Like a lot of theists, a lot of religious people of all stripes conflate consciousness with a soul. And a concept that I get a lot of times arguing against evolution is like, well, where did consciousness evolve from? Like even if I had an answer, you know, a strong anti-evolutionist isn't going to accept it. But at the end of the day, I can sit here and break down for you, like there's different kinds of consciousness. There's different kinds of memory. There's different levels of consciousness that we see across the animal kingdom. There are certain things, there are plenty of examples of things that exhibit clear decision-making without a brain or any kind of way that we could say that they're really conscious, right? And there are even some really good arguments that I don't necessarily like, but I think that they're good arguments about the idea that our consciousness is entirely deterministic and that we have no such thing as free will, and we're just all running like a machine, like a computer following a logical pathway. The fact of the matter is there's a lot that we don't know here. But what we are pretty damn sure of is that consciousness is tied to your body, specifically to your brain. Specifically to your brain, but the rest of your body a little bit too. Your gut microbiome, for example, plays an unsettlingly large role in like how you feel and what you want and what you do and things like that. It's wild. And so we can say that what we know for sure is we don't have, as far as I know, a single example of consciousness existing external of outside of matter, independent of matter, right? We don't have a single example of that. So that's pretty damn good evidence for me that it seems that it is every single time we see consciousness, it is associated with matter. Don't have a single example of it without it. Seems to be that's where it comes from. And this is why a lot of early physicians and biomedical scientists and whatnot were trying really hard to find where the soul is in the body. And there was a lot of talk about, it's in this gland in the brain. This is where your soul lives. And this is, or it's this part of it's in your heart. So it's in this part. People who knew very well that consciousness comes from matter were trying like hell to find a place where the soul lives. And nobody found it. It never worked. There was even one asshole who like fucking put dying people on a scale to try to measure it. And it didn't work. And it sucked. And so just at the end of the day, you have a situation here where, I don't know. I'm not a neuroscientist. I'm not a psychologist. I don't know that stuff. That's not my area of expertise. You don't fucking know. But what you do know is the associations you have, and you don't have a reason to come up with magic. And so you're in the exact same boat with consciousness as you are with where did the earth come from? Where did life start? How did evolution happen? What's caused the Big Bang? All these other questions. If you don't have training in this area, you're in the exact same boat. I don't know for sure, but I know it wasn't fucking magic.
Yeah, and that's like being a pagan the last 10 years, like magic was definitely like just like straight up magic, not just like faith magic, like Christian magic, like was a thing. And it definitely was hitting me when it's like, oh, like I've probably just wasted a lot of money on books and things.
But you got some cool crystals out of it, and that's what matters.
They don't do anything. But so that means so dissociation then is like it's a coping mechanism of the brain probably then, and it's not like an actual exiting the body sort of a thing. Okay.
Well, I want to be very clear. I am not saying that because I am not your therapist, and I don't know for sure what your because dissociation can be linked to a lot of things.
Yeah,
so I just want to be very clear.
Understand that with the therapy thing. I've got a therapist. I've got one. I don't need another.
That's fine. Good for you. I just want to be very clear. I am not giving you any kind of mental health advice or diagnoses here. What I am saying is that, like, as someone who also has disassociated and had some situations with that, and it sucks. I get it. I don't think that there is any evidence at all of that being a legitimate out of body experience in the real sense of the word, astral projection, soul disassociating that. And I am confident in saying that because actual psychologists who know way more about this than I will ever fucking know, nobody's won that Nobel Prize yet. You know what I mean? Nobody's published that paper that I've seen.
Okay. Awesome. Well, thank you so much.
Justin,
I've got some stuff
did I miss anything that you maybe could chime in with as well?
Well, we have done some experiments. By we, I mean scientists and universities on out-of-body experiences and near-death experiences to determine whether or not there could be or is possible for there to be some sort of awareness outside of the physical brain. And all of the studies have proved the same thing, which is that people believe they're leaving their body when they're not. And I think my two favorite studies, because they're completed and they're well documented, is the Aware Project #1 and the Aware Project #2 by Sam Parnia, where they retrofitted hospitals. They had at least 25 in the first with like cue cards and things like that facing up that you could only see if you left your body and were facing down, which is what a lot of people report. And the reality is, when people claim to have these out-of-body experiences, they could never validate that they saw these particular cue cards. And so we still have no validation. We've done other studies at a university level where they've induced out-of-body experiences through like deep brain stimulation or DMT or psilocybin, and they give like specific instructions for the person. All you have to do, if you believe you left your body, just turn around and see what's behind you. And they still can't do it. They report leaving their body. They are convinced they left their body, yet not a single one of them can simply turn around and say what's behind them. So I think this is pretty good evidence that whatever is happening in these out-of-body experiences it's happening in like a hallucinatory state. The person really believes what's happening, even though they just can't confirm what's happening because it's happening in their brain. It's not an out-of-body experience. Now, it could be down the road. Maybe we do perform a study and we finally find someone who can validate it. Well, that would really change things, right? But until that happens, I can only conclude that it's a hallucination.
Okay.
That's a really, really good point.
Okay, brains are crazy. And
Yeah, dude.
Yeah, I have just one last thing, and I'll be very quick. But one thing that was said to me recently that kind of like hit me was basically like my dad told me like hey, I always want you to be searching. I don't want you to just like I remember very vividly when I was younger and I was moving away from Catholicism. My parents were like, just try something, just don't be an atheist. But my dad said he wants me to always be searching. It's I think it still fits within the realm of being a scientist of like, hey, I'm going to look for something, but I'm not going to believe in a magic unless it's proven to me, right? Am I like wording that in a way that makes sense?
I think it makes sense. I think if people want you to believe in things that you don't readily observe in the world around you, then you're right to say, listen, I'm reserving judgment on this thing until I'm presented with evidence that would lead me to that conclusion. And we would say that about anything. Like when we were children, at some point we questioned whether or not a jolly man was sliding down our chimney to deliver presents because like it seems to defy, our expectation of the real world, right? And so when we're presented with
Yeah.
other evidences like of gods or a god or out of body experiences, something that we just generally don't see in real life, I think we're right to ask, okay, that's cool. It's a really interesting hypothesis, but where's the evidence that would support it?
Awesome. Yeah, I like that. I like that. Thank you. I debunked Santa when I was little because he had the same handwriting as my dad. But yeah,
Yep.
Exactly. Yep.
Yep. You know what I'm
yeah,
talking about then. Yeah, absolutely. Evidence.
yeah. Oh, well, thank you so much for taking my call. I got some things to think about and write
Yeah.
down and kind of mull over in my brain, but I really
Can I
appreciate
give you just
you
one?
both taking my call. Oh,
Can I
go
give
ahead.
you just one more quick thing? Is I think one like using that Santa example, just one mental framework that I don't think either of us said out loud, but it's really important. When we talk about skepticism, a lot of people think that it's just like, okay, we'll just disagree with everything, right? And just a way to kind of put this framework in your head, just to make sure you don't fall in any traps, is are you accepting an idea or are you failing to reject the idea? That's what I would encourage you to try to differentiate between. Because in science, we fail to reject, we don't accept. And so
Okay, so like
you're talking about
hypothesis.
Santa. Yeah, that's how we do hypotheses. You never accept a hypothesis, you fail to reject it. And so you're talking about Santa. Is it possible that Santa is real and has your dad's same fucking handwriting? Sure, slim possibility. But like that's what's the more likely, right? And so when you have this situation of this is actually your dad's handwriting, that is the null hypothesis. That is the easiest, simplest answer. You don't have anything that allows you to reject that yet. The idea that Santa has the same handwriting, that's a big claim with no evidence, and it's very extraordinary, very unusual. So you are failing to reject the idea that your dad is actually the person doing this, and maybe framing that way will kind of help later on down the line. You can start thinking about these, just whatever other thing, and having that framing in mind might kind of help you piece through some shit a little bit more soundly.
Yeah. Thank you so much. I really appreciate you both, and I hope you have a good rest of your night, both of you.
You almost said
And you do
blessed,
the
and we
same,
heard
Adam.
it. And it's okay.
Good to hear from you.
Thank
Habits
you.
are hard to break.
Bye.
Yep. Take care, Anna.
Take care. Bye.
Habits are hard to break. I was pagan my whole life. I grew up pagan. I was raised pagan, and so I hear where Anna's coming from. And yeah, dude, talking about spirits, talking about literal, actual magic, not the way I use magic to be, slightly reductionist and condescending. I mean, like actual, like fucking say some words, chant some spells.
Right.
Like growing up with that shit, and then trying to get out of it, and it's weird. And yeah, saying bless and things like that. A couple of years ago, I started saying glob instead of God. And I would just make it a point. Oh, my glob, damn it, whatever like that. And it blew my mind how often the word God is just in my vernacular every day. I was like, oh, like maybe once a day I'll say this. And it's like, no, it's every other fucking word all the time. It's just around me all the time. And the second I started noticing it was a fucking avalanche. And you don't realize
obviously, Forrest,
how
is
much.
because there's a God-shaped hole in your heart, and he's still
Yes.
in there.
Yeah. It's crazy. And like that, honestly, this is a slight aside, so I'll be very brief about it. But like that is how propaganda works. People like to say that propaganda is just like literally like someone, has a spiral in front of your face saying like, you must believe this thing, right? No, it's just filling in space. You have this statue of Stalin in your courtyard. It doesn't have to have them telling you. That's just a thing that you have now accepted as normal. And so what other statue would be there? Of course, this is a normal thing to have. And like that is now occupying that space in your mind constantly, presently, normalizing this idea. And it's the same thing. God is every other fucking concept in this society. You see churches with huge crosses everywhere you go. You say, oh my God, God damn it, God willing, God bless, God this, God that, all the time. And it takes up space to the point where you don't even notice you've normalized something so fucking crazy. And I wish more people thought about it. Just be mindful about it because it blows your fucking mind when you think about it, dude. Ugh.
I think mindfulness is hard to actually come by. I'm not sure people practice it. I think people's lives are so busy that they do. They always veer towards what's easy and what's accessible, and they don't do the hard thing.
Yeah. To the person in chat who said God wants back in Forrest's hole, go to bed. Just go to bed. It's time for bed. Go lay down. You're done. Let's talk to a few more people. We've got what do you want to do? We got one person calling saying they think they're misunderstanding some concepts. We have one person who wants to talk about evolution. We have another person who wants to talk about evolution and maybe trans stuff. We have one person who wants to talk about general questions about science and deconstruction. What are you feeling?
Do we have
We're
any
gonna get to
actual
all of them, but what do you like
in
first?
the queue?
Do we have what?
Do we have any opposition in the queue?
Yes,
any
but it's an
believers?
evolution call.
Oh, yeah, go ahead. Let's go ahead and take it.
All right, yeah, cool. Let's talk to this person is listed as Erosion. So we're going to talk to Erosion, calling from California. Says, I want to talk about evolution. I don't think there's evidence of it. Erosion.
No, I called.
You're on the line with Forrest and Justin. I
Hey,
pulled
how's
you
it
out of the
going, guys?
screening room. Sorry,
that's
Stephanie.
fine.
That was my fault. Hello.
Hey, so my question and topic of discussion actually pertains quite perfectly to the topic of the video today, which is evolution a fact?
Yep.
And I don't think it is a fact because I don't think there's actual evidence of it being observed. And the reason I think this is because of the definition of species is arbitrary, and if you make a definition arbitrary, it's pretty easy to prove evolution if there's not an actual arbitrary definition of or non-arbitrary definition of species.
Okay, so two big issues right off the bat. I'm just taking some notes. Species. Oh fucking shit! I'm dysgraphic. I'm
I only
writing
have
weird letters.
one
Okay,
thing
so
to contribute to this.
yeah, sure.
Let me. I'm going to show you something.
He's pulling rocks.
This here is a piece of petrified wood. Do you know how long wood petrifies? How long it takes for wood to petrify, Kevin? Kevin?
He dropped.
Kevin hung up.
We lost him already?
Yeah, he dropped.
Theist defeated by Sharon Stone. Easy victory for the goddess.
I literally took notes on the two things that he said that were wrong already. Kevin is here's the thing. Kevin called in saying his name was Erosion. It was clearly Kevin. And like, I was going to get to it later and ask why he was trying to skirt a ban by using a new name. I was willing to entertain. I was willing to talk. And he dropped after 2 fucking seconds. Kevin, call back in. Let's do it. You've already been banned before. We are inviting this conversation. You got two things wrong already just in your opening statement. You like two major issues with your understanding of evolution so far. And also I want to hear your response to what Justin said and why you think petrified wood can be petrified after the fucking flood. I would love to hear it. But like,
yeah, because like no one's observed wood petrify. We've never seen it. But like no one denies that it happens. We've got the petrified wood right here, right? So like this nonsense claim, like you have to observe every step of the process for it to be true, is such a bad talking point. If you accept wood petrification, you need to accept evolution. Observing every step of the process from beginning to end is a silly argument.
what bothers me about it is like I wrote, so my first note was evolution is unobserved. My second note was the definition of evolution. My third note was species equals arbitrary. And my fourth note was definition of species. That's all I got because he got the definition of evolution and the definition of species wrong. He didn't even give them, but I know he got them wrong by the way that he described them. And then also the problem with observation wasn't like clearly we have a disconnect on what the word evidence means. And then the problem of the arbitrary lines of species, clearly we don't understand how classification works or how speciation works. Like, fuck, man. Congratulations.
Out there watching. I apologize for the Kevin that keeps calling in this show that is sullying the name of Kevin. I'm sure it is not as bad as this caller makes it out to be.
Right? I just, what the fuck was that? Man, that blows so bad.
Some of my best friends are Kevins.
Some of my best friends are Kevins. Let's talk instead for I guess, man. I wanted to, that blows. I was actually really excited. I think he maybe saw his name on the screen and realized that we knew who he was and bitched out.
I think so.
Let's talk to Rolf. Pronouns he, him, who wants to talk about God, eugenics, and faith. Rolf, you're on the line with Forrest and Justin. How are you doing today?
Hi, can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Yep.
Excellent. As for how I'm doing pretty okay. I had a cardiac ablation last week. So.
All right, yeah. Get that heart out of you.
Yeah, right. So, Forrest, I actually talked to you and Matt almost exactly a year ago. You may or may not remember that. I was the disabled guy asking about like how to handle religious conversation.
No idea, but I do so
That's
many
fine.
of these shows, yo. Please don't be offended.
No, I don't expect you to. But the reason, like I said, I'm calling is I'm wondering if I am misunderstanding God, eugenics, and faith as an atheist, because I try to kind of do what you guys do, kind of for fun, kind of because I like to learn about people, I guess. And I guess to get the most important and potentially damning sounding thing out of the way, eugenics. I am, pro-choice, so on and so forth. And part of the reason that I am pro-choice is because of my very existence, being super disabled from, birth. I see that as something that is, potentially, I suppose, not fixable. I don't want to use that word, but you get what I mean, I'm hoping.
Okay.
And whenever I have that conversation with people who are not pro-choice, I get told that I am supporting eugenics. But from what I understand, isn't the whole point of eugenics to like make a master race, essentially?
I mean,
the early days of eugenics, the goal was to like purify the species. It later got co-opted into let's make a master race. And that, when you talk about slippery slopes in politics, that's a true slippery slope. It started with maybe we can prevent some of these undesirable things, like having to put people in homes or give them lobotomies and things like that, to all the way, let's just murder and eliminate everybody who doesn't fit our category of like our our stereotype of who gets to deserve to live. I don't view, like, if you're suggesting like, hey, listen, if we have a child and the doctor says it seems like the child is going to have this particular disability or this particular setback, should we be allowed to abort the baby and then not be accused of doing eugenics? I would say, yeah, I don't think that's eugenics. And I think Forrest has a pretty comprehensive answer that I wouldn't be able to give. But I'm looking at this thing like, I don't think a clump of cells inside of the womb is the same as a living, breathing entity that's already been born.
Yeah, I think you're right on the money there. And like the big thing for me is like, if you're talking about disability as like this metric, I think it's appropriate if you know early on that this child that you're about to have is going to have a profound, issue, hardship in their life, and it's something that you are not equipped as a parent to take care of. Yeah, I don't see a major issue there with deciding not to go through with a pregnancy. And there is a major fucking difference between deciding not to go through with a pregnancy and abandoning or murdering a child, right?
Yeah.
And that when people talk about, Justin, you're right on the money when we talk about what eugenics was and what it is and everything like that. And unfortunately, this truly horrendous concept of like selective breeding and killing and things like this has now kind of been co-opted into like literally any differential mortality of any person at any level of life, to the point where like, it gets blended into conversations about abortion, blended into conversations about accessibility, blended into conversations about everything. When it's just, I think it's pretty hyperbolic. I think
I know
having a pro-choice discussion about whether or not you are choosing to be a parent is a very different conversation about whether or not you are choosing to do away with your children or some shit like that.
Yeah, and I know that like hasty generalizations are super not good, especially with subjects like this. And I'm not necessarily trying to generalize. And I also agree it's absolutely a slippery slope. But like that's one of the reasons I support abortion is that if you find out that you are in fact pregnant and you are not financially capable, emotionally and mentally capable, physically, whatever the case may be, and that's what you decide to do, then you should have the right to do that. And then my own personal disabled experiences kind of go into that, in that if you discover early on, I'm not talking like finding out just before birth or whatever, but if you find out early on that there's a pretty high chance that this kid's going to have severe disabilities, I see that more of a preventative measure for the kid in a weird way. And again, that is more my personal, like, really wish I didn't have to live like this all the time. I don't know. It feels hurtful when I feel like I'm coming at it from a reasonable and kind of empathetic standpoint and being called a monster for it, if that makes sense.
It makes sense, and especially because this is your experience that you're speaking to. I have some friends with disabilities that are they're strongly advocating for the idea that like we should not be talking about disabilities as things to be fixed or as problems to be solved or anything like that, because that inevitably to them feels like you're coming to them as a person that needs to be fixed, that they as an individual are broken and undesirable, right? And that kind of thing, that bleeds now into this eugenics argument, as opposed to choosing whether or not to have XYZ child. I think honestly, if you really, really wanted to, I think it would be perfectly legitimate and interesting to dig into that morality of like, okay, well, would you abort a baby in this situation, in that situation? When is it okay? When is it not okay? I think it would be an interesting thing to talk about. As for me personally, my answer is going to be the same across the board, because I am pro-choice because I'm pro bodily autonomy. I'm against forced pregnancy. So I don't care what the line is. I don't care if you wake up one Saturday morning and you're like, I just don't fucking feel like it today. no one can force you to use your body in any particular way like that.
Agreed.
And so, like, that's where my line is, which means this absolutely covers into that thing. And I think it would be interesting to have the conversation a little bit further, but to try to say that it's anti-disabled or that it's an ableist position or eugenicist position, to say, I am not equipped to take care of this kid. And I'm certainly not going to dump them into the fucking foster syndrome where, you know, the chance of them being adopted as a disabled child is extremely low. Yes, and the chance of them being abused probably to death is extremely high, right? I don't think that's an unjust decision. It's a horrific decision. It's a difficult decision. It's a gut-wrenching decision, but it's not a monstrous one to make that decision. You know what I'm saying? So, like,
yeah,
that I agree with you, man. And it's also, I can't stress enough, not entirely my fight because I'm not disabled. So there's a lot that I can't speak to there. But I think you, Rolf, as someone who is going through this and has this personal experience, I think you're the one who can speak to it better than any of us. And I appreciate you doing so.
Yeah, that's kind of one of the things that I talk about a lot because of those experiences. I struggled a lot with the idea of potentially having children purely because there is such a high chance of my kid having the same disabilities. And I don't know if I could do that to my child, if that makes sense.
Right.
Yeah.
But okay, thank you for clearing that up. That aside, real quick, the misunderstanding God point. Like I said last time, I do this a lot too. And I am also of the same mind that free will technically does not exist as I've, come to understand it. And when the free will discussion, problem of evil, morality, all that jazz comes up, I sit there and I wonder, would an all-powerful God be capable of creating a world without evil and suffering? I'm not saying no problems whatsoever, because I think problems are important to life, but suffering and issues are not the same thing. And the way I kind of understand it is that an all-powerful God could create that world and maintain our quote-unquote free will. Am I misunderstanding?
That's 100% a you question, Justin.
Well, okay, so it kind of depends what kind of a God you believe in. So in the theistic framing for free will, what type of a God would you be referencing?
Well,
Like, is it
unfortunately,
an omni-God?
Unfortunately, I live in Kentucky, so I experience a lot of Christians. But like the free will discussion is something I've had with other theists of varying religions, and I don't know enough about them to like really make that distinction. So like specifically when talking to, Christian theists, am I misunderstanding the God claim in a sense?
So there's kind of two things happening. Christians need free will to exist for their theology to make sense, because if you don't have free will to choose, that means God is in fact sending people, predestining people to hell. So they really, really want free will to exist. The problem is if you read the entire Bible, free will just doesn't exist. And I think the primary passage that is typically pointed out that demonstrates this is Romans chapter 9. Romans chapter 9, God himself, or Paul speaking for God, says that it is not by human will or exertion, right? It is only through God. And then he gives examples of all these instances where God negates people's free will, or he predestines them. Like he says, Jacob I've loved, but Esau I have hated, pointing out that, hey, even before Esau was born, God already hated Esau, right? So he's making a very good case that there seems to be a real situation, in fact, where God does create what we would call vessels of wrath. In fact, he justifies it by saying, what you say to me then, why does he still find fault? For who can resist his will? But who indeed are you, O human, to argue with God? For what is molded to say to the one who molds it, why have you made me like this? Has the potter no right over the clay to make out of the same lump one object for special use and another for ordinary use? What if God, desiring to show his mercy, to show his wrath, and to make known his power, has endured with much patience the objects of wrath that are made for destruction, so on and so forth. So in Pauline theology, like I'm a vessel of wrath, right? God molded me just like he did King David, where he says to King, that every day has already been written for me, right? This idea that God molded us for a particular purpose. We were saved before the foundation of the world, according to Ephesians chapter 2, I believe. And so, like, if you're just looking at the Bible and asking yourself, "Hey, do I actually have free will?" The reality is mostly no. Actually, in fact, let's go to Ephesians chapter 1, verse 4. Paul says he chose us in Christ before the foundation of the world to be holy and blameless before him in love, right? So there's this idea that everything that happens under the sovereignty of God. And part of the reason why you can't get away from this predestination worldview is because the biblical God is all-knowing. It says he knows all things in 1 John, right? So if God kicked everything into motion and God knew everything that was going to happen before it happened, and he could have rearranged the recipe, right? Remember, God put the recipe together for existence, right? He could have changed one little thing in the recipe and then literally everything would have been different, right? But the fact that he chose this particular recipe, knowing every single outcome, means that he was good. He desired this particular outcome as opposed to any other outcome, which means that you cannot get away from the idea that what's happening now is because of God's doing. We're following a predetermined path that was set into motion and selected by God.
So
it's a tough one.
So in summary, kind of. Am I?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
So in summary, if you believe in the New Testament, if you're a Christian, you'll never get away. You're not going to get away with saying we actually have free will. At some point, you have to agree with the Pauline corpus and with the Book of Revelation, where it literally states the opposite. That no, we actually don't have free will. We were molded. We were molded by the Maker to be a particular way.
Okay. Yeah, no, I ponder this a lot because, like I said to Forrest and Matt in the last call I was on, if there are any gods, they owe all of us an apology, and I stand by that. And this
right.
question is often what kind of makes me think more into that. And then last thing, I want to know if I'm misunderstanding faith simply because I seem incapable of it. I've never been able to have faith in anything. The closest I have is like when I watch a video by Forrest or Professor Dave or any other scientist, they will make a claim, and I'm like, well, they haven't said anything necessarily wrong so far. If I really want to double check, I can, but they're probably right. And if they come out later and they're like, hey, so the things changed, then I'm like, okay, cool, they changed. But I can't just hear a lot of these things and just believe it. And then I get told, well, just have faith. And I'm like, I can't do that. What am I supposed to do to get that across? Because I often get told that I'm not trying hard enough. I'm not doing it right. Yes, I can. I'm just being lazy. Like, how do I approach that conversation in a way that I can get that across? Because I know dogmatic people can't help but think dogmatically, but like,
sure.
I'm struggling.
I would push back if I were you, Rolf. When they insist that you should have faith, ask them for a good reason why you should have faith, because I can't find a good reason why you would have a biblical faith. Like in Hebrews 11, you get like the quintessential definition, right? It's the assurance of things hoped for and the conviction of things not seen. And I would just ask myself or anyone, like, why should I believe in something that has no evidence and things that I have no reason to believe in? I've even nothing pointing towards it, right? Whereas when we look at science, like we might have even a small bit of evidence pointing towards a hypothesis, but we're not putting faith that the hypothesis is true. We're saying, here's the evidence that we have. We can either do something with the evidence or we can ignore the evidence. Those are your two options, but the evidence is there, right? Now, some scientific ideas have a lot of evidence in their favor and some have less. But if we believe in a hypothesis that has only a small amount of evidence in its favor, it's still not faith. And I would say in science too, like when I say, well, I believe this is the case, right? I'm not saying that it couldn't change or that I know for a fact that it is the case. I'm saying this appears to be the case based on the evidence. If the evidence changes, then I'll update my thinking, which is entirely different from faith and religion. In faith and religion, they're saying, no. Despite the evidence, you should just believe anyways. But if that's what you want to do, if they want people to believe in things without evidence, then please give me a reason why I should put my faith in Jesus and not Muhammad. Give me a reason why I should believe in the Bible and not the Vedas, right? If faith is the hallmark, then why are we randomly picking this one thing to have faith in versus anything else we could have faith in?
Yeah. Well, they respond with just in case.
Pascal's wager.
Yeah, and then I struggle to explain that the lack of belief is not a claim, and thus I don't have to justify why I don't believe you, kind of thing.
Mhm.
It's honestly so frustrating and kind of fun, but frustrating that as an atheist I am expected to become, an astronomer, a physicist, a biologist, a philosopher. I have to, learn all of these different, sects of evidence and knowledge and learning just to justify why I don't understand what you believe or how you believe it, and it's unfortunate. But
don't let your friends and your family push the burden on you. It's not your burden to disprove their fiction, right? It's up to them to prove that the fiction is true. Just like if they got into a conversation with a Muslim, they would say it's the Muslim person's job to prove their religion true. It's not my job to disprove Muhammad, right? So I would just make sure that the burden of proof starts out at the right place. You telling me there's a sky fairy up here? Prove it.
Yeah, no, I do, but then it just becomes a cyclical argument, and like I said, it gets exhausting. That was all I really had, though. I've appreciate it. Sorry that you've gotten pretty much exclusively atheist calls tonight.
Happens.
It's okay. I've got good news about the next call, and also I just want to no, it's good. Yeah, it's I appreciate you calling in. I think this is really important. Everything you talked about today is really important, and I don't mind one bit, especially when these atheist calls are constructive. And I know people who are currently going through deconstruction are going to hear this and build from it and learn from it. I think it's totally worth our time.
Yeah. Well, feel free to use me as an example at any time.
Sure thing.
Thank you all so much, and have a good night.
Cheers.
Thank you. To Joe in the chat, who's saying that evolution is this big fraud and everything. You've had almost 2 hours to call in and talk to a biologist about it. And I see I said that in the chat, and now you're saying, I've called in several times. Apparently not tonight, because here I sit waiting. It's taken 2 hours. Nothing yet. Lines are closed now, unfortunately, but I would be willing to open one up just for you. If you want to call in and tell me what you think you know about evolution, this is your chance. Morgan, can we open one line just for that guy? Is that cool?
Let's bring them in.
I would love to talk to just that guy. Well, in the meantime, while we're waiting for that, so nobody else call in except for Joe or this Adrian person who also says evolution is false and it's easy to prove. We have one line open right now for you guys. So this is your chance. Step up to the plate. Prove it wrong. In the meantime, we're going to talk to fucking Kevin, who called back. We told him to, and he did. So let's talk to Kevin, who says there's no factual evidence to support evolution. Kevin, you're back on the line. Forrest and Justin.
Hey, how's it going, guys? I'm actually not Kevin, though, but thanks.
Okay, well, when you call in, it uses like either the IP address or the number or whatever you're calling in from. It keeps a record of that, and it lets us know all the other times you've called in. And so you're coming up for us as Kevin from Oregon, who is skirting a ban. That's what we're getting on our side.
Okay. Anyways,
So we'll move forward as if there's something wrong with the system, and we'll just assume that that's not true.
Yeah. My handle is Erosion of Earth. You can just call me Mr. Erosion.
Okay.
No free clout.
Whatever works.
Let's hear the argument.
Yeah. So when you called in earlier, you said that evolution isn't observed and that the definition of species is arbitrary, and that's where he started. And as I said, right after whatever happened and you dropped, I immediately took down these 4 notes that evolution being unobserved is an issue. That tells me that you don't have a good understanding of the definition of what evolution is, especially if you're then going to this concept of species, and also the line of speciation and then what species is also, I think there's a disconnect on. So I immediately have 2 major problems, which I can break down into 4 individual problems with the first thing that you said immediately.
Can I ask you one question really concisely? Do you think that the definition of species is arbitrary?
Necessarily so, yes. But it's also really important to remember that there is no single definition of species.
Okay. Are you familiar with the biologist named Ernest Mayr?
Yes.
So he has a non-arbitrary definition of species, which isn't exactly what the current definition of species is. I think it's much more important to look at his definition, which he defines it as species as a group of organisms that can interbreed and produce fertile offspring, effectively being reproductively isolated from other such groups. So it's a reproductively isolated group of organisms.
Right. So just to be clear, Ernst Mayr, that what you just described there is called the biological species concept, and that is the most frequently used definition of species. But like across all of biology, that is the number 1 most used species concept. But it's important to remember that it is still just the species concept, not actually a definition, because there is no such thing as species in a real sense. The reason why it's just a concept is because like I said, it is necessarily an arbitrary categorization that we as biologists are giving this group of organisms that have certain unifying characteristics. There are other species concepts out there that are also functional in different circumstances. For example, if we're talking about dinosaurs, how are you going to tell me which of these dinosaurs were reproductively isolated and which ones could interbreed with other ones? You can't, right? And so we have different fossil species concepts.
If they were alive today, it'd be pretty easy.
We have that's a big old if, right?
Today, we can see that they're clearly different and distinctly separate, and there's no intermixing of the fertile offspring.
There absolutely are, and that's the problem with the biological species concept, is that it is just one concept. If we're talking about fossil species, we have to have a different one. We have ecological species concepts where we define species by their place, their niches in an ecosystem. We have, my favorite is the Hanesian species concept, where you define species by their common ancestor. If they split from a common ancestor and then that common ancestor dies, we now call it different species. The issue is that every single one of these concepts, including the biological species concept, which talks about reproductive isolation, not a single one of them works 100% of the time. Even if we're talking about reproductive isolation, there's still hybridization that happens all the fucking time between species.
Could I get an example of it not fitting?
Yeah, so like if, for example, a three-toed box turtles here in where I come from, we see a clear distinction between ornate box turtles on one half of the state, simple three-toed box turtles looking plain and drab and gray on the other side, or brown on the other side of the state. They are definitely different species, and yet we get hybrids that are fertile all the fucking time. And so like there's a lot of cases.
You just know, but you got to back up 10 steps. How do you know they're not subspecies?
It's because of the way that they're classified as different species. And like I said that a minute ago. You already asked me that question. And I already said.
We're kind of having a disconnect here because I'm trying to talk about something non-arbitrary and you're trying to talk about something that are arbitrary and the classification. Someone already classified it, so that's your example. So that doesn't work.
No. What I'm
subspecies. Right, so there's subspecies.
What I'm trying to get across to you,
the dingoes.
What I'm trying to get across to you, Kevin,
coyotes
is that
they're all subspecies.
What I'm trying to get across to you is that that's not how the actual definition of species works, because there is no set solid definition of species. What's really important to remember is that we can't go through and try to breed together every single possible combination of every single species to see which ones can produce fertile offspring. It just doesn't work. And so these species lines are necessarily a lot of the times arbitrary. And because we have institutions like the ICZN where we can go in and say, hey, look, we now have evidence that this is a subspecies, not a species or whatever like that, those lines do get redrawn from time to time. For example, there was a big argument for the past couple of decades over whether Neanderthals were a subspecies of Homo sapiens or a completely different species of Homo. And now it's pretty clear that there's different species, right? And so, like, we had this category that was based on the evidence that we had, because we can't go back and see if they can reproduce. And then suddenly we had to make them a different species. But here's the misery of it. We have clear evidence that we interbred with Neanderthals and produced fertile offspring. So that's another example of species hybridizing and producing fertile offspring.
You get the definition wrong and then say it's proof for evolution. This is my exact point. They must be subspecies if, according to the concept you call, they are interbreedable. You understand my point?
So I understand what you're trying to say. I really do. But what I'm trying to get across to you is that just simply isn't how the definition of species works. However, I think that if we focus on this too much, we're just going to get into a really semantic, focus on this. I'm going to go pull out several different introductory biology textbooks around me, demonstrate over and over that that's just one concept of species. You're going to continue to reject it. We're going to get nowhere. We can come back to this if you want. I would rather focus on your argument here for evolution, saying that evolution can't be observed because the species lines are arbitrary. That also doesn't make sense.
Can I just make one point? Because it's all interconnected. Let me just make one statement here. And you tell me if there's anything in this statement that you think is incorrect.
Sure.
There is no example of any individual from any species that has sexual reproduction where a chromosomal mutation produces a fertile male offspring.
I don't think that is true.
Okay. I've done research
you say
and I think it's completely true. And
you say chromosomal.
You can't prove evolution.
Just to be clear, you say chromosomal mutation, right?
Correct.
Not gene mutation?
No, not gene mutation. I'm talking about chromosomal mutation. Because a big part of understanding what the species is if there's reproductive isolations, and a huge part with reproductive isolations is having a different chromosome, because that makes things way more almost impossible. Every time it makes it impossible.
When you say different chromosome, I need to understand what you're trying to say there, because any gene mutation is necessarily going to change the chromosome. Chromosomes are made of genes, right? And so, are you saying that there is now a different? Okay, so you're saying a different number of chromosomes?
Yes, a different chromosome count.
Okay, then yes, I know that's not true. I can think of one example off the top of my head of a case study in humans, actually, where a guy had an extra chromosome and a unique place because of a Robertsonian translocation, had a different chromosome count. It wasn't a major. He was able to reproduce. He was as far as I know, he wasn't infertile. But it was just this weird issue that happened because of what we would call oh fuck. There's a name for it. Hold on a second. Haploid repair. I think it is. No, it wasn't a chimera situation.
Okay.
It was that a female somewhere in his lineage had a Robertsonian translocation, and it wasn't noticed until it got randomly. They had some. Eventually, there was a male great grandchild or whatever like that, and he noticed he had some issues. He had some abnormalities, some sort of clinical presentations of different whatevers. And they looked and they're like, oh shit, you have this extra chromosome. And apparently it's been going on in your family for some time. And so, yeah, he had some issues. He wasn't, he had some health problems because of this. But as far as I know, he wasn't infertile because of it.
Now,
so
here's the point.
That's monosomy, not fucking haploid. Monosomy repair. That's the word I was looking for. Duh. Fucking Jesus. And so if that person were to then reproduce, then you would potentially have an issue where you could have trisomy repair, trisomy recovery in that offspring. It wouldn't necessarily render them reproductively isolated. What you're talking about there is what's called a prezygotic barrier, and it simply isn't as simple as you're making it.
Okay, so let's take a simple example. You've got the ligers, right? So if you've got a liger has the male is the lion and the female is the tiger, and that makes a liger with 38 chromosomes. Both the tiger and the lion have 38 chromosomes, so there's no chromosome change in that. But the ligers are always infertile with the males. So there can be, you can have, and this goes with other animals. You can, like, for example, mules and other examples, but you can have the females able to have fertile offspring, or not fertile offspring if it's a male, right? So they can only have, but here's the point, is you have to have fertile males in order to have a population. So the idea of hybridization, if you can never have a fertile male, you never have a sustaining new population of hybrids.
So that's the conclusion, even if I accept your premise, because I'm pretty sure when we talk about hybridization with Neanderthals, that is something that we see, if I remember correctly, that if the mom is a Neanderthal but the dad is a Homo sapiens, then you can reproduce. But if it's the other way around, you can't. Like, there are sex lines like that that do exist. However, at the end of the day, if you can't, let's say I accept your premise here, which again, I'm not 100% sure. I don't think what you're saying is true, but let's say I accept what you're saying, right? That you can only have fertile female offspring. Okay, those fertile female offspring still carry a completely different either chromosomal configuration or at the very least a completely different genotype from their individual parent populations, and therefore you are still going to have evolution occur. It's also really important, like, this is what I was talking about a minute ago when I said I'd like to go back to what you're talking about evolution specifically, because I think there might be a fundamental disconnect in what evolution is. It sounds like you're using the word evolution. It sounds like you're using the word evolution to be synonymous with the word speciation.
Yeah, I mean, you would have it be more easy, but if you really want to prove evolution, you'd have to have speciation.
No, you wouldn't.
So here's the point. You want a fact of evolution. If you want to have it be a fact, you would actually have to see species change, not just a little change in hair color or eye color or something like that.
That's not true at all. And it's because, so I am now very confident that you are not familiar with the actual definition of evolution or the actual long-term evidence that we have of it. Because it sounds like you are drawing this really discrete box around one specific hypothetical event that you're wanting to see as like this category, and it's just not true or reasonable. So can you just tell me, like, quickly, what do you think the definition of evolution is? Just give me the textbook definition of evolution.
The origin of species.
No. Incorrect. That is speciation. So it's exactly what I was saying earlier. You were conflating the words
Darwin
evolution and
didn't have
speciation.
evolution as the origin of species,
He named his book The Origin of Species.
and his topic of the book was called what? Evolution or not?
Yeah, it was on the origin of species by means of natural selection. So it was about evolution. That was the title of the book, but that was also 200 years ago, and we've learned a lot of shit since then. And well, you'll be surprised to know that no biologists worship Darwin. He was just a guy who came up with the original. He had a seminal text in the theory, and he got a lot of shit right, and he got a lot of shit wrong. And we've moved on. It's like saying that, you know, I know the planets, you know, orbit in perfect circles because that's what Copernicus wrote, and he's the guy who came up with the heliocentric model. And it's like, no, he came up with that idea, and he got some other shit wrong, and then we move on, right? And we learned a lot since then, and now we know it's new stuff. So that's not the definition of what evolution is. And the title of Darwin's book has nothing to do with it.
Okay, can I give you an example about the doors?
I would rather like settle on the definition of evolution. I can give it to you, and then we can go from there. Because if you're just going to give me an example of hybrid animals, it's not going to get us anywhere.
Well, I think that it has to do a lot with the topic of your show today is evolution a fact? And
yes,
and I think that in order to make it a fact, if we could actually see species change where they become reproductively isolated, then that would make it a fact. Otherwise, I don't see it as a fact. So I'm telling you from my perspective what I would think would be a fact of evolution.
Okay, but I don't care about your perspective of what you think would be a fact. I would rather focus on the actual definition and then like demonstrate that actual definition is a thing and show how it totally lines up with your objection, rather than just saying, well, here's this weird hybrid that doesn't do XYZ thing. That doesn't really get us anywhere.
Okay.
So the definition, the actual definition of evolution is any change in the heritable characteristics of a population over the course of multiple generations. That's the definition of evolution. And so there's a couple things to notice here. Number one, the word species isn't in there. It's about populations, not about species. Species don't evolve. Populations evolve. The second thing is that we're talking about any change in the combined heritable characteristics of that population. So usually we're talking about DNA there. It could be other things, but mainly, more often than not, we're talking about DNA. And so if we're talking about like, you know, anything that causes a change in the DNA of a certain individual, and then over the course of several generations, the combined total genome of this population is starting to change in favor of that individual change in that one individual, where you see what we would call the allele frequency, that one new allele becoming more frequent among the population. That would be an example of evolution. And that can lead to speciation, but it doesn't have to. And specifically what you're talking about here in terms of populations becoming reproductively isolated, that's just called allopatric speciation. That's not a new concept at all, and it is something that we have tremendous amount of evidence for and can even see in real time as well.
So you're saying speciation has been observed?
Yeah, largely. So like the key to remember is we have seen. I'm trying to think of a few examples that are really like the most useful, because I don't want to go on a tangent with you. But like, say for example, there was a one study. I think it was the early 2000s, and I'm going to blow the names of these islands. I'm not even going to say them. There were two islands off the coast of Croatia, Pod something and Pod something else, right? We're just going to say Island 1 and Island 2, because I don't remember how to say the damn words, and I'll speak whatever they speak in Croatia. They had this population of lizards on this one island. This island also had a lot of bugs. And so these lizards look like any old insectivorous animals. Like they look exactly as you'd expect. And some scientists took a group of those lizards off this one island, put them on another island that had no lizards and no big bug population, right? Came back 40 years later and went to island number 2 and checked these lizards, and they found that they had developed really wide jaws and really thick chewing muscles, and were getting better teeth, and had a totally new cecum, like new guts that they had developed, all because they were having to eat leaves. They were becoming more and more herbivorous. There were still enough bugs for them to survive, but they were having to eat a lot more leaves. And so their bodies were adapting to herbivory. They were getting wider heads and wider jaws and totally new intestines and cecums and shit in order to digest the leaves that they were eating. And genetic analysis showed that they were, in fact, the direct descendants of these other lizards from island number 1. Now, I don't know for sure if it was ever tested if they could interbreed with them. But the key here is that if those same changes had gone on long enough, absolutely that would have been the case. If those same changes that we saw over those just 40 years had continued, you would have had so much genetic variation there. You don't even need a different number of chromosomes. You would have had a prezygotic barrier where you would not have been able to blend this genome with the genome from the original island. That's called allopatric speciation. So this is just one example off the top of my head of the kind of thing that I'm talking about here, where yes, we have actually done experiments in the field showing, these animals actually changing over time, showing the species develop and adapt to a new environment, showing how natural selection works, and eventually that would lead to speciation. Does that make sense?
Yes, but according to the concept of evolution, if it hasn't been tested that they are reproductively isolated, then you're just speculating upon if speciation can actually happen, correct?
No, because that is the thing that causes speciation, is just like when you have a big enough genetic difference.
But it didn't make it all the way to the idea of the concept. It missed the mark of the concept, correct?
So I just want to be clear about it. What I just described is the definition of evolution. It fits the definition of the word. And also in terms of speciation, I don't know for sure if they ever did go back and check if they were reproductively isolated. It didn't matter to me to check that sort of thing, because that's not what the definition of species is. But there are a lot of things that make
definition than the concept for you, right?
No, I'm in the middle of explaining why. The major thing to remember here is that when we're talking about like the reproductive isolation, the genotype is just one part of that. There are actually several what we would call prezygotic and postzygotic barriers to reproduction that would cause that sort of thing. And so in this case, we're getting these major DNA changes that would then produce. I think I said prezygotic barrier earlier. If I did, I misspoke. That would be then a postzygotic barrier, where you would still have these species, these different populations, may be able to breed, but their offspring wouldn't be viable and or fertile because there are too many discrepancies between the two chromosomes, or between the two genomes. Does that make sense?
Right. Yeah. Yeah. So if that was able to be observed, then you could then say you have evidence of evolution to then say it's a fact, but you don't have any evidence because it didn't check.
No, that's not what I'm saying.
I just want to clarify, like
just
the ability for like a branch, we're going to call it a species for now, to develop and then no longer be able to reproduce with their distant kin is not a requirement for evolution. It certainly does drive evolution, but it's certainly not a requirement. Like for example, if there's a branch that breaks off and then it's not. If there's a branch that they break off and then they move 4,000 miles away and they continue to reproduce and change, whether or not they can reproduce again with their ancestors that live 4,000 miles away has nothing to do with whether or not they're going to continue to evolve as a separate species.
Okay, so the mink has 30 chromosomes, the marten has 38 chromosomes, the
now we're
ferret has 40
on random
chromosomes,
examples again.
the weasel has 42, stoat 44, American badger 33, honey badger 40, wolverine 42.
We're going through the entire
44.
Mustelidae family, y'all. We're listening to all the mustelids here.
Close. Well, I'm trying to give you guys some information, right?
To be sure,
So
there is a
very
2009 study on the Galapagos finches that demonstrate that there were isolated species that developed between 2009 and 1981. They'd been studying these finches for a couple decades, and they did observe the thing you're asking for. They did observe that there were new species that developed that were no longer producing with the species they derived from.
That's Peter
Yes,
and
by
Rosemary
choice, but
Grant's
not
work
by
on the
reproductive
Galapagos, by the way.
isolation.
They've been doing that for like
Right.
damn near a century. They've been going at this for a long time. And what they're describing is adaptive radiation, which does produce new species. That's what we're seeing with Galapagos finches in the Grant study.
Subspecies. Those are subspecies because they're not reproductively isolated. Right? So
Justin
is.
literally just said they were.
Just like subspecies.
It
choose not to
literally,
increase.
if you read the article from Berkeley, it literally says several factors probably contributed to the isolation of the new lineage. That they're isolated.
Okay. Okay.
It's on the evolution.berkeley.edu
Physically
website,
isolated,
straight
as in
from
on a
Berkeley.
different island? Okay,
No,
so my point with
they're-
all of the stouts and the weasels
They're
is
not
that
isolated
all of
on a
them are
different
separated
island.
by-
That's moving the goalpost. Like, so the question wasn't whether or not they were isolated to a new island. The question was whether or not they were isolated in
Are we
in
on the
that
same-
they
I
can't
don't think we're on the
reproduce
same
with their
conversation
prior
right now.
species. So,
I
like
think I made
the
a point
location
even
of the
if you
new
guys
species
mentioned-
wasn't relevant to the question
Yeah,
at
that's what
hand.
it is. You guys can't handle my question. It's too good. I take that as a great compliment.
You mean you're literally running from the
You keep ignoring
data.
the definition of the words you're using in order to make an argument that makes
I
no
don't
sense.
care
And
about
when
the
Justin just
definition.
met
Even the
your
definition is
criteria, you
arbitrary.
just ignored it and came up with a new thing that you wanted him to satisfy.
Yeah, like you just got to go post
Making a
on wheels. This
definition
is like the
arbitrary. Can we
definition
agree on that?
of
I
bad
can make a
faith
definition. You
discussion.
can make a definition. Is making a definition arbitrary or not? Because I'm pretty sure it is.
So
Whether
to
Marine
be
Webster
clear,
writes this or that, it's arbitrary. What's non-arbitrary?
So to be
is the
clear,
concept.
the point now is that the definition of evolution doesn't matter. And the definition of species doesn't matter. It's your preferred definition of the word species and evolution that we
It
must
has nothing to
satisfy
do with
in order
me.
to
It has to
define
do what is
evolution as a
real.
whole.
Do you want to find out what's real? That would be looking at things in a non-arbitrary way. Looking at
I have a
someone's
totally
definition,
different-
which is written by man and put on Marine Webster.
I don't think he
that
even
is
knows what arbitrary
Is this
means.
a concept you can't fathom?
That's weird. I have a totally
He
different
talks
question that I just
about
want to ask you really quickly.
Something written by man as though there's something outside of that. Do you think there's something written by God?
Do you understand what the word arbitrary means, sir?
So we're
Yeah,
not going to answer
I
that
do.
question either, huh?
So he's not going to answer it.
He
Yeah, he's
can't
gonna
answer
run
that
from
question. I take
you
that as a
guys
great
aren't
compliment.
answering my question about the marmot and the weasel.
I'm not, because Kevin, you're asking
You're
the
afraid.
same thing, which is just in a slightly different version of the same thing, where you're just misusing the word species and misusing the word evolution to try to come up with a new goal that doesn't make any sense. And what I think is really most important here is that a minute ago, I gave you an example of allopatric speciation. Justin just gave you an example of adaptive radiation. And in both of those cases, you said, well, you have to watch speciation happen in order to know for sure that it's possible. And only then will you accept evolution. Even if, like, we were to agree to that concept, which again, isn't the definition of evolution. But even if we were to agree with that concept, I just want to know, like, why are you making it this statement that in order for evolution to be a fact, you must first watch this process happen? It's as if you're saying, it's almost the exact same argument as when people say you can't observe macroevolution, therefore you can't say evolution is true. So what's the deal with that, and why isn't the concept of evidence good enough for you in this case?
I'll tell you why. When I was a young kid, I thought, can a deer and a crocodile have an offspring? That'd be terrifying, right? Thankfully, they cannot. There's this distinct species that cannot interbreed with one another. That's why I'm obsessed with understanding the chromosome number and the non-arbitrary definition of species. Don't give a fuck what Marine Webster says, because I'm looking at the actual non-arbitrary concept of speciation based upon genetic isolation. It's very simple.
Okay. Okay, and just to be clear, you do realize, I haven't said anything about Merriam-Webster. The definitions that I've been giving you are actually from the biology textbooks with which I earned biology degrees. So what you're saying here is you don't care about what actual people who study evolution for a living say. You're picking this new definition that you have decided upon, claiming that's not arbitrary, and then asking everything to meet that standard that you have arbitrarily produced, rather than actually looking at the actual evidence on the ground. That's what I'm hearing from you.
So it seems like most scientists call species subspecies, but when you actually look at the...
So we're just not going to answer that question either.
By Ernest Meyer. Ernest Meyer is a legit guy. You know about him.
It's Ernst, by the way. And also, I just asked a question that you failed to answer yet again, since apparently that's how we're counting points now. I'll just remind myself of that one. Yeah, the point that I'm trying to get across to you is the definitions of these words that you're using don't align with what actual biologists say, and like what we're actually teaching new scientists. But that aside, I'd really like to focus on the question that you keep dodging, which is, why is the concept of evidence such a difficult concept for you? Why are we having such a problem where you're saying I have to watch this thing start to finish in order to accept it, rather than looking at evidence for something happening and then building an understanding off of that evidence?
The species of animals on the earth is very steadfast. They do not change. If you
so we're going to ignore that question again. I'm going to ask the question again, Kevin, and we're going to see if we can get it out of you this time. Why is it not good enough to say that we have evidence for something rather than literally watching the whole process for the entire time, right? I didn't watch the whole life of Abraham Lincoln from birth to death, but I know it happened because I have evidence for it. Similarly, I don't watch macroevolution, and you claim I haven't watched speciation, but I have evidence for these things. Why is evidence not a good enough metric for you here? Why do you think you have to watch something from start to finish?
You never accept a hypothesis. You only fail to reject it. You are always looking to prove yourself wrong, and you only move forward with an idea when you can't do that anymore. You ever heard of that?
I know. I literally taught that lesson on this show during this particular show.
That was a direct quote from you.
Yes, I've said that many times.
I'm telling you, I failed. I failed to accept it.
Okay, you just said you fail to accept it, which you just read a quote from me explaining why you don't accept things. You fail to reject them.
That's correct.
Okay, so you just have decided to not think, is what I'm hearing.
Not thinking would just be not calling in and discussing this.
You literally just quoted me to me about how you shouldn't accept things, you fail to reject them, and then you said I fail to accept it. Yeah, that's the point. Or am I like, what's happening? Also, you'd still haven't answered the question that I asked you about why you don't accept evidence for a claim, and you feel you need to watch the entire fucking process happen, which isn't reasonable. Do you believe, Kevin, that Pluto orbits the sun?
Yeah, I believe it.
Why?
Because someone said that, and I'll just accept it.
Okay, so here's a fun fact. We've never seen that happen. We have known about Pluto for less time than it takes for Pluto to orbit the sun. So we have never seen Pluto go all the way around the sun. But we have evidence that that's the case because we can track its trajectory, and we have evidence of how like orbital dynamics work. So we can use the evidence to build this conclusion, regardless of whether or not we've seen the whole process. Does that shake your faith in whether or not Pluto is orbiting the sun? Or do you think that we can use evidence to understand something rather than actually necessarily watching the whole thing happen.
Yeah, I see your point. And when I look at the animals, I see that they stay incredibly the same. All of their teeth stay the same. Their bone structure stays the same. Their chromosome number stay the same. So from
except for when they don't.
Excuse me, one sec.
Except for when they don't, because we have several long-term experiments. Because we have several long-term experiments showing dramatic phenotypic change within species, including in humans.
Yeah, but do they change species?
And now we're right back to this, where you have to...
You're trying to prove evolution, and you have to have species change to prove evolution. I don't get why I'm wrong here.
Kevin, I'm going to just summarize everything one more time, because it's been 34 minutes of you saying the same wrong thing, and we keep saying, hey, that's wrong. That's not what it is. And you say, yeah, but what about the wrong thing? And I need to get across to you, just to make sure we're all on the same page, make sure nobody can say that I didn't explain this. That's not what the definition of evolution is, and that's not how the concept of species works. And even if that was the case, even if evolution was defined as a change in species, and species was this purely set thing that means a change in reproducibility, whatever, even if what you were saying was true, we can still say we have evidence for this happening. We don't need to watch it happen. And I can sit here all day long, give you evidence after evidence after evidence that fits both your narrative and mine. So you're using these words wrong, and even if you were using them right, you would still be wrong about the conclusions.
So the call today was, is evolution a fact? And you can only suggest that evolution is true based upon trends. Therefore, you cannot prove it's a fact. Is that correct?
No. I can demonstrate that evolution is a fact because I can show evolution working in a way that matches the definition of the word. And also, as a functional theory, and also as a functional theory, it also has massive explanatory power. It makes novel testable predictions. It does all the other things that we associate with things that are indeed facts. So in so many ways and from so many different angles, evolution absolutely is a fact. The theory of evolution is the way that we explain and understand that fact. And what you have provided me for now 36 minutes and 43 agonizing seconds, Kevin, is that you don't understand the definition of evolution, you don't understand the evolution of species, you don't understand how evidence works, and in all other cases, you are willing to accept what actual qualified scientists say about a thing, whether or not you fully understand it, and willing to accept their definitions of words, but in this particular case, you think your definitions are better than the ones that are actually in introductory biology textbooks, and therefore you reject all evidence for evolution because it hasn't been observed in the way you like.
Ernest Meyer,
that's not how thinking works.
So in the beginning of my call, I asked if you thought the definition of species was arbitrary, and I believe you said to some degree it is arbitrary.
Necessarily so.
It has to
because
be
there is no set thing called a species out in nature. The animals aren't born with little ID cards telling them what, not according to what?
Not according to Ernst Meyer.
Just really quickly, do you know what Ernst Meyer did for a living? Do you know who he was?
He was a biologist.
What kind of biologist was he? What did he specialize in? What were all of his books about? His most famous publications, what were they about?
I don't know, animals and shit.
Evolution. He was an evolutionary biologist. He was a very famous evolutionary biologist who helped us come to a better understanding of what evolution is and how it works. So, like, just to be clear, you are misrepresenting him. You are misrepresenting his work. You are misrepresenting the definition of the word of the thing that you are trying to debunk. And you are misrepresenting the definition of the terms that you're using to try to debunk the thing you don't understand. And all of this is just reiterating my point that you are arbitrarily picking a concept that you don't like and making ridiculous goalposts that don't make any sense.
Can I say something? Ernest Meyer disagrees with you because you just said species is necessarily arbitrary. He clearly says there is a non-arbitrary definition of species, which I explained to you. How do you not get this? I'm so confused.
He doesn't disagree with me primarily because he's dead, but like, or at least I sincerely hope that he is, because they buried him quite a while ago. But like, the thing is, like, no. I'm sorry. That's just not how science works. That's just not how thinking works. And what's so important, Kevin, what's so important is that even if, and I can't stress this enough, you keep falling back into this same stupid hole, even if the definition of species you were giving me was accurate, and even if the top process of speciation that you're trying to lean on here was accurate, and even if the definition of evolution that you're operating on was accurate, you would still be wrong, and demonstrably so, and you still would be avoiding actual evidence for the actual fact of evolution. You still would be misrepresenting science, and you still would not be engaging in actual scientific thought.
Wow, that's pretty amazing. I didn't know that trying to figure out what happens non-arbitrary is so egregious.
Nobody said that, and the fact that that's the talking point that you tried to derive from that demonstrates to me why you think the silly shit that you think. If you can't actually engage honestly,
he doesn't even know what arbitrary means.
He doesn't, and it's weird. But like, just I'm sorry, man. At the end of the day,
it's
like,
true without a definition. It means that whether you know about it or
that's not what it means.
That's not what arbitrary means. Want to try again?
Okay, something is non-arbitrary is something that is very steadfast and still. Whether you define it as one way or the other.
That's not what that means either.
What that means? You want to try again?
Hold on, let me Google it.
Yeah. You spent all this time arguing about an arbitrary definition, and you don't even know what the definition of arbitrary is. You've been misusing that word the entire time you've been up here.
I've been trying to give him the benefit of the doubt, but I don't think I can do it anymore.
Okay, let me give you this.
Something that's arbitrary is something that comes about by random chance rather than choice, or something that is done without thought or critical thinking. That's arbitrary.
Okay, non-arbitrary.
I'm going to move on because, Kevin, there are other callers that want to discuss evolution, and I think they might actually be serious. I'm at a point now where it's impossible to tell if you're actually just, like, your head is that far up your ass, or if you're just pretending like it is. But I encourage you just to literally, I mean this sincerely, go buy an introductory evolutionary biology textbook and just read the definition of the word species, the definition of the word evolution, what a species concept is, how evolution works, and just learn. Don't even do an evolution textbook. Get just an introductory, like, what is science for babies textbook, and learn how the scientific method works and how logical and evidentiary thinking works. That's where you need to start, because right now, this entire conversation is, I believe Pluto orbits the sun because somebody told me to, but I don't believe in evolution because I haven't watched one species change to the other, which is a ridiculous constraint that you would never put on anything else. It's dumb. With that, this is why you were banned, and we're done. Bye.
And once again, we have to apologize. Not all Kevins are like this, despite the fact that his name was not arbitrary.
Oh my God. It was so funny until it got frustrating. Let's talk to, really quick, Joe, who I challenged to call in. You said in the chat saying that evolution isn't real. Let's see if we can continue this. Joe, you also say that evolution is a fraud. You're on the line with Forrest and Justin. How are you doing today?
I'm doing great. Nice to talk to you, Forrest. I've never had the pleasure before.
So you just heard us talking to Kevin. You just heard us talking to Kevin about evolution. hopefully now we're at least on the same page of what the definition of evolution is, right?
Yes, absolutely. Yeah, it was very informative. I was glad to have gotten to be a fly on the wall there. So yeah, you convinced me. I'm now an evolutionist. If that is the definition of the word evolution, then I'm an evolutionist, and I'm also a creationist at the exact same time.
It figures.
Okay. So that's theistic evolution, does that a lot. But like, what was like, if your hang up, it sounds like if just that definition was the issue, then your hang up might have been similar to Kevin's, where you're saying that it has to be this massive change in phenotype or something like that, which is implied but not necessary. Is that what we're getting from? Is there a part of evolution that still sticks in your craw?
Oh, for sure. Yeah. I'm nothing of a biologist. I haven't done even the research that Kevin has, and I'm sure that is pretty laughable.
I haven't done the research that Kevin hasn't. That's very funny.
But no, it's just more of a practical layman's perspective on things. I'm not interested so much in speciation because there really are. I think that word has changed over the century. It sounds like that word has changed.
We used to use the word races instead of species, and now it's become more and more refined over the past couple of centuries. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, so I'm more interested in, and this is totally the wrong word, but like individual technology within a creature. For instance, gills,
like adaptations,
blood clotting, eyeballs.
Yeah, totally.
All of that. I'm just looking at it from a layman, looking at how many well-trained biologists there are, all the data collection systems that we have. Have we seen a single example where a creature, a species, mutates a brand new positive technology, like a gill, like a wing, like an additional helpful lung, something along those lines?
Sort of. So it's really important to remember that, like, there's this phrase that we use all the time, that evolution is not an inventor, it's a tinkerer, right? So it takes what's already there and it just kind of twists it and it stretches it and changes it a little bit. And so, like, in terms of like an observation of like seeing a new structure, a new trait, a new character, a new adaptation coming into being, like, maybe not exactly what you're asking for, but like major changes in traits and characteristics and things, yes. And also, as I was trying to get across to Kevin at the end there, like we also have like monumental amounts of evidence showing like how these things came up over time, even if we can't see it within one lifetime. I'd be happy to get into either of those if you'd like to specialize into one, or I can just start rambling about both. It's up to you. Or if you have a different question, I can talk about that instead.
Well, no, I guess my contention with evolution is, like even that, the example, do you happen to know off the top of your head or Google easily how long the current definition of evolution has been used? Because I also was under the impression of what Kevin was thinking, that it had to do with larger changes, not just any change within a species. It was more significant change. I'm just wondering how long that definition has been that definition.
I don't know off the top of my head, but usually when people like Kevin or any creationist wants to say that, like, you know, XYZ big change is possible, they'll split hairs between what's called microevolution and macroevolution. So just to give you as much ammunition as you might need here, microevolution is defined as small genotypic changes within a population that sometimes cause like little differences in the population, differences in hair color, differences in like leg length, wing shape, whatever, clutch size of, whatever, all these different things. Whereas macroevolution is the term for the big body changes that we see throughout the fossil record, where we definitely see like, okay, there were these kinds of animals and now there are these kinds of animals and those other ones are gone. And like, where you see like totally new structures evolving, like talk about dinosaurs. Here are all these theropods. These are absolutely fucking lizards. And now they have feathers and now they're birds. Those kinds of things are described by macroevolution. And a lot of creationists will concede to microevolution because it's literally undeniable. We can see it with our own eyes. but then say that macroevolution is faith-based or is something that we can't actually build evidence for because we can't watch that happen. We can't watch feathers evolve. But we do see a change in the fossil record where we see there weren't feathers and then there were feathers. And so that's kind of what people tend to lean on. It sounds like that might be where your hang up is too, but I don't want to put words in your mouth.
Yeah, well, I appreciate that. I think that is where my hang up is the kind of the combining of the idea of irreducible complexity that I'm sure you guys are way more familiar with than I am, but the combination of that and our ability to have seen something like one of these irreducibly complex mechanisms. I'm talking, something simple, blood clotting.
Yeah.
Maybe an eye is not so simple, but something that comes along that would be like a completely brand new innovation, like we see in I don't know how many tens of millions of different unique technologies there are in the animal kingdom.
Yeah.
But I would think as long as we've been looking at them and people have been studying them, we would have seen at least a handful of brand new innovations pop up in the time that we've been looking at them.
The issue is that so you used a really important word here. You were talking about irreducible complexity, and the specific example of blood clotting as well tells me a lot about where this information is coming from for you. There is a notorious biochemist by the name of Michael Behe, who wrote a book called Darwin's Black Box a little while ago. And Michael Behe is a creationist. He works for the Discovery Institute, which, if you don't know, is a pseudoscience organization that has a stated purpose of trying to debunk evolution and spread theocracy. That is their goal, is to turn America into a creationist Christian nation, where their beliefs penetrate every level of our society and legal and law and everything like that. So that's where this guy's coming from, and he wrote this book called Darwin's Black Box, where he's talking about irreducible complexity. He coined these terms, and what he means by that, as I'm sure you know, is that there's this structure, this thing, this organ, this process, whatever, that is very complex, and if you remove one single piece of it, the whole thing falls apart and it doesn't work anymore. And he very commonly will liken that to a mousetrap and say, if you remove the board, the spring, the trigger, the bar, any single part of this mousetrap is gone, the whole mousetrap fails. And therefore, every single part of blood clotting is important. Every single part of the eye is important. The bombardier beetle, he has all these examples. And this is so notoriously, so frequently debunked. He was a big part of the Kitzmiller v. Dover trial, which was a landmark case in which I believe it was the Discovery Institute actually that were part of that trial. I think it was them as a group. I can't remember exactly off the top of my head, but it was about whether or not intelligent design can be taught in schools. And the main argument was, is intelligent design just creationism in a lab coat? Which it fucking is, by the way. And the National Center for Science Education, led by Eugene E. Scott, blew that case out of the water by demonstrating that they literally took their own materials about creationism and just control-find the word creationism and changed it out for the word intelligent design, so much so that there was one point in there where they fucked it up. And it was this is clearly an example of credesignism. It's they just blew it, you know what I mean? And so, anyway, that's this beside the point. During this trial, Michael Behe gets up on stand and is asked by this lawyer, hey, do you understand? You're seriously telling me that pick your favorite blood clotting or whatever is something that can't evolve, and there's nothing to prove that evolved. And he's like, yes, there's no literature, there's no evidence at all that this evolved. And famously, the lawyer goes back to the podium and grabs a stack of textbooks that describe this and puts it in front of him, and then walks back and grabs a stack of scientific papers that describe this and puts it in front of him, and does this over and over until in the court documents it says you couldn't see Michael Behe behind this stack of fucking evidence of all these other scientists that are studying this and gathering evidence for how this stuff evolved. And so they lost this fucking case, and it was demonstrated that what they're proposing with irreducible complexity, with intelligent design, with all this stuff, it is just religion. It is their lack of imagination they see something that looks really complicated. They don't know how it evolved. They don't do any research, and they just say, this is complicated. God done it. And that's the whole argument. I'm going to give you one more thing. I've been talking for a long time. I'm going to give you one more thing.
Okay.
Sorry, go ahead. I've been talking for a long time, but once you're done, I'm going to tell you how I has evolved, and that's going to help to elucidate what I'm talking about here.
Okay. Yeah, so I have never read anything from Michael Behe. I've heard his name before, and I've heard the name of the
yeah, good.
Black Box, but I'm not,
save yourself the trouble.
I'm
it
not
sucks.
familiar with the work. But yeah, so I'm surprised. Like, I'm clearly, like, maybe not even have achieved the rank of layman at this point in terms of my understanding of these things. But like, doesn't it seem it seems odd to me that I asked what I thought was a fairly simple question, and you began to just attack the person of Michael Behe. Like, I don't know. I've never met Michael Behe. I'm certainly not him. Why can't you just give me an answer about examples that we have of brand new technology coming from a place where that technology was not before? Like, that's my understanding of the macro evolution. And we've got, like I said, at least tens of millions of different unique technologies that are here on our planet right now that we're looking at. It would be a tremendous shot in the arm against all of us fanatic 6-day creationists if you could point out a brand new organ or system that came into being by evolution.
Yeah, totally. So just to be clear, I wasn't trying to give an ad hominem attack to Michael Behe here. I just, the guy is taken so not seriously by people who know how this shit works. And the specific words you use, the reason why I pointed it out is because I realize you haven't read Michael Behe's stuff. That's great. His concept of irreducible complexity, and specifically his argument about blood clotting and things like that, are so unbelievably popular and common among creationists that they get shared around. It's like, you know, I used to have people tell me that evolution was a farce, and I'm like, where the fuck is everybody using that weird ass word? It's because the Hank Hanegraaff, the Bible answer man, called it a farce and published a book about it, and everybody's grandma bought that book and then taught their children the word farce with it. And so it's like, it's just a pattern of where we see misinformation coming from. So, like, yeah, it's not an ad hominem attack. I'm just trying to show that, like, this is not a new concept for us, and it's something that's already been dealt with handily. Now, in terms of your request, I just threw a marker. In terms of your requests about, can I show a new system, a new technology, whatever coming up? Absolutely. We can show this happening in the fossil record, and we can show contemporary examples. So think about eyeballs, right? This is what I was going to give with you a minute ago. What does an eye do? Okay. Right? It's a text light. And so Darwin actually wrote in On the Origin of Species. He said to assume that the eye could have evolved by natural processes seems, I freely confess, absurd in the highest possible degree. And then the next thing he says, in the very next sentence, he says, and yet reason tells me that if I can see numerous gradations from a very simple to a very complex eye among animals out in the world, which I can, and if each of these different gradations does bear utility to its possessor, which is certainly the case, and if these gradations can change over time, being passed down from parent to offspring, which we also can see is the case, then the idea that an eye, a complex eye, could have evolved by natural processes. He says that any objection to that cannot be considered serious, basically. He says, I can't take, I forgot his exact word, but he says, I can't take you seriously if you object to this concept, considering the evidence that he had 200 years ago. And now, based on that framework, we can actually now go out and look at the animal kingdom and see some stuff. So here I've got my whiteboard here. Most simple eyes out there, right? All an eye is doing is detecting light. Light's there all the time, right? It is a resource that we can be utilizing. So we have here a simple patch of photosensitive cells, right? We have some cells that are just able to detect where light is and isn't. This is the simplest kind of eye. We call it an eye spot. And we see that on things like Euglena and other single-celled organisms especially, where they can detect the difference between light and shadow, and they use that whenever there's a shadow coming in, they swim away from whatever predator might be casting that shadow. So these are things without brains that are behaving in ways that help their survival and reproduction, and they're doing it with an eye that is the most simple kind of eye there can possibly be. Then you take this simple little eye and you just put a dent in it. Put a dent like that. You now have a cup eye, right? And now you have something really cool where you can see the direction in which light is coming from. You're not just seeing whether light is there or not. You can now tell which side of the cup that light is hitting. And that gives you a lot more information. And we see that in planarian worms and things like that. Cup eyes are definitely a thing we see in the animal kingdom. You keep making that bowl deeper and deeper, and pretty soon you get to a pinhole camera eye, where you have this great big deep bowl and a small little opening in the front. Now you have really high resolution, right? And you can actually test this if you wear glasses or contacts or anything like that, any kind of corrective lens. Take it off so your vision's all fuzzy, and then make the tiniest possible hole with your fingers, or poke a pinhole in a piece of paper and look through it. The smaller that hole is, the higher resolution image you will get, even without any kind of corrective lens. It's really, really cool. And we see this kind of eye on like nautiloids and things, right? So this is another one. We see it in the animal kingdom. Then all you need to do is take that pinhole camera and slap a little lens on there, and you can make lenses out of the same kind of material that you have laying around everywhere else. Now you have a focusing lens, and if you want to get to a really complex mammalian eye, you just put some little muscles on the side, ciliary muscles, that can squeeze and stretch that lens to help focus the distance that you're seeing. And now you have a mammalian eye just like ours. And we indeed see those examples out in the animal kingdom as well. And so following Darwin's example and just looking out in the animal kingdom, we can see a gradation from the most simple possible eyes all the way up to really complex advanced eyes like ours. Each one of them serves a purpose. Each one of them is beneficial to the possessor. Each one of them can change slightly, and those changes are heritable. And so just like Darwin said, the difficulty in believing that a simple eye could become a more complex eye over the course of however long can hardly be considered real. And what's most compelling is that isn't just a conjecture either. If we go to, I believe it was Utah, I think it was University of Utah. Yes. We have here from learn.genetics.utah.edu a page about eye evolution. This is from the University of Utah, where this group actually went through, and what they tried to do was start with a patch of flat light-sensitive cells, just flat patch of light-sensitive cells, just like I talked about, all the way over to a complex image-forming eye with a constricting lens and all that stuff, and they actually broke these things down into specific improvements, and they came up with 1,800 specific tiny improvements, from the very simple flat patch of cells all the way up to the complex mammalian focusing image-forming eye. And based on their work as genetic researchers, they concluded that those 1,800 steps could have taken place in 360,000 generations, which would have taken just a few 100,000 years. Considering the fact that eyes first appear in the fossil record 550 million years ago, that means that eyes could have evolved this way from scratch more than 1,500 times over and over and over and over and over again. So there's some actual data, some actual statistical and genetics data to back up that this is not just crazy conjecture. This is proof that it's possible. And when we look out in nature, we see all these different stages that actually make sense and follow the form of natural selection that we understand. Does that make sense, Joe?
Yeah, it does. Thank you for laying that out for me. Do you have, I may have missed it if you gave the resource where I could go and look at you said like 1,800 steps?
Yeah, I can put that in the chat right now. This is just kind of an informational page, and I think they do link the actual work on this page somewhere.
Okay, that'd be cool. I'm sure
that's in the chat now.
Learn a lot by reading some of that. I can't see the chat
because
I'm cool on stuff. My phone only, but
yeah, you can look up. It's learn.genetics.utah.edu. So if you just go on Google and just type in University of Utah or utah.edu genetics eye evolution, you'll probably find it.
Okay. Cool. I'm sorry, what's your major in?
I'm a biologist. That's the easiest way to say it. If you want, I can actually break down where I come from, but it would take a minute and it might not be useful.
No, it would go right over my head anyway. But I'm trying to think, does biology cross over into chemistry at all?
A lot. Yeah.
Okay.
It's often said that biology is just chemistry in motion.
Okay. Well, maybe you can satisfy my curiosity on this one as well, which is I'm starting to see just little bits and pieces of findings of proteins in fossils that are supposedly hundreds of millions of years old. And I have been led to believe that proteins under the most best circumstances cannot last even 1 million years. Is that too new for there to be a model for how that could work, or have models come out for how we could be finding proteins in old fossils?
Yeah, there's a couple of things. So number one, this is not just proteins, like because well, okay. So let me say this: the big landmark in this was a scientist by the name of Mary Schweitzer, and she was studying tyrannosaur fossils. And she took this one fossil, cut really thin slices out of it, and then dissolved those slices in acid. And she found soft tissue that was still in there, little scraps of blood vessel, little bits of protein, just this tiny little stretchy bit of material, right? Creationists like to run away with this and say, like, clearly these aren't millions of years old, right? Two things. Number one is that was the first time we'd seen shit like that. And since then, we've actually found a few situations where that's possible. And yes, we are developing models to explain how it works. The same way, like when we talk about fossilization in general, the material in which something fossilizes, the chemical composition of the soil determines the quality of the fossil. Similarly, it can also determine like whether or not this type of shit is possible. It's a little bit outside of my field, and I don't want to give you too much jargon. But yes, to answer your question, yes, we are coming to terms with that. What I think is more important for you specifically to know is that Mary Schweitzer is a devout Christian. She actually got into science as a young Earth creationist who attended a lecture about evolutionary biology and decided she was going to become a biologist to prove all this shit wrong. And she talks about how she had an amazing professor who encouraged her to do everything in her power to prove evolution wrong. And that she studied hard every day. And the more she learned, the more she realized, and this is a common Deconstruction story we get here all the time, the more she looked for evidence against evolution, the more she found evidence for it. And the more she tried to debunk the evidence for evolution, the more she couldn't escape it. And eventually, she then became a paleontologist, and she's the one who discovers this amazing thing that we can sometimes find tissue and material that we didn't think could last this long, that is perfectly preserved. Well, I shouldn't say perfectly preserved, but it is preserved in this fossil. After permineralization takes place, there's just this perfect anoxic environment where these things don't break down the way that we expect them to. She is still very Christian. And she has publicly stated several times that her biggest pet peeve, the thing she hates the fucking most, is when young Earth creationists will take her work and try to use it to prop up the idea of young Earth creationism, try to prop up the idea that evolution isn't true, try to argue against science, and try to make people believe that science and God are incompatible. So the person who made the discovery you're talking about,
I can't be accused of that.
Yeah, no, but that's well, the reason why I'm bringing that up to you is because what you're presenting to me here, like I said, it's like with the Michael Behe thing. Like, these are really, really, really common counter arguments and really common misunderstandings. They're common because they're so convincing, right? But at the end of the day, even the scientist who made the discovery you're talking about is a little bit on your team. Like, she's a very devout Christian, but she doesn't believe in young Earth creationism anymore. She doesn't believe in the Bible in that way anymore. She still believes in Jesus, still believes in God, believes that the science she discovers speaks to the glory of the God she believes in, and I think that's okay. You know, I've worked with people like that before. I worked for a physicist who was a Catholic. My first master's was in bioanthropology. I worked with someone who was studying human evolution alongside me, who was a devout Christian. And so, like, it's just really important to remember that, like, I don't want you to walk away from this thinking that these have to be mutually exclusive ideas. I hope you call me back sometime. We have to move on to the next call. We're running out of time, but like, I hope you call me back sometime and let's talk about young Earth creationism. Let's talk about 6-day creation, because I think that there are some holes there that I can maybe help talk about. But just at the end of this conversation, I want you to know, like, macroevolution, long-term evolution, changes in phenotype, development of new technology, like you were saying. I love that term. Development of new adaptations. These are all things that we have massive amounts of evidence for. It's not just a guess. It's not just a faith-based claim. And we can see models that actually make it work. And there are plenty of people who believe with you in gods and Christianity and all these things that still understand how evolution works. Is that okay for you right now?
Yeah, that's good. It is funny to me that I've heard this before. I think you know very well that Christianity and evolution are completely incompatible, and I think it's really funny when you guys. It's kind of cute actually when you guys try and convince me that I can still believe what I want to about God, but I should get off this young Earth thing because that's the worst.
Not what you want to. You can't believe what you want to, but you can still believe in a God. Just not what you want to believe in about God. Because yes, evolution is completely incompatible with the Bible, but it's not incompatible with Christianity.
Oh, it certainly is incompatible with Christianity. Yeah, the entire premise of why I need a savior depends upon how the reality of how sin and death came into the world. If sin and death were just a part of the original plan of God that he baked into the system, then it would be completely ridiculous for me to think that him sending another human to live perfectly and die, that would die in my place, that would somehow overturn death. That would be completely ludicrous. But the Bible teaches very clearly that sin and death came into the world as a result of man's free choice, that God created everything perfect. There was no constant, slow dying and being reborn and evolution and then dying and being reborn. And then finally we get to an Adam. The Bible is very clear that death began when Adam and Eve sinned. That was the first. And everything in the New Testament is built upon that concept. So Christianity and a long age of the earth are 100% incompatible. If I were to accept evolution in any sort, I would most definitely have to just reject Christianity wholesale.
So the issue is there's a guy named S. Joshua Swamidas. He's a MD and PhD. I made a video about him a little while ago, who is a creationist. And I believe, if I remember correctly, I don't want to misrepresent him. He's just the first one that came to mind. So I'm not calling him out here. But there are plenty of religious people of all stripes. I'm pretty sure this is his argument too. He wrote a whole book about it, about how, like, evolution is real, and then the first humans came along, and they were a special creation that's distinct from everything else. So there's all this evolution, including evolution up to humans, but then when we get to actually the first Homo sapiens, that's where God intervened and then gave us a soul and some other stuff. And that's like the major. I'm pretty sure that's his argument. It's been a long time since I thought about it, but I know for sure I have heard that from other folks before. So, like, no, I'm sorry. There are people who square that circle. It doesn't work with your version of Christianity, and I understand that. There are over 40,000 different versions of Christianity, and so different denominations. Well, and so it may not work with yours, and that's why I'm saying it.
Justin knows the fallacies of that. I've heard him talk about how ridiculous that is, and where did the first did this creature that was sort of human, did they have a soul? Blah blah blah. There's a huge can of worms you open.
I'm not saying it's a good argument at all. I'm saying that there are Christians who believe that way and can absolutely square that circle. And the only argument that you would have against it as a Christian is that they're the wrong kind of Christian.
Yeah, so I agree. I think it depends on how you're interpreting the text. And Joe, you and I do know each other. So
Yeah.
you can check out like the BioLogos Foundation, and they do. I don't know. I want to say they do a pretty honest job of trying to integrate their faith with the facts of evolution. Personally, you already know my opinion. I think it fails, and one of the main reason why it fails is for what you pointed out, which is that it seems like God would have made a very arbitrary distinction between here. This is like pre-human, and this is human. Like, where did he draw that line? But there are people at BioLogos. One of them was a professor of mine who is okay with that. He's okay with that gray area existing. But to be fair to your position, I mean, I agree with you. I think if evolution is true, I think there's a lot of stuff in the Bible that no longer makes sense. And I would prefer somebody to look at the facts of evolution and come to the conclusion that the Bible's kind of silly if evolution is in fact true, and maybe move into something that makes more sense with the evidence we have available to us. If it's not Christianity, it could be some other form of theism. It doesn't have to, you don't have to be an atheist to accept evolution.
Right. Yeah,
Just
I
ask
mean,
the Catholics.
Yes, I was
Yeah,
just pulling that up.
I'm very
So
much
I've
opposed
got
to the Catholics too, but
if you look at the
I
Didache Study
definitely
Bible,
wrote
it's a
down the BioLogos Foundation.
Yeah, in the Didache Study Bible, it's specifically a Catholic study Bible that gives you the teachings from the Catechism and the Magisterium. They actually do have a pretty good article on how they square evolution with the Bible. Again, I personally wouldn't find it convincing, but I know a lot do. And it all comes down to how flexible is your hermeneutic. If you don't have a flexible hermeneutic, then incorporating evolution into your worldview is going to be a tough one.
Yeah, I would just probably use the same hermeneutic that Jesus used when he walked the earth, and that would shut it down pretty quickly.
Right, because
So
Jesus quoted Genesis,
I'm
that God
sorry.
created them male and female, right? Matthew 19, he quotes Genesis.
Right. Yeah, and he treats it as a historical fact that they should base their lives upon, the creation of the universe. But
Right,
Forrest,
yeah.
you've been very generous with me in giving, I'm sure, incredibly dumbed down explanations of some of the things that I asked about. I appreciate that.
You ask
know that
really.
that is a gift.
I can't stress enough how common your concerns are. I just want you to walk away from this knowing that, like, these are things that, like, everybody who has questions about evolution, that, like, the only one you missed is why are there still monkeys if we came from monkeys? Like that, it's very, very common. So these are things I'm used to talking about. I really appreciate you giving the opportunity for me to dig into them, and I really do hope you call me back so we can talk about it more.
Alrighty. Well, thank you very much.
Yeah, Joe, it's good to
Y'all
hear
have a
from
good
you
night.
again. We've spoken before. It sounds like you're trying to dig in and find answers. So I encourage you to continue doing that. I think it's a noble cause to question your belief system, which is what you're doing right now. You're questioning what you believe, try to find answers to everything. So good on you for doing that.
Most definitely.
Alrighty. Well, y'all have a good night.
Have a great rest of your day. Bye.
Cheers.
All right. We have 3 calls left, and then looks like about 60 super chats. So we're gonna be here
We've got
for a
a
little
wall
bit.
of super chats. It's okay.
Yeah, dude. We've got 3 calls here. One of them is about evolution again, and you're also the caller who's been the least amount of time waiting. So you're gonna be waiting for just a second. I would like to hear you, because I've talked a lot in the past couple of calls. I would like to.
It's great to watch you talk about your expertise. It's awesome to watch someone dig in on a topic they know and love.
Well, thank you. I want to hear you talk to this person specifically. We've got Rebecca, pronoun she, her, calling in from I almost said Kentucky Yaks, but Kentucky is the first word in that. Kangaroo yo-yos. Are they on the yo-yos, or do the yo-yos belong to the kangaroos? That's stupid. Who is deconstructing fundamentalist, who has some questions. She says the questions about science and also proofs and disproofs for God. I want to hear the God stuff first, because I've been talking for a real fucking long time. Rebecca, You're on the line with Forrest and Justin. How you doing?
Hello. I'm doing okay. How are you guys?
Never had a bad day.
Rebecca, what's in your mind?
First off, I just want to say, like, I really appreciate, like, you guys doing the show and stuff. Also, I want to say I have, like, super bad anxiety, so I might get kind of stressed out during this call.
Nothing to be anxious about. Justin is very nice, and I'm an idiot.
Just take a breath. There's no rush. No one's here to make you look silly. So just go ahead and tell us what's on your mind.
Yeah. So, like, I've been watching your show for a while, Justin, and wanting to call in because, like, I was raised Christian, like, my whole life, and I was homeschooled and stuff. And as far as, like, I just have a lot of questions of, like, I'm to the point where I'm not really sure. Sorry, I might get emotional, too. I cry a lot when I talk about stuff like this.
Okay.
I guess I'm to the point where I'm not really sure that I believe anymore, but, like, I'm having a really hard time with that.
Right.
And it's been making me, like, really anxious, and I want to be able to, like, come to a conclusion about something, but, like, I have a hard time, like, being convinced either way, because, like, I'll listen to your show, and then it'll make sense to me, and then I'll talk to my mom about a lot of things, and she'll kind of give me, like, her opinions, and they kind of also make sense. And, like, I guess I'm kind of stuck in the middle.
Okay.
So,
really quick, Rebecca, we're having some people ask how old you are because we're like, it's just kind of an ethical line that we try not to talk to anybody under 18.
Yeah, I'm 21. Sorry, I know I sound really young.
Okay, that's fine. Just as long as we're on the same page about that. Because I don't want to have anybody saying we're, corrupting the youths, influencing the children. Okay, I'm going to leave you with Justin for just 1 second. I'll be right back. I got to step away for just a second, but I'll be 2 seconds.
So, Rebecca, let me encourage you first, right? So the process that you're engaging in is not something that happens overnight. Like, you're questioning your beliefs and you're hearing one side of the aisle and then you're hearing the other side of the aisle. It can feel like you're getting yo-yoed back and forth. This is normal. What you're experiencing is normal. I went through it myself. In fact, I was stubborn. It took me 10 years to get from the point where, like, I have serious concerns to a point where I feel like I could confidently say, okay, this thing can't be true. So don't feel like you need to do it all overnight. Take as much time as you need to ask all the questions, find all the answers that satisfy your curiosity, and then, and then keep on moving from there. I would make one recommendation if I could. This is a very difficult thing to go through. When I went through mine, I think I kind of went through mine alone, and I had, panic attacks, and I went weeks without sleeping, and like I was in like this weird isolated emotional state where I was, as a grown adult, I was coming to terms with the fact that and that's perfectly normal. And it takes a while to work through that. Like, it's really hard at first. And so, like, I specifically remember there was a time I was at work and I couldn't get anything done. The only thing on my mind was like, okay, I've come to the conclusion that there's no afterlife. My religion's not true. Like, the end of this life is all there is. And I'm thinking, like, I want to pull my hair out because I'm like, how is nobody talking about this? This seems like the most important thing anyone could ever talk about. It's fucking crazy that no one's talking about it. How does anyone get work done? And I slowly came to the realization that, a lot of the people I work with, first of all, still believe, but the ones that don't, most of them they weren't raised in the faith. They came to grips with this fact of reality before they even left their teens, right? So, like, what you're doing and what I'm doing is we're kind of doing that work now, but later on. Like, we're coming to grips with that fact way after what a lot of people do. And it's difficult because, like, we were convinced that we're just going to live forever.
Yeah.
But like, please don't feel like what you're going through is like a problem for you specifically, because it's not. It's a problem that all of us go through. And being that it was so long ago for me, I can confidently tell you that you will eventually come out on the other side, and it won't be something that debilitates you. It won't be something that keeps you up at night. It won't be something that prevents you from living your life to the fullest. But at the beginning of it, it really fucks you up. And that's okay.
Yeah.
That's why it's really important. I would highly recommend talking to a secular therapist if you have the opportunity to help you work through and kind of equip yourself with some of the tools to kind of cope with this particular reality, because it's new to you, but it's not going to be new to your therapist. This won't be the first time your therapist is hearing this.
Yeah. Yeah, I wanted to do that for a while. I just, also in my family, I grew up in a family where mental health wasn't really a thing. So I've kind of had to deal with a lot of that on my own, and even coming to terms with the fact that, like, I do struggle with mental health stuff, you know, like, a lot for a while. That wasn't really something that my family even believed was real. So
Yeah.
that's something that I've just recently.
Yeah. It's real. It certainly is real. I lost an aunt to mental health a long time ago, and sometimes people don't take it seriously until they lose a loved one, you know, but like I think we're in a better age nowadays where most people understand that mental health is a real thing.
Yeah.
So I mean, you're old enough that you can get it. Like I don't know if you're in school or if you're working or a combination of
Not right
both,
now,
but
no.
okay. There should be.
I am working,
Do you
but I'm
have
not in school.
do you have insurance?
No, not right now. That's one of the
Okay.
things that's been like a big barrier for me, because I know, like, I've looked into stuff, but it's expensive, and some, you know.
It is. Yeah, it is expensive. Are you in our Deconstruction Junction Discord yet?
Yeah, I just joined it like the other day.
Okay, send me a DM. We can probably, I think we can put something together to get you started with some therapy for next to no cost. Or we can fundraise and raise the money for you. Like I'm more than happy to fundraise the money to get you some therapy sessions. Because this is important.
Also, RFR is a good resource.
Yes, Recovering from Religion is a free resource that you can tap into for sure.
Thank you guys so much. I really appreciate that.
Yeah. And you know, this is a frustrating time. It's okay to be frustrated. It's okay to be a little bit angry about it too. And I know you feel like a whole range of emotions. Let yourself feel the emotions. Like this part of the process, it's to me, I felt like I went through all the stages of grief. Like, you know, when you lose a loved one, I went through all those stages of grief when I left the religion, right? But I can, you know, everyone's process is different. I can give you one piece of advice that I think helped me, or like one mindset that helped me. And that was like, someone gave a really good example. Like if you're watching a movie, like even though you know that movie is going to end, you want to enjoy that movie until it ends, right? And so like I wake up every day and I think to myself, you know what? I'm going to die one day, but it's not fucking today. I'm going to live the shit out of this day. I'm going to make it a good day, right? So and I go to bed every day knowing that I did the most with the day that I had to live. And I don't worry about you know, I don't let death consume my thought process. Like, you know, when I was first deconstructing, my thought process every day is, what am I going to do today to live this day to the fullest? Because I have this day. This day is now. This is mine.
Yeah, I guess that's something that's hard for me, because like one of the things that one of the questions I kind of wanted to ask is like finding like meaning in my life has been hard. Like
Right.
thinking of there not being a God, not being like heaven or anything, like, I guess like finding like purpose and meaning.
Yeah, that's a difficult one. I think I had a slight I don't want to say a struggle with mine because I'm such a decisive personality. Like the minute I realized that God didn't
Definitely
define my
not me.
purpose, yeah. That's like everyone's so unique. That's why like sometimes I'm cautious about relating my deconstruction experience to be like everyone else's because they're all going to be different. But like for example, when you're a believer, your whole goal is like trying to figure out what God's purpose is in my life. And it's interesting because typically when
Yeah.
people claim to have figured it out, it's remarkably similar to what they wanted their purpose to be to begin with, right? So the
Yeah.
reality is you
Yeah.
probably have desires already. You probably have goals that you want to accomplish. And now you get to decide, right? You get to decide, hey, this is something that I really enjoy. You know what I mean? And I think I'm good at it. So why shouldn't I set this purpose for myself? And others have their purpose, say like in raising a family, or say I'm going to pour all of me into my children because they are they're the purpose for me right now, and they're the future,
Yeah.
right? So like I think the neat thing about leaving religion is now you're the arbiter of what your purpose is. You don't have to have some person telling you that your purpose is to be in a kitchen barefoot and pregnant. You don't have to do that anymore. Like you get to decide, and there's no limit. You can be an astronaut, you could be a biologist, you could be anything you want to be now, and you don't have to rush it to find out. But take some time thinking to yourself, what makes you excited? Like when you're doing something, you're like, man, this is really gets me excited. That's an
Yeah.
indicator that hey, this is something you should invest some time and attention to.
I just got back. I'm sorry, I had to step out of the room for a minute. But like on this particular topic, when we're talking about like finding purpose and finding meaning, I personally find like the best way to do that is to find the intersection between what you are very passionate about and very good at, and like the thing that gets you out of the bed in the morning, like Justin's talking about. Find where that intersects with what the world needs right now. You know, I think the best way to find yourself is to lose yourself in the service of other people. And if you are doing that in a way that makes you excited, makes you happy, you are never going to have a bad day in your fucking life. If you told me if you woke me up out of a dead sleep at 4 a.m. on a Sunday and told me there's a group of kids that want to hear some shit about evolution, I'd jump out of that fucking bed like Mario. I'd be out there. It's my favorite thing in the world. And I also am pretty damn sure that getting a good science education improves people's lives, and it improves the lives of the communities around them, not only because they know more about the world, but it teaches them how to think better, how to think critically. And so like that is the intersection for me between what I think the world really needs and what I really fucking love. And I feel very purposeful and very full of purpose and very full of hope and motivation and excitement every day because of that. So I would encourage you to try that. If you don't know what you want to be with your life right now, if you don't know what you want to do, awesome. The coolest 40-year-olds I know don't know what they want to be when they grow up. But if you want to learn pretty quickly what you're good at and what really makes you happy, go donate some time to charity. Go volunteer somewhere. See where you fit in best and what makes you smile. And then when you notice you're doing that for other people and not just for you, I think you're going to have no problem at all finding the humanitarian aspect, the purpose aspect, all those different things for your life.
Yeah, that's something I've been thinking about doing anyway, because I've just been so like in my head lately, and I really want to like, do something, especially for other people.
Yeah.
I'm the type of person where I'm like, when I have something like this that's bothering me, I will like not get out of bed for weeks because, I just get really in my head.
Get fixated.
So I'm like, yeah.
Reach into the choir,
I
girl.
definitely hyperfixate a lot.
Yeah. I mean, that it's so important not to let yourself spiral like that. Even if you're like, you know what, I'm gonna put pajamas or clothes on and some slippers, and I'm gonna go down to the Dollar General and buy some milk and eggs. Like I'm gonna do something to get out of this house, to get out of this bed. even if it's something minute. You know what I mean? Because we have a tendency as human beings to get into that downward spiral, especially when we're thinking about things that make us anxious or depressed, and we can all get that way. It happens to all of us, and so it's important to recognize it and do something to break the cycle. I know for me, the thing that helps the most is just going to the gym, running on the treadmill, lifting some weights.
Yeah.
Or for some people, it's like, you know what? I need to go get a drink with a friend. Like, we got to go. I need some tequila. We got to go have a good time. We need to laugh. We need to share some stories. So like everybody has a thing that can help to get them out of that spiral. And you probably know what it is for you already. I think sometimes it helps to have a friend who knows you, that can say, like, call you, like, I feel like you need to leave the house. Come meet me at such and such. I have people in my life, if they don't hear from me, they're going to show up at my door.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would remind, like, we live in a culture right now of social media where everybody's putting the craziest, happiest moments of their life online all the time, and if they're not happy, they just put on a big smile and put it online so everybody thinks they are. And that's how we see, and we see that on our feed, and we see that in front of us all the time. And then we look around our own life, which, just like everyone else's life, is pretty fucking normal. And you know, there is some times where we look like the people in those pictures, but there's other times where we're just pooping, you know, and we're just sitting on the floor just trying to figure out what we're gonna do with our day. And today I had to get a bagel, and that's what you know what I mean? And it's whatever. But we turn on the TV, we turn on TikTok, we open up Instagram, we do these things, and it's just happy, exciting, crazy, sensational news, and all the terrible things in the world, and all these amazing people doing crazy things. And we think that's what life is, and it fucking isn't, Rebecca. And so what I think is really important, especially if you're going through these kind of depressive feelings and you're going through these struggles of like getting off the floor, out of bed, girl, same. But one of my favorite philosophers, Seneca, Seneca once said, sometimes just to live is an act of courage. And I think that's really important to remember, that you may be comparing yourself to all these things. You may feel down on yourself because you're looking at everybody else around you. You may feel down on yourself because you're comparing yourself to the ideal version of yourself. Let me tell you about how I do that every goddamn day. You want to know why I'm so cool at taking criticism on this channel and why I take calls from people who want to criticize me all the time? It's because I've yet to take a call from somebody who says anything meaner to me than I say to myself every night. And so, like, at the end of the day, though, getting up, getting out of bed, going to the gym, talking to your friends, playing Xbox, making yourself breakfast, like, every bit of life is sometimes an act of great courage. And I think just focusing on that and being like, you know what? I don't fucking owe anybody an explanation or a justification for myself and who I am and how I'm feeling. I don't owe anybody an apology for not getting out of bed today. Fart around I must, and fart around I shall. And everybody else who has a problem with it can suck every genital I own, because my day today will be about self-care, and the world will continue turning the same way that it did for billions of years before I was born. It's fine. And that moment is going to be great for you. I think that's something you can do at any time and be okay. And when you get really good at it, call back and tell me how. Okay?
Yeah. Yeah, that's one thing, because like I said, my entire family is very religious, so I've not really had like as far as Justin said, is like having a person to kind of motivate you. I have my best friend, and she kind of has gone through the same thing. She was basically raised in a cult, and she's kind of gone through the same thing that I did, and so I kind of have her. But like as far as like all my family and other friends, like everybody in my family and distant family is religious, and all the same type of religious, and so it's really hard to kind of like even get, like I didn't even really start asking a lot of these questions. I had them, but I didn't really find answers to them until this past year, because like Trump getting elected did a lot of that for me, because my family was always super conservative, and so that's how I grew up, and that's how I thought I should vote and all of that. And then I saw like what was actually happening, and I was like, this doesn't really seem to fit with even what my family actually believes. Like, I was always taught like kindness and, taking care of the poor and stuff like that. And so then it was like, this doesn't really seem like what I was actually even taught, and I don't know why I even think this way. But it's just kind of, that's what was told to me, like, this is how you should vote because, you don't want these people to be in control and make Christianity illegal or whatever.
Right.
So it was always kind of
And
like,
I had
yeah,
the
I
same
just
background
kind
as you,
of got
Rebecca.
stuck there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Once the demonic boogeyman of the left, like these demonic atheists voting for the liberal causes, like once that boogeyman kind of disappears, it can be pretty hard to bring yourself to vote for the Republican Party just because of
Yeah.
their whole platform is built on the religion and having to fight the darkness with light, right? And once you realize that it's all fiction, you're like, well, they don't really have anything to offer.
Yeah. It was really hard, and then especially seeing my best friend go through deconstructing and the way some people in my family treated that, it was like, do I really want to be in this? If, if asking questions, like if I can't ask questions about what I believe, then is it really worth believing? And, if people are going to get mad at me for asking those questions, like I would think that if God's real, that he could handle that and it not be a thing where you can't ever question anything that you believe.
Yeah, I mean that's something you'll hear at like Bible college or in seminary. Like your professors, like if you go to like hermeneutics 101, part of the hermeneutical process is trying to tear down bad ideas and beliefs and build better ones. But in that, you have to question what you believe, and you'll often be told like it's okay to question things. Like God can handle your questions and your concerns. If not, he isn't God. Now, it turns out that God can't handle all the questions and concerns if he doesn't exist, which seems to be the most, the most rational answer to some of the questions. But that being said, if you're around friends and family that they can't tolerate your deconstruction process, I mean, I super recommend trying to build new community, even if it's online through the Discord and the TikTok, two communities that are really heavy on deconstruction, where you'll find like-minded people asking the same questions and trying to find answers to new questions.
Yeah, that's what I've been trying to do a lot lately. And, some of my family is better about it than others. And I've always found like, you can ask questions to a certain point, but then, once you start asking certain questions, it's like, oh, well, that's not a question that, you're allowed to ask. Like, you can only ask the questions that are easy to answer is kind of what I've found with a lot of like religious people. And as far as like,
it's
sorry,
inconvenient for
like
them
with
to
science,
have to tolerate the difficult ones.
Yeah. Yeah, as far as like with science and stuff, I guess I have like a few questions for Forrest. Because like I grew up with I got like my grandma actually worked for the Creation Museum, and I grew up with like watching Ken Ham videos constantly.
My condolences.
Yeah, so I didn't even really understand, like, evolution was so misrepresented to me when I was little. I didn't really understand it at all, and I really, like, it was crazy to me. I was watching, like, your videos, Forrest, and the Gutsick Gibbon channel. I was watching her videos, and it was like, I never understood, like, how simple and easy to understand this is, because it was always misrepresented in like the stuff that I watched, and So I guess, like, how would you, like, simply explain, like, evolution to, like, how could I explain that to my family in a way that it might more make sense to them? Because I think even, like, my mom and my siblings also are kind of in the same boat that I was at, where they don't really even understand what it actually means.
Yeah. So, I mean, the first thing is just understanding the definition. And it's really common among creationists to say the definition of evolution is a frog shits out a monkey, which turns into a human because it wants to. You know what I mean? Like that is
Yeah.
what you get all the time. And so you can grab yourself, just pop on down to your local library and grab yourself your favorite introductory evolution textbook. This is the one that I used in my undergrad, Evolution Making Sense of Life. I've taught out of this thing more times than I can fucking count. Crack that biscuit open, and here, biological evolution. Any change in the inherited traits of a population that occurs from one generation to the next, i.e., over a time period longer than the lifetime of an individual in the population. That is literally the textbook definition of what evolution is. Any change in the heritable characteristics of a population over the course of multiple generations, right? That's a great place to start. If you want to explain how it works and like what it actually is, start with the concept of natural selection and go this way, okay? Just write this down. 3 things. Number 1, we can all agree that genes exist and they are passed down from parent to offspring, right? You got these genes, not the blue ones on your legs, but the squiggly ones in your cells. And they are passed down from parent to offsprings, and they dictate what your body is and does. That's mostly true, but it's good enough, right? Second thing, everybody can agree, everybody can understand, genes come in different flavors. We call these alleles, right? There is no one single gene for eye color, for hair color, for height, for whatever. There's different alleles, different versions of these genes, right? And depending on what alleles you have, you're going to have different characteristics. You're going to have a different, what we call a phenotype, right? You're going to look different. You're going to act different. You're going to live different.
Yeah.
And the third thing that everybody can accept, everybody can understand, is that different alleles are better suited for life in different environments. So you can have all the best alleles to be the best boa constrictor in the entire world. You're going to die in a coral reef, right? You can have all the best alleles to be the best, penguin in the whole damn world. You're going to die in the Sahara Desert, right? And so when we can identify these, let's just say we have a population of fill in the blank, whatever it is, right? We have a population of things. There's going to be variation in the population. You can test that. Look around you right now. Do all these humans look the same? Do all these squirrels look the same? Do all these trees look the same? No, there's variation all the time, right? So we have this variation. That shows that there's differences in these alleles, right? If I were now to change the environment that this population is living in, then those, like the ones with certain alleles are going to live and the ones with other alleles are going to die. And what's most important is that they're not going to reproduce. The first thing we talked about is that, these genes are passed down from parent to offspring. If you're not reproducing as much as this other thing next to you, then guess what? Over the next couple of generations, their alleles are going to be way more present in the population than your alleles are. And that's the definition of evolution. The environment changed, which means these things with these alleles were able to reproduce more frequently. And so those alleles are the ones that get passed down. And meanwhile, these ones over here, they didn't work out very well. They either died before they could reproduce or they just didn't reproduce as often. And so their alleles don't get passed down as much or at all. And if we skip forward 10 generations, 20 generations, 50 generations, whatever, we now see what we would call the allele frequency. Like the total combined genes of this population are dramatically different than they were before. And if you can understand that concept, you understand natural selection now. You understand how evolution works. And now you can start asking really important questions. Okay, well, where does this variation come from in the first place? Well, now we can talk about mutation. Okay, well, where do these animals come from in the first place? Now we can talk about speciation. Well, okay, well, if that's true, then how do we get this major change over the fossil record. Okay, well, let's talk about what's the actual fucking difference between a lobe-fin fish and an ostrich, right? What's the actual difference? If I really, really boil it down, what is the number one fundamental difference between that fish and that ostrich? It's their DNA. And so if we just agreed that DNA can change in response to environmental pressures, then all I have to ask you is how long does it take to change this DNA from this point to that point, right? And now you're in the track of asking better and better and better questions about evolution. That's the way I would explain it to somebody who doesn't accept it right off the bat. If you can understand those three axioms: genes are passed down inherited to offspring, genes come in different flavors, certain alleles are better suited for life in different environments, you now understand evolution, you understand natural selection, you can now go through with this. And yes, Monkey at Typewriter in the chat, technically an ostrich is a lobe-fin fish. That's nested hierarchies. That's why I picked those two. Yeah, that's the whole point. That's the whole point.
Thank you. That helps me understand a little bit better how to understand, explain to people. Sorry.
Yeah. I'm seeing I just grabbed.
There are some. Sorry, go ahead.
That's one thing that I've been struggling with is I've been trying to talk to my mom about the stuff that I, have been learning, and then I don't always know how to explain it the best to her. So that helps with that.
There are some books for biological noobs, like myself, that might help. There's a book called Why Evolution is True. Was it Jerry Coyne that did that one?
Yeah. Let me grab that one.
There's a couple books like that I think are helpful because they're written for people that are not in the field. They're written for people that don't have a biology background, and they could be really helpful by giving you bite-sized nuggets to hold on to that you can actually explain to others without having to know all the lingo.
Mm-hmm. So this is Why Evolution is True by Jerry Coyne is a really good one. And here's another one, The Greatest Show on Earth by Richard Dawkins, which is just all about evidence for evolution. Richard Dawkins is a very prominent atheist, so may not be the best one that your parents might not accept if it comes from him. Jerry Coyne might be a less familiar name. Both of them are transphobic dickheads, though, so super religious folk might like them. Also, fun fact, I literally this semester, I'm in a graduate level evolutionary biology course, and I had to buy a new textbook for it. And this is the textbook that I'm using here. And I just cracked it open because this is the first, I've never actually checked. And literally their definition of evolution is word for word the same. The inherited change in the properties of groups of organisms over the course of generations. Or as Darwin elegantly phrased it, evolution is descent with modification. Oh, how nice. Also, another thing that the religious folks aren't going to like is the entire opening chapter of this book is the evolution of SARS-CoV-2. That's the chapter 1.1 is all about the evolution of COVID as an example.
Yeah. Well, thank you for recommending those. I'll have to look into that. That's,
for sure.
One thing I want to try to do is explain stuff to my family because, I know this has been hard for them too because, they don't exactly understand the questions I'm having because my mom has never really asked these questions before. So she doesn't understand a lot of the questions I have, and she feels she did something wrong in raising me or something because I'm losing my faith or whatever.
Right. Yeah, because you're taught that as a Christian. So, the Bible says, "Raise them up in the way that they should go, and they will not depart." But that's just not true.
Yeah.
That's a proverb that has no factual meaning, because as we can demonstrate, people are going to follow what makes sense to them, not necessarily just what they're given as children. And my father would have been the same way. My father passed before I really deconstructed, but he would have felt the same way. He would have felt like somehow it was his fault. And I don't know. I'm not sure how you could deal. I don't know that what you what you could do to lessen that blow, because parents pretty rarely take advice from their children. So like you can't tell your parent like, don't worry, it's not your fault, because reality is parents don't listen to their children all that much.
I also found this one over there. I was looking for other books. This is Undeniable by Bill Nye. It's Evolution and the Science of Creation, and he goes through a lot of cool stuff in there as well. It's, again, very plain English for novice learners. I was digging around. I've got like 50 fucking books that talk about evolution, but I'm trying to find ones that like are great for a novice, for somebody who isn't interested in this topic beyond just wanting to know what it is. You know what I mean? So you have now 3 book recommendations, and also go pick up an intro bio book because it's really cool.
Yeah, that's another question I wanted to ask you, Forrest. If I wanted to get into like more like higher education about like biology and stuff, because that's one thing I think I am interested in.
Hell yeah.
I was I was kind of raised in a family where secular college is like indoctrination, so I never even really looked into it, and we were never like encouraged to go to college or anything like that. So, what would be some good ways to like start looking into like resources or like affordable type, I guess, learning?
Yeah. So first of all, find your local community college. That's a great place to start. I started at a community college, and they're fucking fantastic, because you get so usually when we're talking about higher education, you kind of have this hierarchy of courses based on you'll have like a course number, a CRN, and so you take biology, 1003 or whatever it is. You know what I mean? The first number in that sequence is how difficult the course is, the level at which that course is being taught. The last number in that sequence is how many credit hours it's worth. Give me just 1 second. Sorry. Hey, gorgeous. You're so sweet. Thank you, baby love. My wife brought me a pizza. So the first number in that sequence is the how difficult the course is. The third number, or the last number, is the credit hour. So biology 1003 is a 1,000 level course. It's the most introductory level, and the 3 at the end means it counts for 3 credit hours towards your degree. And so that kind of helps you plan. The credit hours is also typically how many hours you are in the classroom for it. So if 1003 is probably going to be taught either on Monday, Wednesday, Friday for 1 hour at a time, or Tuesday, Thursday for an hour and a half at a time, something like that, right? And you are expected to start, studying at least as long as you are in class. You should be reading at home. Most people don't do that shit. It depends on how struggling you are with the material. So totally up to you. Totally up to you. Just go at your own pace, right? And so community college is great because it is affordable, and you're going to take the same goddamn 1,000 and 2,000 level courses as you would anywhere else. If you go to fucking Harvard and take Comp 1, you are going to learn the same shit as if you go to your community college and take Comp 1. You're going to learn how to critically analyze material. You're going to learn how to write different types of essays. You're going to learn how to read properly, right? Because most people don't fucking know. They don't know how to critically read something. They don't know how to write in different tones, right? That's what you're there for. So start at a community college. You're going to take these same classes anyway. Pick a biology major or bio-related major and start digging in. Start digging into these courses. Then find yourself a 4-year university if you want to continue with it. Or you're going to start taking 3,000 and 4,000 level courses. This may not be standard everywhere. I'm pretty sure something like this is. But like in my undergraduate education, undergrad means associate's and bachelor's degree. Graduate means master's and doctorate degree. In my undergrad education, for where I went for my bachelor's was Northeastern State University, and they had it where if you already had an associate's degree, they would just wipe. You don't have to do any gen eds anymore. Gen eds or general education is things like intro to American, history, intro to American politics, basic composition, basic chemistry, shit like that. Just the general, everybody should know this shit, right? They wipe those requirements. So my first degree was an associate's degree in education. Then I went with a focus on science. Then I went and got my bachelor's in integrative biology And while I was doing that, I was taking extra courses and sending my transcript back to the community college and getting more associate's degrees along the way. I have 3 associate's degrees. One's in education, one's in general biology, one's in liberal arts and biology, because I was taking extra credit hours at the 4-year university and just emailing my transcript over saying, hey, I qualify for this now, right? And they were like, I guess so. We'll mail you the diploma. It's cool. And then after I got the bachelor's, then went on for master's and then another master's, and now I'm doing a PhD. And so like you kind of just keep growing with that. And as you go, you keep specializing. You keep asking bigger and bigger questions and finding big areas of intrigue where you don't understand something. And then you find out that nobody understands that shit. And so you're going to be the one to figure it out. Right. And so that's how I would get started. Just go find the lowest level community college classes and start with the weirdest shit you can. And then work your way backwards and fill in the blanks. And you're going to get more and more excited as you go. And then you can continue growing from there and continue becoming a better and better academic, better scientist, better student. That's what you should do.
And if you don't mind me adding to that, if you're concerned about your parents not wanting you to go to secular education, I think getting them to agree to community college, you could probably work out because you're just frame it like, hey, I'm just going here to do my prereqs and then I'll transfer to a 4-year school. Typically, they don't even know what prereqs are. They're probably going to assume that prereqs are the same everywhere. You got to take math, you got to take English, you got to do some prereqs. Do it cheaply. Do it. That's what, in fact, I did my first 2 years at a community college, and then I transferred. So you'll save a ton of money, and you're going to be taking prereqs that are going to be same everywhere you go. And then you can probably pretty easily convince them to let you transfer to like a really good Catholic institution. And now here's the fun thing. When it comes to like biology and science, Catholics are doing real stuff. You go to Notre Dame to take biology, you're not learning Ken Ham biology, you're learning real biology. You go to like Loyola or St. Leo or DePaul, these are really serious academic institutions. They also happen to be Catholic institutions, and you might be able to get some agreement from your parents, even if they're not technically Christian. They're at least Catholic, which gets you one step closer to, hey, at least it's not secular.
Yeah.
Yeah. Also, it's really important as you're doing this. Hold on a second. My brain just dropped that thought. We were talking about all universities and what they do. Oh, Pell Grants. That's what it was. We were talking about saving money. Girl, fill out FAFSA. Do it. Get your shit, because like the thing is that Pell Grant is free money. It's not a loan. You don't have to pay it back, and you have a ton of it that's allocated to you. And so you fill out the FAFSA form, go to FAFSA.gov or whatever the fuck it is now, and you make an account and you fill out this form. You have to put in your parent. If you're old enough, you shouldn't have to put in your parents' information or anything like that anymore. But like, you may have to. I don't know. And you put all this shit and you say, hey, I want financial aid. Do not accept loans at that level. Just take the Pell Grant, because the Pell Grant, you don't have to pay back. You don't pay back grants. You don't pay back scholarships. You pay back loans. So get the Pell Grant. And the cool thing about it is if you're at a community college, there is a very good chance the Pell Grant that they award you is way the fuck more than you need to pay for your books and materials and classes and everything like your tuition. When I was at TCC, I get Pell Grant every semester. I would have an extra couple $1,000 to live off of on that semester too. I was getting paid to go to college. So my classes were covered, my materials were covered, and I had like $1,500 that I could put towards food that year, rent or whatever like that every semester. Do that shit. When you get up to a 4-year university, it's going to be less effective. When you get into grad school, just fuck you. But like but at the beginning at least, it's really fucking helpful to have that cushion, and you were actually making money going to college a little bit.
Yeah. Is it another question about that? Is it going to be harder since I was homeschooled to do any of that or get into colleges?
Do you have a GED or a diploma?
I have a diploma.
Shouldn't be a problem.
Yeah, just start at community college. If they ask you for SATs or ACTs and you don't have them, they'll let you do an entrance exam, like a placement exam, that's similar to like an ACT, and then they'll tell you, here are the courses you need to take to catch up. Like if you're behind on math, they'll tell you, look, based on the
Yeah.
entrance exam, you need to take a couple extra courses. But like if you start at a community college, they're not going to reject you. They're gonna do whatever they can to help you catch up.
Yeah, I
Okay.
just so you know, I took remedial math almost as long as it took me to get my first fucking degree. I failed algebra 1 in 6th grade, kept failing it all through school. They finally just kind of passed me along in high school and were like, fuck it. And then I went to college and I took the entrance exam, like you was talking about, just not even entrance, the placement exam. And they were like, hey, you are going to go take it's not even a 1000 level course, it's a 0 level course. And it's literally, we're going to start with what numbers are. And that's where you're going to start. And I took that class probably, no joke, 10 times. And finally, I was at Tulsa Community College, and I was in an Algebra 1 class, and it was the same goddamn y plus m equals mx plus b again. And I was just so frustrated. And I talked to my professor, and I was like, hey, I want to be a scientist so fucking bad. I don't get math. You keep telling me these fucking formulas, and I don't think in formulas. I think in processes, and this doesn't make any sense. I don't know what this formula means, why I'm using it or anything. And she was like, oh, dope. She had a PhD in math, and she just sat there with me for 2 hours and wrote out the derivations, where every one of those formulas come from and what those numbers are doing. And suddenly I got it, because math was a language and a process now, and not just a boop, boop, boop computer. And bam, I breezed through that, went all the way up through college algebra and pre-calculus without using a calculator, got into trigonometry and calculus and statistics and shit, and took more math than I needed to for my programs, because now it was fun and it was interesting. So like, if you were homeschooled, there are probably going to be some deficits in your education that you're going to notice when you get that entrance exam back. Don't be afraid of that. You can be frustrated, you can be annoyed, you can be pissed off, you can be all those things. Don't be discouraged. You are there to learn, and everybody is at a different level. Everybody starts somewhere else. And the great thing about community college is that they are built for working professionals. Community college are supposed to represent the surrounding community. That's why they're fucking called community college. And they expect the people there to be single moms with 3 jobs just trying to get a degree. And so they are very rewarding. They are very accommodating. They have great accessibility tools. They are there to help. And if you are wherever you're at in your education when you start, guarantee they are going to give you the resources to get ahead. It might take you 30 tries, but you're going to fucking do it as long as you stick with it.
Okay, thank you. I'll definitely have to look into stuff you mentioned.
Well, best of luck on your journey, Rebecca. We're here. We're rooting for you. We're in your corner. If you need anything, you know where to find us.
Most definitely.
Thank you. Can I ask one more question for Justin?
Sure.
So what would be like your best like disproofs for the Bible and like that God?
Well, I think it depends on. I do believe it depends on if you're talking about the Bible as a whole or talking about Christianity. I think for me, the best disproof of.
I guess like for me, because I grew up like very like I guess fundamentalist and like the infallibility of the Bible kind of, especially like my mom's parents. My grandpa kind of did like home church every Sunday for a while, and he was like super like the whole Bible is completely true and infallible and all that. So I guess that's kind of like the perspective of like that type of Christianity.
So I think there are two pieces you might want to look at. First is, does the Bible say things that are untrue? Oh yeah, for sure. So like you can even start at the beginning of Mark. Mark chapter 1 has a composite quote from Isaiah and Zechariah. and he credits the whole thing to Isaiah. He totally screws the pooch and doesn't realize that part of the quote actually came from Zechariah. We find something similar in Matthew 27. In Matthew 27, when we hear about the 30 gold pieces or 30 pieces of silver, it says that the money was thrown back because of the prophecy from Jeremiah. There's no prophecy in Jeremiah, and the quotation that gets brought up in Matthew 27 doesn't come from Jeremiah. It comes from Zechariah, and it's not even a messianic prophecy about anyone being betrayed. So, like, there's really simple, dumb mistakes in the Bible where they're just like misquoting the wrong person, and those are pretty easy to find. I think there are like other problems in terms of its accuracy where you can find direct contradictions, like First Chronicles. And again, DM me after the show. I'm going to send you a document with a bunch of stuff. Like, for example, in First Chronicles 21 and 2 Samuel 24, we see the story of David being punished for taking the census. And when the story's told, there's 3 different punishments he has to pick from. Well, the 3 different punishments aren't identical in the 2 different stories. One of them's off. One of them says 3 years of famine. The other says 7 years of famine. It's just a straight contradiction.
Yeah.
The
explanation
and then
I
there's
got for
other
that when I was little was always the explanation I got for that when I was little was always that it was 2 different times of it happening or something like that. I don't really.
Yeah, and then you would
Like-
have to answer a lot of questions, which is because in that same chapter in both Chronicles and Samuel, after the event, David buys the threshing floor. So are you trying to say that David bought the threshing floor twice? Why would he do that, right? So like to say that it happened twice to me is like an absurd thing, especially when everything is word for word in the 3 punishment, not word for word, but everything in the 3 punishments match. It's clearly telling the same story from beginning to end. It's just that there happens to be one detail that's just not the same. And I think to say that it happened twice certainly would be a common refrain. We hear that a lot with contradictions. Well, it's not a contradiction because it happened twice. But if you just read both
that's what I got
chapters
a
from
lot.
beginning to end, it's silly.
Yeah.
But I think there are other contradictions that I would say are like you can't wish them away, right? So my favorite is showing in Deuteronomy and in the rest of the Old Testament, like in Leviticus 16, all of these laws that God is giving, he says these are perpetual statutes. You will do these laws forever. And Jesus, Matthew chapter 5 says the law is in effect until heaven and earth pass away. And then Paul comes along and is like, nope, temporary. Not even, you don't even have to abide by these laws anymore.
That was actually the thing that like kind of started me on deconstruction after like, Trump and all of that. Because I started seeing a lot of like the Torah observant Christians coming up, and like listening to them talk about it, I was like, okay, yeah, that doesn't make sense. But also what you guys are saying doesn't, like the Torah observant doesn't exactly make sense either, because then like what's the point of Jesus anyway? But like, yeah, it didn't really make sense to me that like what Paul was saying seemed to completely contradict what Jesus in the Old Testament said. And I had heard like plenty of like not really satisfactory explanations when I was little, and so it was kind of like I was already ready to question that, but I just kind of hadn't started yet.
Right. Yeah, and so I mean the contradictions are one thing, but you know what? There's no contradiction that somebody can't lie to themselves about and find a way around it. So for example, I recently walked somebody through Acts chapter 22 and Acts chapter 9, where we get the retelling of Paul's Damascus Road conversion. And there's a straight contradiction with what happened with the men that were with Paul. It says the men were with Paul. They didn't see the light, but they heard the voice. In the other story, it says they heard the voice, or they didn't hear the voice, but they saw the light, right? It's just a straight contradiction. Somebody got something wrong. But there's no end to how many excuses Christians can make. Well, these words don't mean actually what they mean. It's a metaphor. Seeing the light actually meant like coming to the realization. Like there's nothing, like when someone's convinced that they're going to make a contradiction go away, there's nothing you can tell them that would convince them. I think the most powerful evidence for why Christianity fails, which is why it's the topic that I talk about endlessly until people get tired of me here talking about it, is the messianic prophecies of Jesus. Like if all you did was go to the prophecies that are listed in the book of Matthew, don't even worry about the other three gospels. Just go to the ones that are listed in Matthew. Go back and read them in the context of the Old Testament. There's not a single one of them that Jesus fulfills. Like one of the most popular, the virgin birth from Isaiah chapter 7, that is not about a Messiah. There's no Messiah there. And there's not even a virgin birth. It's a young woman who's pregnant during the reign of King Ahaz. And so you have to literally jump through hoops to justify why Matthew would be using the Old Testament in this particular way. And the reality is what Matthew was doing was what a lot of people were doing at the time period. They're saying, we already have the conclusion that Jesus is our Messiah. We must go back into the Old Testament and just find whatever we can find that we can reinterpret it that has a vague familiarity with what we believe. And the Christians weren't the only ones doing it. You can find the same stuff in the Talmud. You can find the same stuff in the Dead Sea Scrolls. In fact, if you read the Habakkuk Pesher and there's another popular Pesher from the Dead Sea Scrolls, they literally go into the Old Testament prophets and they just say, well, this actually means this now. This actually means that. These words don't mean what they actually intended to mean. They mean something else. Babylon is no longer Babylon. It's the Katim. So essentially what they're doing is they're just saying the prophecies must exist somewhere. We're going to manufacture them.
Yeah.
And they do. They go into the Old Testament and they manufacture prophecies.
Yeah, that happened to me because when I first started questioning, one thing I started to do to try to see, like, okay, what are some of the other perspectives on these supposed prophecies was I started listening to, like, rabbis on YouTube to see, like, how, like, Jewish people interpreted the prophecies, like, in their own book. And, you know, then I started, like, I was messaging, like, emailing my grandma, and she was like, oh, there's so many prophecies that Jesus fulfilled, and she sent me this big list. And I was, like, reading through them and, like, reading through the context of them because I'd always been taught my whole life, you know, you have to read the Bible in context. And so I was, like, reading down this list, and I realized these have nothing to do with Jesus. Half of them aren't even prophecies. Like, they're just verses pulled out of nowhere that might sound kind of like Jesus, and they don't mean what my grandma was trying to make them mean. And it was really, like, a big realization for me. Like, I've been told my whole life, you have to read the context. You know, you can't just pull a verse out of nowhere to prove a point. And then it's like, well, that's exactly what you're doing with trying to make prophecies about Jesus.
Yep. I had a New Testament professor once that literally said, we were talking about having an exegesis paper that we had to write. And he kind of made an offhand joke, but he said, make sure your exegesis is better than the gospel authors or you're going to get an F. And the reality is what the gospel authors weren't doing was exegesis. That what they were doing eisegesis. They were reinterpreting text. And I pulled up the Pesher on this should be the Pesher on Habakkuk. Let me double check. Yeah, this is the Habakkuk Pesher from the Dead Sea Scrolls. And here's a line from Habakkuk chapter 1. The line is, for I'm about to raise up the Chaldeans, that brutal and reckless people. Well, the Chaldeans are the Babylonians, right? But here's the interpretation, right, from the Pesher. It says, this refers to the Katim, who are swift and mighty in war, annihilating many people. Well, the Katim is a reference to the Greeks. Okay, so they're just saying, listen, this text is about the Babylonians, but actually, since the prophecies can't fail and they have to talk about our time period somehow, we're just going to say that we're just going to reinterpret it. These words don't mean what words mean anymore. And the same thing they were doing in Qumran is what they're doing in the New Testament. They're going into the Old Testament and just they're saying these words don't mean what they mean. They mean something new now.
Yeah. Yeah, that was one of the things I really realized. And then I was watching, like, Apologia's channel on YouTube, and he explained, like, how a lot of even prophecies, like in Daniel and stuff, have been, like, reinterpreted or don't actually. Like, I didn't realize that Daniel was written as late as it is, because I'd heard so many different explanations for that, too. And
Mhm.
And
Yeah.
realizing that they don't really make
Daniel's one book that utterly annihilates Christianity. Nothing in the book of Daniel points towards Jesus, not a single thing. And it's clear that Jesus thought himself as the fulfillment of Daniel chapter 7. And if if Jesus wasn't the fulfillment of Daniel chapter 7, that means Jesus is just a buffoon. And he's not. He's not the
Yeah.
fulfillment of Daniel 7. Daniel 7 is clearly about Archangel Michael.
Yeah, it's been like a really hard thing to like realize all this stuff because, you know, it's been a really important part of my life for so long, but you know, I've always wanted to like know the truth about stuff and not just accept stuff because I've always been taught
Right.
it, and you know, that's caused a lot of trouble between me and my dad, especially. Me and my dad have never really had gotten along in that respect, but yeah. And as far as like some of the prophecies that people try to say come true, like I think it's in Ezekiel about like Alexander the Great conquering Tyre or whatever.
That's Nebuchadnezzar,
Uh,
yeah, from Ezekiel.
Yeah, that's one of the ones that people act like is like one of the strongest proofs for biblical prophecy, and
Except it didn't happen. Yeah, so in chapter 26, there's a proclamation against Tyre that God's going to utterly destroy Tyre. It'll never be inhabited again. It's going to be completely wiped out, right? And then all you got to do is fast forward a couple chapters later, and you discover that it actually didn't get wiped out, and he has to give you an excuse, right? So if you go to chapter 29, he gives you the excuse like halfway through the chapter, or maybe closer to the end of the chapter. It says, yeah, in the 27th year, in the first month, Ezekiel 29. It says, the mortal king Nebuchadnezzar of Babylon made his army labor against Tyre. Every head was made bald and every shoulder was rubbed bare, yet neither he nor his army got anything from Tyre to pay for the labor that he had expended against it. Therefore says the Lord God, I will give the land of Egypt to King Nebuchadnezzar of Babylon, and he will carry off its wealth. So in the 3 chapters later, he's recognizing that the prophecy didn't come true. And he's like, okay, well, God changed his mind. Since you didn't get what you wanted from Tyre, I'll give it to you from Egypt.
Yeah. I guess I never realized that before. Probably the prophecy books were the books that we read the least when I was little. So
that was true of my Christian. That when I was a Christian, nobody read the prophets. People hardly read the Old Testament. That's why when I was in Bible college and seminary, I decided to specialize in the Old Testament because nobody was doing it. And I always thought to myself, if the New Testament is true, we have to start with, well, what about the Old Testament? Is the Old Testament true? Because if the Old Testament is true, who gives a shit what's in the New Testament, right? And so it turned out by studying the Old Testament, I pretty quickly studied myself out of Christianity.
Yeah. I guess, I've always just been encouraged, like, whenever I started questioning, like, oh, go read Romans again. And it's like, well, you know, if I can't read the whole book and have it make sense, then, you know, just reading this one little part that might be encouraging to me, you know, I don't just want to be reinforcing my belief because part of it sounds nice, you know.
Right. Yeah.
Well, thank you guys.
I'm glad to help,
wanna
Rebecca.
take
If
up
you
all
need
the
anything,
time.
do reach out.
Yeah.
This has been an awesome call. Like we covered so much. Holy crap! It's hard to know where to begin.
Yeah.
Yeah, but do reach out if you need anything in the future. Okay.
And we raise so much money. We raise hundreds of thousands of dollars for recovering from religion. So use them as a resource too. If you want to talk to somebody who has been where you are at and you want to help with that, like please use the resources that we support because we support them for a reason.
Yeah, thank you. I've yeah, I've been really wanting to find some other resources because, yeah, I kind of feel isolated a lot of the time and don't get a lot of recommendations for anything except more Christian stuff. So,
Right. Yeah, we're in a
thank you guys.
minority, but there are people that can help support you. Have a great night, Rebecca.
Thank you. Yeah, you too.
Take care,
Cheers.
Rebecca. Bye.
So between pizza slices, we have to read some super chats. It sounds like.
Oh, it's okay. That pizza isn't anymore. So we got plenty of room.
The pizza suffered the fate Tyra was supposed to. Okay.
Yeah, dude. We can start right from the top here with $4.99 from Hannah Hodgkins. Been waiting for this duo. Red hot Fraggle Dicks. Monad Man, Zerba fan, Mushroom Plant, Shock'em, Free Palestine, PS, love the line all the time. Ghost and or condom. Hell yeah. Thank you so much, Hannah, for your very kind super chat.
And 5 from Zurith Moonpaw says, why does soup/stew make you feel so good when you're sicky? Slurp Zerba would beat Momad in a fight. And I don't know why it makes you feel good when you're sick, but I do know this. It works. I'm just going to keep doing it.
Yeah, it's so you're not losing as much nutrients when you're cooking something and all the meat and the drippings and everything. It's all in the soup. I mean, you're keeping all those nutrients around. Also, hot liquid in your tummy helps with digestion, so you're going to be processing that a little bit better. And also, the way that my family always said is it fills in all the cracks. You know, you eat a bunch of food, whatever like that, and you drink some soup. It fills in all the cracks. It just really warms up your whole gumpus. And it's also easier to absorb through your small intestine. All that stuff's already in liquid form, right? So you have some chunks in there, but like most of that nutrients is just in broth. And so it's really easy to absorb. Just a great way to get nutrients all up into you. Also, I can't stress enough, the person in chat who just had to get fucking timed out for a day because you've been muted for any time. You have had hours to call in and talk about atheism. You've had hours. Like, show up next time. I don't know. Maybe you're just if you're either a bitch or you're just not very punctual. Either way, it's not my problem. 729-620-88. What the fuck is it? Hold on a sec. I've lost the. Call the show. 720-619-2288. That sounds right. That flows. $5 from Candy.
They won't call. They're a chairborne warrior.
No, that's all right. A tweet. What was it that Jovan? I was on Jovan's stream earlier today, and he was saying they're chirping. They're just chirping in the chat, but they never call in. $5 from Candy. The Monad, Black, allele, taking rips for the Monad. Oh, it's this person. Yeah, this person years ago was saying that every time I say the word allele, they have to take a hit. So just hell yeah. Slunk and fat doinks in biology class. That's what it's all about.
$5 from Nullifidian Network says, what if I have a structured settlement, but I need cash now? I
feel like we have a plan
for that.
The prophecy has spoken. $5 from Ash Glitch. Hey, Forrest, what selection pressures do you think will influence human evolution going forward? With modern technology, we seem to be at a standstill. We certainly are not. So selection pressure is always there. We just change it, right? We just change what it is. For example, we're seeing people getting taller as we have access to more stable nutrition over the course of our entire lives. We're seeing our heads getting bigger as we are increasing with cesarean sections and other forms of medical science. You no longer have to fit a watermelon-sized baby out of a quarter-sized cervix. But it also really depends on like what we're around and how often we're reproductively isolated. And not in the way that guy was talking about. I mean, just like we're not reproducing with other populations. So like, for example, the Bajau people in Southeast Asia, there we can see a clear trend in human evolution. They have spleens that are like 50% bigger than other human spleens because their whole fucking life they're diving and foraging for food off of the ocean floor. One thing that your spleen does is it's like a little built-in scuba tank storing extra red blood cells. So that way, and if you're in a sudden low oxygen environment, you have a few extra seconds before you pass out. These dudes doing this all the time, we now see trend in evolution there, where they're getting larger and larger spleens. So like things like that, where we if we were to be isolated with a particular consistent selection pressure for all of us, that would be one thing. As of right now, it's really hard to make predictive patterns, but we can see trends like height, head size, things like that.
And 5 from Herbie Sean says, Justin, I've just about watched all your videos now. That's impressive. I have a bunch. Absolutely love your shows. So pleased you'll be here more too. Rock hard for Doug. Well, thank you, Herbie. I really appreciate that.
That's what that means. Okay.
rock hard for Doug.
All right. Is it
You
rock
be
hard
for Doug,
or is it rock hard?
No. Rock hard. Doug is a rock. He is the rock of salvation, and he is the grounding for all grounding, being that he is ground.
Makes sense. I'm more concerned about the term rock hard. Is he a rock and roll fan, or do I just need to be bricked up over this fucking rock right now? Like, what's...
No, you got to be bricked. Don't be flaccid for Doug. Doug wants you to be rock hard for him.
I just want to make sure I'm on the... And that makes more sense. I didn't... I just guessed at what RHFD stood for earlier on, so it's whatever. Fucking $4.99 from Hannah Hodgins. Rock hard for Doug, everyone. Monad and Doug will smite all y'all if you reject this pantheon. Kidding. Doug and Monad actually care about humans, unlike Yahweh. I love how every fucking atheist debater and commentator and everything has their own Russell's teapot. You know what I mean? I've got Rolled in the Closet Goblin. You've got Doug. I've got fucking right back here. Somebody a long time ago sent this to my P.O. box. They knitted a fucking Roll in the Closet Goblin and sent it to me.
That's
and
amazing.
Everyone's got one of these fucking things, and there are legitimate comment wars over them, and I see now how these things spread.
Well, they're really good illustrations for why presuppositional apologetics is stupid. Because if I could presup my rock into being God, then it's a useless argument.
Right.
But we have $4.99 from Ash. Says Tolson here. Forrest, any recommendations on local places I can find like-minded people? I don't miss church, but I do miss community.
We have some great colleges and universities here in Tulsa. That's where I met my friends. I mean, I've got a couple of friends from high school, but they are few. I've got I think I talked to two people from high school still that have been friends long term, and I see them rarely just because we get separated. But my friends from Northeastern State University, my friends from Tulsa Community College, my friends from Oklahoma State University, my friends from Tulsa University, those are people we have very like-minded. Beyond that, I would recommend Tulsa actually has a lot of little happenings, little things going on that are special interest. There's a lot of cool cultural festivals around here. There's a lot of cool food festivals around here. There's a lot of cool little events. The STEM, I don't know if the STEM cell, I think was the place we had this little science shop. Used to do these drink and thinks where they would go to a brew place and you'd drink beer and listen to some lecture. I gave one of those lectures a long time ago, talking about just the nature of science, and everyone was just getting hammered just listening to that. So there's lots of little events around Tulsa. I don't attend any of them because I just sit here. I just wake up here and I just do these shows, and then I write papers, and then I go to school, and then I just do I don't know. So you won't see me around, but there are lots of little local events, and I bet you could find some. Oh, this is me. $4.90. Fucking goddamn. $9.99 from Texas Panhandler. The only issue with facts-based argument with Christians is that they're primed to dismiss evidence and facts when it contradicts their feelings. Worth the effort, but it gets tiring debating. Nuh-uh. It's not just Christians, y'all. It's not even just religious people. That is
Yeah,
just the
and
nature of cognitive dissonance.
Texas Panhandler's been around too. He's seen it a lot. We've got 10,000, whatever monetary value that is, from Jeffy Peanut Butter. Says, thanks for everything you guys do. Forrest, thanks for the Smex and Sensibility video. My students have learned a lot from it. Justin, I got questions about the Bible for later. Praise Doug. Well, listen, hit me up. We can do questions.
Yeah. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. The fucking the conspiracy theorists and transphobes in my comment section absolutely hate how many actual academics and professors and doctors and shit you not only signed off on that video before I posted it, but still utilize it as a resource. That's actually one of the reasons why I remade that video. I didn't like it for a long time, and I was grumpy about it for a long time. The thing that gave me a kick in the ass to actually get off my butt and do it was I was at a convention and a medical doctor came in and said, hey, I show that video to so many patients and their parents because he works with kids. I don't think he was a pediatrician, but he's like a family doctor. And he was like, so many patients and so many of their parents think that being gay is a choice, think that being trans is a choice, and don't understand. I show them your video and I'm like, fuck, I got to make this thing better. And you can see I've got plenty of PhDs and MDs signing off on that video. More than half of the reviewers on that video are university professors. And I get comments like that all the time from other people at universities using it to teach students. So be sure to let the folks who in my comment section who tell you that I'm not a real biologist because I never earned any degrees. I did earn degrees, which means I should know better. I don't read my sources, and I do read my sources, but I misrepresent them. And my sources disagree with me, or some of my sources disagree with me, which means that I'm spreading lies. But also, if I didn't include those sources, that would mean that I'm not entertaining opposite arguments and I'm just spreading propaganda. And also, I'm secretly liberal, and also I'm secretly a Democrat, and also I'm secretly trying to turn everybody trans. What were the other ones?
Turn
God,
the
they're
frogs
so
gay, obviously.
yes.
The FBI is looking for you.
Yes. No experts in my field agree with me, and I'm just making this up. And also, all of those experts on my review team are all corrupt, and so are the universities that they teach at, and so are the textbooks that I recite the quotes from and use the thing. And that also biology is very simple and very serious, and I'm using it wrong. But also psychology and anthropology and sociology and shit are not real sciences. And also that I'm secretly sexist, and also that I'm secretly working for Big Pharma, and also that I'm secretly funded by USAID. That was what I got recently. And most importantly, that Forrest Valkai isn't even my real name because I'm a con artist running from the FBI. Of course, that one. These are all real comments that I get all the time. So be sure to let those folks know how much that video helps you in your class. $9.99 from Adam Brown. T-minus 2 days until I'm headed to Dragon Con. And we'll hopefully get to link up with Forrest at one of his panels. We'll be intoxicated. Rock hard for Doug and ready to learn. Keep cooking, homies. Hell yeah. I actually just got my schedule for Dragon Con. And when I say just got, I mean they sent it to me a week ago, but I haven't fucking been able to get around to properly reviewing everything. And I will be, let's see here. I've got the thing here. I'll tell you about it. There we go. I'm doing a panel called We Have Dire Wolves at Home, Dire Wolves, Dodos, and De-Extinction. I'm doing another one. I'm giving my speech, Life Lessons from the Lab. That's the one that I was touring with for the last year. I'm doing a panel called Life Forms for Life in Space, Probably. Solve for X, Nerd Night. Academics and Skepticism. And Milk. Hate that. those are the ones that I'll be on. So hit me up at any of those panels. They're in the science and the skepticism tracks.
We've got a $10 additional super chat from our friend Herbie Shine. Says, Forrest, you were so kind, caring, decent human with calls and callers on After Dark yesterday. I found it lovely to watch. It helps my depressed old brain to see such compassion and kindness.
That's really sweet of you. Thank you very much. $4.99 from Oh, I am so done with super chats. So we're gonna take another call. Let's talk to Chauncey, he, him, calling in from monstrous nematodes. What? Let's talk about quantum substrates, and I'm gonna kill myself. Chauncey, you're on the line with Forrest and Justin. How you doing today?
Oh my goodness. And 5 from Fuzzy Logic says, speaking of DNA chirality, how worried are you that a scientist might make mirror life? If released, it would outcompete everything and we can't eat it.
I don't know if it's true that we can't eat it. Maybe true that we
I
can't
think we can
digest
eat
it
just about
properly.
everything. Yeah.
Let me tell you, like, what we can fucking eat, y'all. Yeah, I'm not terribly worried about mirror life, but I'm also not a biochemist in that way. I am currently a PhD student in biochemistry, but that's not really what I think about or what I do. So, like, yeah, I'm not terribly concerned at this moment because I don't know what the implications are for that. But let me tell you, I've got a lot of colleagues that are way fucking smarter than I'll ever be that'll tell me all about how scared I should be. It sounds neat. I don't know about outcompeting everything though, because niche like selection pressure and niche management and shit, that's still going to be the same whether you're fucking right-handed or left-handed, whatever your chirality is. That's still going to be the same. $5 from A. Krenich. How do the proteins form in space? And just want to say hi to Justin and welcome to the line. New fan, you have lots of cool knowledge. Proteins don't form in space, amino acids do. And we've actually seen, like, there's some really cool experiments that show that this just kind of happens under natural processes. I don't know any of them off the top of my head because I don't do that shit. But there's a really famous experiment called Urey-Miller experiment. It's kind of like the landmark one in all of this, where these 2 American biochemists, Harold Urey and Stanley Miller, took a boiling flask and they filled it full of all of the ingredients for life. You got some water in there, you got some carbon dioxide in there, you got some ammonia in there, you got all these different things that we would expect to see on any fledgling planet. And they put a fire underneath it. That's the fire. And this stuff evaporated up into another flask, upon which they had some electrodes here going zapping it like electricity over and over, and that was to simulate weather patterns. And then they had a little condensation coil coming down like this, and so this stuff would evaporate, get zapped, condense, evaporate, zap, condense, and go around and around like this for a long time. And after a little while, the water that was clear at the beginning was like murky and brown because it was full of fucking amino acids. And this one experiment was back in the 50s. And it's been heavily criticized by all sorts of people. And they're like, oh, no, they didn't. We learned now that early planets actually have these things. We have to put these things in the flask. And guess what it does? Forms fucking amino acids. And then they're like, well, no, because they didn't account for these variables. We have to account for these variables. And they do the experiment again with those variables. And guess what it does? Makes fucking amino acids. And then they go back and they actually still have, if I remember correctly, those original flasks that that Urey and Miller used, I believe, are still around, like on a display, and they scrape those flasks and they find different amino acids that they didn't even know were there before. And so so these things, I don't know exactly the reaction mechanism that forms them. That's just not my area of expertise. I'm sorry. I only had to do OChem 1 in undergrad, but like, we know that there are definitely abiotic processes to do it because we can do it in a lab, and we find them in nature all around the earth, and we find them in space all the damn time.
And we've got 100 MX from Rod Below Alrez says, I need a new show with physics, philosophy, theology, and biology. Let's call it the 4 Horsemen of the Deconstruction, featuring Blitz, Ian, Justin, and Forrest. Yes. Unapologetic 2.0, let's go. So this is a bit of an inside reference. I do a show on Sunday mornings with Blitz, Ian, and myself called Unapologetic. We don't have a biology person on the show. We have physics, philosophy, and I'm the Bible guy. But we would definitely have a biology guy, a 4th guy on the show any day. So maybe we can work that in.
If you don't have my phone number, make sure you get it by the end of the show. We'll make a thing happen. Yeah. If you want a really good biologist, you should get Erica because she's 10 times smarter than I'll ever be. But like, I'll do my best.
She's special.
It's ridiculous. $5 from Zachary Henrik. How can I figure out how many Catholics there have ever been? I'm trying to calculate how many Jesus's worth of Eucharist have been eaten to prove a point. Isn't that a thing also, like a bunch of churches, like the Orthodox churches have, like they say they have a piece of his foreskin as well? Or is that just one place that has it? I thought it was a bunch.
Yeah, the Holy Prepuce. So
yeah.
There is it's similar to the Shroud of Turin. There are multiple foreskins of Jesus that people claim to have. And there's even a story about how it came to be, about how when Mary came time to give birth, Joseph was like, I'm not a midwife. And he ran out into the street to find anybody that could help. He found it like an old Hebrew woman, and she came in, and upon seeing the baby and touching the baby, was healed of some condition. And then she's like, "Oh, this is a special baby. I'm gonna care for it. I'm gonna be around to help raise it." And so she just attached herself to Joseph and Mary. And then, 8 days later, when the circumcision happened, she retrieved the foreskin because she thought Jesus was so special, and sent it to her son for preservation. And then he put it in a jar of oil of nard. And guess what? It according to legend, the nard that was poured out on Jesus during his supposed anointing ceremony, when the woman washed his feet with her hair and all the nonsense, according to legend, it was the foreskin nard that was poured out on Jesus. So Jesus had his own foreskin oil poured out upon him right before his death.
Nobody awful, first of all. Second of all, like I have also heard, if there are several people who claim to have this, how fucking tent-like was this guy's fucking foreskin? And then furthermore, like my big concern, I have also heard there was some great debate over whether or not it even exists, because there was apparently like some religious scholar or some sect that was saying that no, after he was resurrected, the foreskin would have also ascended to heaven with him. It would have been, brought back together. And like all sorts, like it's wild to me. Like I know you could say this about everybody. Darwin spent several years, studying barnacle dicks. So like, what, we all have our interests, I suppose. But at the end of the day, like, you've got a lot of people who are staking their concept of eternity on a baby's dick skin and what oil it was in and who it was poured on and whether or not it stick around, and just that's a lot. It's a lot.
If there's anything you need to know about Christianity, it's that they love foreskins so much.
They do.
It's all
they really do. My favorite part was in the Bible, right after the story of the burning bush. Moses talks to the burning bush, and then he goes home, and God's like, go do this thing. Go tell people what I said. And he's leaving, and nothing happens. He just leaves. And then God is like, fuck this guy. And he goes to kill. And it's like the Spirit of God flies to Moses to kill him. Yeah. And somebody, I think it's his wife, comes out of the tent and just does an emergency field circumcision. Just slices his foreskin off, throws it on the ground. And God's like, fuck, they got me. I'm done. I can't. I am defeated.
I can't do anything now.
Yes, and it's like, and it's wild. Like nothing. It's literally from one sentence to the next. Like, go talk to my people, and Moses is like, tits. Yeah, I'll be right back. I will go talk to your people. And he's like, you son of a bitch, I'll kill you. Here it is. It's fucking Exodus 4. 21, and the Lord said unto Moses, when thou goest to return to Egypt, blah, 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 say what I've done, and thou shalt say to Pharaoh, thus saith the Lord, and I say unto thee, let my son, blah, blah, blah. So that's verse 23. And I say unto thee, let my son go, that he serve me, and if thou refuse to let him go, behold, I will slay thy son, even thy firstborn. That is the end of the sentence. That is the last thing God says. The next verse, 24, and it came to pass, by the way, in the inn, that the Lord met him and sought to kill him. he just finished speaking. Go tell Pharaoh this. The next sentence is, and then he tried to murder him. And verse 25, then Zipporah, cool name, took a sharp stone, cut off the foreskin of her son, it was his mother, not his wife, and cast it at his feet, and said, surely a bloody husband thou art to me. What does that mean? Is it his mother or his wife? I don't know anymore. And so he let him go, and she said, a bloody husband thou art because of the circumcision. And that's the end of that story. What the fuck is this book, y'all?
Yeah, the bridegroom of blood passage has confused a lot of people, but most critics of the Bible or like critical scholars would suggest that this is an inserted explanation for a couple things. One is for the unification of the two people groups. If you believe in like the Midianite hypothesis, which is that Moses married into a Midianite family with a Midianite religion, and so this is like, for lack of better words, this is like the thing that ties the Hebrews and the Midianites together as agree in some sort of an agreement. But more than that, it's also, it's supposed to be seen as like in relation to the wedding, the marriage. So there's a lot of discussion on whether or not there's a wedding custom that's being referenced here, a Midianite wedding custom. There's some debate on that, but the bottom line is it's an insertion that's not part of the original narrative. It came about later. Somebody figured there's no better place to put this than here. Here it goes.
Yeah, it's so fucking bizarre. So fucking bizarre. Also, the person in chat, and that's why the front closing on a pair of pants is called a zipper, because of Zipporah and their amazing skills. $5 from the Atheist Mechanic. Free Palestine and fuck Donald Trump. You two are awesome hosts. Keep up the great work. Hell yeah. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Mechanic. And $10 from Steve Gear. It says Zerba is rock hard for Doug. Absolutely.
Why not? $5 from the Atheist Mechanic. Ears, your English is eons better than most of the southern states. Give yourself credit. Y'all don't know what y'all talking about.
So true. So true. And $9.99 from Zen Hana says, hello, Justin. Nice to follow you from stream to stream. Rock hard for Doug. Well, thank you, Zen. And I do some stream hopping nowadays. But hey, thanks for following me around. I appreciate that.
10 theoretical dollars from Ryan Arevalo with a sick-ass Pachycephalosaurus as the PFP. Love that guy. Hey, Forrest, I'm 22, and I decided that I want to go study paleontology in my future, but I feel as though I started very late. Am I cooked? Love your content, by the way. I dropped out of college 3 times, and I went back and got serious just before I turned 25. I was laying in bed with my wife. We were snuggling and just chilling there, and it was somewhere in the spring. Or no, it was somewhere. I was 24 and some change, and I was laying there in bed, just hanging out, smoking weed, watching TV, doing nothing. She was my girlfriend at the time, and she said something sweet about, "Oh my God, babe, you're about to turn 25. How crazy is that?" And I sat bolt upright in bed and said, "I was just like literally, I don't have a degree," and that was like just like that was the first. And I enrolled that afternoon. I went and applied and enrolled and started taking college seriously. And I am currently working on degree number 7. So no, you are not cooked. It is never too late. It is time for you to get started and take it seriously and have fun. It's never too late to get on there.
Agreed. It's not too late. You're never too old to learn. I'm just now looking at applying to PhD programs. I've been out for like 12 or 13 years, something, I don't know. And so you're fine. Just start. You'll never regret finishing your degree. $5 from Stomp says strongest argument for carbon dating, especially when someone says they believe this dating method is false because it is white man's science. Well, I don't know how you de-racify carbon dating, but I do know that like most of the people who don't like carbon dating are really willing to accept the carbon dating of Egyptian artifacts, the Dead Sea Scrolls, other artifacts that we have, like textual evidence, like we would do some of the early codices of the Bible, like Sinaiticus. They're more than willing to accept carbon dating for these things. It's just when the carbon dating is validating something they don't like, all of a sudden it's no longer trustworthy. But we've proven that it is trustworthy by comparing it to other dating methods that I'm sure Forrest can elaborate on.
Yeah, so that was going to be the first thing I brought up, is that like it's never, people pretend that carbon dating is the only fucking way that we know how old anything is ever. And that's the one thing. It's important to remember what you're talking about is radiometric dating. Okay, so radioisotopes, the different versions of individual atoms, they decay at different rates. And so we can look at a sample of something and tell roughly how old it is based on how much of this particular isotope has decayed. Carbon, in this case, carbon-14, is only used for biological material, and it only goes back about 50,000 years. Meanwhile, we also test a bunch of other stuff. We can use potassium, argon, uranium, and all these different, we have tons of different radiometric clocks that we're able to do this same kind of dating method with. And the key is we use several of them at the same time. And like Justin said, they overlap with each other. So it's not just this one single dating method told us it was 250 million years old. It's this one said it's around 250, and this one, totally different atom, said it's around 249. And so we're going to say 249.5 with error bars in these directions, right? And also, those are what we call absolute dating methods. There's also relative dating methods, like faunal dating, or like dendrochronology, or like, I guess these aren't, that one isn't, it doesn't matter. There's dating methods that compare to other things. Cultural dating, right? There's faunal dating is relative. Absolute ones would be things like dendrochronology, fission track dating, thermoluminescence, electron spin resonance. Like there's several different dating methods that we can use, and they all overlap with each other. And so it's not just like, we find this fossil in this rock layer and we say, okay, this fossil is 65 million years old because we know the rock is 65 million years old, and we know the rock is 65 million years old because the fossil is 65 million years old. We don't do that shit. We are testing several different things and layering these ideas on top of each other. The other thing that I would say that's really important, that's actually the strongest argument for me, because at the end of the day, if you say, here's all these dating methods, so the person's just going to say, okay, well, then they're all wrong. The strongest one for me is practicality. The entire fossil fuel industry runs off of radiometric dating. The way they know where to go dig for oil and shit is because they can date this rock in this area and say, okay, here is where we are going to find a large carboniferous deposit. We're going to dig here, we're going to find coal. We're going to dig here, we're going to find natural gas. We're going to dig here, we're going to find oil, right? If I remember correctly, there actually was a young earth creationist fossil fuel company that started up trying to use biblical methods, and they went bankrupt real fucking quick. So like, the fact of the matter is, not only does this work in industry, it also works for the rest of science. And as Justin said, like, there's lots and lots of ways this is used that I guarantee these people agree with. They just don't like it sometimes.
Yeah, I agree. And I would say one more thing. I think there's like an unsung hero of dating, which is corals. Corals are so fucking cool that reinforce the dating methods. You don't get to hear about them too much. I just recently learned about it. I'm like, how come no one told me? How did I never hear about this yet?
Just layers after layers after layers of coral skeleton. And it's like, all right, we know the deposition rate. We know how long it takes for this to form. So unless there was a situation where coral just grew like shit for fucking 100 years, like, this is what it is. It's same thing like with the molecular clocks. When we talk about molecular clocks in terms of evolution, like, we know like the general mutation rate of this kind of protein. So unless there was an extreme event where somehow this protein just evolved like fuck over the course of like one generation and just miraculously everybody was fine with that. We can now say, okay, this protein is this way in this species and this way in that species. We can now trace this mutation rate and say this is probably about this old. Now we should go back and check and do some other things, build some other models to see if that's actually true. $20 from frigid Canadian dollars. Oh, it's you. All right, pardon me. You go ahead.
So it's okay. I lost track. From Canis says, Justin, can you drop some linguistic lore on El Elyon, please? Ancient Mediterranean tribal god or Bible mythology only? Well, it's a little bit of both. So El is the highest deity in the Canaanite pantheon. That was both its name and the word for God. So just like in other religions or other territories of the world, you'll find that the name of their first or highest deity is also just a name for God. Just like the second in command, Baal, his name means master or lord because he was in charge of the pantheon. He rose to fame in the pantheon by essentially defeating the chaos monster, depending on how you read the Baal cycle. But El Elyon is interesting because it's basically, by the time the Hebrews come around, El is plausibly used both as the high god sometimes and also as a generic name for God, meaning just God. So when we get El Elyon, what we actually have is a combination of words that means God Most High, which certainly if you were a Canaanite or one of the early Israelites, you would have applied to the god El, the highest god in the Ugaritic texts. But we've got lots of verses in the Bible that attempt to conflate El Elyon with Yahweh. And that's because Yahwism came later than the traditional Israelite religion. Remember, Israelite religion was the northern part of Palestine with Israel, contends with El, God, right? So the long and short of it is when the Judeans and the Yahwistic cult took over, they had to conflate the two gods. So we find lots of Psalms and passages that conflate the two. You'll find something like Psalm 57:2 is a good place to look at. Psalm 78 verses 35 and 56 conflate the two different gods. You'll also find a kind of a combination of the two different deities in Exodus chapter 6, where it seems like there's a scribe going in trying to explain how it's true that Yahweh is El. Of course, in Exodus, it's El Shaddai, which is a whole nother conversation. But I've actually got a list of different texts that attempt to conflate Elyon with Yahweh. A good resource, a scholarly resource on this, you might want to look at Mark S. Smith. Mark Smith does a lot of work with the Ugaritic text, the Ugaritic pantheon. You might also want to look at the work of John Day. John Day has written pretty influential books on this particular topic. And you could even look at like shorter topics or shorter books like Canaanite myth and Hebrew epic. I could have the words mixed up in the title, by Frank Moore Cross, which is a collection of different essays on this. Hold on. I've got a copy here. It's Canaanite Myth and Hebrew Epic by Frank Moore Cross, Essays in the History of Religion of Israel. And they do a little bit of documentation on the connection between Yahweh and the Canaanite deity. So that's a good place to start. This is digestible. If you know like Canaanite mythology, you know a little bit of Hebrew already, I could probably recommend other books, but I'm not sure what your expertise level is. But those are places I would start. I would look at Frank Moore Cross and probably first John Day and Mark Smith.
There you go. $5 from SJL. If a soul is 21 grams and a quarter is about 5 grams, your soul is worth about $1. Hell yeah.
Fair enough. I'm going to start charging. And 666 from No Beyond Fires.
Where I come from, that's $60.
Where I come from, we count in dime bags. That's a whole different discussion.
Right.
Doug came to me. Anyway, sorry, we're going to get off We're going to get off the rails here. Doug came to me in my dreams last night. I'm concussed, but my faith is still rock hard. Obviously, that's going to happen when the rock hard Doug comes to you in your dreams. You might get a little concussed. Don't worry. It's expected.
By the way, oh no, it doesn't matter. $9.99 from Gates of Beryllium. That's not what that says. When Justin and Forrest team up, it's double trouble because their walls are painted the same shade of reddish. Hell yeah. It probably looks childish. I've got like this one color block wall that's like blood red, and the rest of the room is just kind of gray. But like I need like that energizing, like exciting color. You know what I mean?
Yep. We got 666 from Corey Springer. No message, but big W, Hail Nero.
Love the cats. Love those cats. There's some sleepy looking cats. 10 Monarchy bucks from Jessica Doo-Doo McButtface. Hell yeah. When I was a kid, I didn't believe in Santa, so I wrote 2 letters. One to give to my parents, and the other I posed to myself. I didn't get anything on the secret list. Debunked. Hashtag Monad is real. Hashtag Espeon sucks. Hell yes. It's a great experiment.
Well done.
Double blind study. Or single blind,
and $4.99 from our friend Hannah says, I enjoyed Ur's call. Orin was terrible. Hope the ankle gets a whooping by a scooter. Orin, do better.
You know what? I wish nothing for Orin except I wish for Orin exactly what he wishes for the innocent civilians of Palestine. That's what I want to have happen to Orin.
Indeed.
5 theoretical dollars from Reverend Nate. Recovering from dental surgery, saw him fading in and out of consciousness. Seems like a good show, though. Faya, why aren't the timestamps done yet? Faya Halo is, for those who don't know, is an awesome fan who just does our fucking timestamps like fuck. Like every single show. They're just watching, and they're in there doing it. It's crazy. And I don't understand how they do anything in their life because they're just watching our dumbasses all the time. But we appreciate you, Faya.
They are dedicated to the service and the cause.
I switch back and forth between Faya and Faya, and I switch back and forth between she, her, and they, them pronouns because I in both cases, I'm not sure. So correct me in the comments, and I probably won't notice. But we'll see what happens next time.
And we got $4.99 from Pepper Roberts, and a question said, Forrest, do you still have the video up on YouTube at the beginning of everything?
I think Pepper Roberts had several strokes while writing this super chat. I did have a YouTube video for a while called A Brief History of Everything, which there's this dude on TikTok. He was a larger creator, and he was saying stuff about like evolution doesn't make any sense. How is it that dogs gave birth to monkeys and just crazy shit? And I was like, hey, bro, reach out to me, and we can schedule a private. Yeah, it was that bad. It was that level of shit. And I was like, reach out to me. Let's talk. And I'm going to do a live stream on this day. I want you to tune in and ask me questions. And we're just going to go over everything. Because he was saying stuff about the Big Bang and about evolution and all stuff. And I was like, we're literally going to go from the beginning of the universe to now and just cover at an entry level everything we need. And it was like 3 hours or whatever. And I posted the VOD of that to YouTube, and it ended up being really popular. And I recently pulled it down a few months ago because I didn't expect it to grow that way, and it just wasn't good enough for me. If I'm going to have something like that, and I'm going to have it be up, and I'm going to have that many people watch it, I want it to have a certain level of quality, and it wasn't good enough for me. So I pulled it down. So no, I'm sorry that isn't there anymore, but it's not any shit that you won't hear me say on these shows. And I'll do it again later on. I'll make it better. $4.99 from Anna. Wonder which one of them. Thank you for taking my call tonight. Appreciate you both. Thank you for calling. It was a lot of fun.
Yeah, big W. And $4.99 from Godwin says, what's the polite way of reaching my pseudoscience friends? Sometimes they're either gullible or uneducated on a subject. You're the 2 best hosts to ask. Well, my answer is short, which is show them the evidence.
I would start by asking if they actually want to learn a thing. I have found great success with this, where someone's like, hey, here's you're vaccine's going to change the DNA, blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, hey, are you just here to say some shit, or are you actually asking me a question? Because if you actually want to talk to me, I am going to give you a real serious conversation, and I expect it to be a serious conversation. If you're just here to say some shit, cool, you've said some shit. We're good now, you know? And if they agree, like, no, I'm here to say it, like, I want to talk to you about it. Well, then as soon as they jump in with the thought-stopping bullshit, then I'm like, hey, you said you consented to this. You asked for this. You told me this is a serious conversation. We're going to behave seriously here. And this is how this actually, and it allows a lot more control over the conversation rather than spinning off on a 50 different tirades and tangents and like, well, how do you know anything about anything kind of shit? You can actually now dig into the serious conversation. I would start with that and then kind of go from there. And also point out that like pretty much all anti-science shit, anti-vax, flat earth, fucking young earth, creationism, transphobia, all of these anti-science positions, they all boil down to conspiracy theory. They all do. So how do you tell the difference? When you are telling me as a flat earther or as a transphobe or as an anti-vaxxer that all these major institutions of professional scientists, all these universities, professional organizations, all these, they're all corrupt and they're all working together and they're all secretly coordinated. And this is new science that wasn't around in this decade, in this era. And it's new and unreliable because these studies are all corrupted. And all. When you say these things, how are you different than the Bigfoot hunter? How are you different than the Illuminati guy? How are you different than the flat earther? Like, what's the difference here? Because if you don't see a difference, you have to know I don't either. And that should concern you.
We got $10 from Daniel Dewick. Says, for Christians, even if free will exists, it's entirely irrelevant because God, being all-knowing, knows with a 100% certainty if he will send you to eternal punishment or not before he makes you, which I couldn't agree more. If God is intimately involved, it says he knit you in your mother's womb. He's the one designing you, but he knows after he designs you, you're going to go to hell. That means he predestined you to go to hell, which means the theology is silly or he's the most evil deity ever conceived.
True story. Also, Jamie the Blind Lime is in chat. You consented to this. Now lie back and think of science. Go to bed. What the fuck is that, dude? Jesus Christ.
Love you, Jamie.
He's so cool. $10 from Daniel Duke. If your God knows with absolute certainty that he will send you to eternal punishment of unimaginable torture, and he makes you, if he makes you and he makes you anyway, you should not worship that monster. That's one of my favorite things to talk about when people talk about the triomni God, especially. It's like, okay, so you made this person to go to hell on purpose. And it's especially interesting when you have somebody who comes with that bullshit about like, God doesn't send you to hell, you send yourself to hell. Okay, that's silly. Fine. If I can videotape a football game and I know everything that's going to happen in that game, and then I press play on the recording and I say, if this team loses, I'm going to punish them. They chose to play how they did, and they lost the game how they lost the game. I didn't interfere, but I did have prior knowledge, and that still makes me a fucking weirdo.
And $11.99 from BW Ren Joe says, even if we have no species concept, evolution is still the same process. Darwin could have called his book On the Origin of Diversity, and he would still have spared us Kevin's completely pointless call.
If there's one thing I hate Darwin for, it was that he didn't name his book something else, so Kevin could have pulled his head 3 inches out of his own ass. $5 from Monkey a Typewriter. The thing I love about Kevin's arguments is that they entirely ignore plants, fungus, and bacteria. Also, Forrest, tell Justin who to dissect. That was one thing I wanted to bring up. Like, what about like asexual species? You know, but we couldn't get there because he was so hung up on this thing of like, I understand that this is the definition of evolution and species. But if it wasn't, you'd be wrong, though. And that was the whole thing.
It was a terrible game of semantics. It was pointless.
Oh, it sucked so bad. We got
$5. It was a rough one. $5 from Aliashana Silverbow says, enough with your facts and logic. You think your mountains of evidence is enough to overcome my ignorance? Silly fools. Kevin, probably. That sounds about right. I feel like I've talked to Kevin before and it never gets better.
No, I don't know if I've talked to Kevin before, but I've talked to a lot of Kevins like that before. You know what I mean? Talked to a lot of those guys, and it's a rough time every time. But the good thing about people like Kevin is that they do a lot of my work for me, because a lot of what I do is like not only showing that like why evolution makes sense, but why creationism makes no sense. And boy, nothing helps better than having somebody like Kevin call in to show everybody just how fucking profoundly, deliberately ignorant you have to be to maintain this idea. $5 from Jack, and it's just a little house. Just a little house. That's cool. That's where I want to party there. That looks nice.
For sure. And a big W, $50 from Dolphin with Igloo. It says, unlike the T-Rex, whose power came from brute force despite its tiny arms, humans evolved confidence through intellect, not in a day, but over time. Faith was the mental trick, our psycho adaptation to act boldly while still learning to reshape the world. Yeah, I mean, I have a lot of thoughts on T-Rex arms.
If you say they're wings, I'm gonna come find you and we're gonna fight.
Obviously, they were there to make the other dinosaurs laugh, because laughing improves your mental health and it caused the dinosaurs to live longer.
Yeah. $20 from Godfrey N. Good. Aloha, that's group selection. Aloha, my coworker was just diagnosed with glioblastoma. She's very devout. He's very devout, and we often debate religion and faith. I want to give him words of comfort without taking any faith or God. Any advice? Mahalo. Talking about faith or God. Yeah, just like I think it would be so much more meaningful to tell the person what you know about them, and like say, hey, I've known you for this long. You've gotten through this and this and this. You've always been strong when I talk to you about this and this and this. You're a person who doesn't seem to give up. I believe in you, and you've got the best goddamn doctors that have ever lived on your side. You've got this. I think that's much more meaningful than being like, let go and let God. You know what I mean? It shows you're actually thinking of them.
Right. And if it happens that it becomes terminal, let them know that they're not going to be forgotten. I think a lot of people, they go to the end of their life and they feel like what they did wasn't good enough, or they're just going to be forgotten. Let them know that they're not going to be forgotten, that what they did does actually matter to somebody. Yeah. And 500 yen from Kevin Moses says, Forrest, I'm a former PhD student who hasn't kept up with the recent literature. Would ring species have been a good example to give the bad Kevin?
I mean, yeah. So like the problem with it is that like he would have just said, so what a ring species in essentially is, you've got like this divergence of a population, and they keep interbreeding with like closely related populations. So you have like this, say if you have a mountain here in the middle, and you've got all these deer all around this thing. And you have now a divergence of this little population that are infertile with each of these little micro populations around there. But then when they get back to the other side of the mountain, they're not fertile with each other anymore. And this has been observed in like some fish and stuff. I don't remember exact cases. This is the first time I've thought about this in a long time. And so the problem with that is that the next question is always going to be, did you watch it happen? And it's like, yes, here's this case with these fish, if I remember right. We're like, yes, we watched this happen. And it's like, okay, were they different species? Yes, they were different species. Okay, well, who decided they were different species? Because it wasn't me. That means it's arbitrary. You know what I mean? And so, like, yeah, that would have been cool. That would have been a great example to bring up. And I'm interested to know how it would have worked. I'll definitely remember that for next time. But I'm telling you, honestly, with people like Kevin, they have decided they are right before they call in. And there's not a lot you can do about it after that.
Yep. And $20 from Godfrey and Good says, when theists say random, I think they mean without intent or agency. I push back against the word random because a very specific set of conditions to cause the same result every time. Nothing random about that. Am I right? Thank you. Yeah, random is tough because you're right. When theists say random, they're just saying like it happens with without the acting of a mind, I guess you would say, the acting of an agent. But in reality, random doesn't mean that. Random doesn't require agency. For example, something that happens in patterns, like something out in the universe, like constants. Well, like the constants of like the gravitational force, it's not random. There's certainly no agent behind it, but it's certainly not random either.
Yeah, and I think you're absolutely right. It is random does mean without intention to a lot of creationists, and you hear that a lot when they say like evolution is just this blind random process. And no, absolutely not. Like you can track patterns of natural selection, and it doesn't require a mind, right? And it follows basic rules of logic. If you understand how like just population dynamics work, and you can just logically follow that out, natural selection is the next step. And so you don't need that, and people see that as intentionless. Therefore, it's completely random. It means nothing. It's just the toss of a dice, and then suddenly you get humans. And yeah, you are right to push back on that terminology. $10 from God's Sinner. Love listening to Forrest. Don't understand some of his explanations, but his voice is calming. Coprophagy is the biological term for the eating of feces. That's a new word that you know. If you want to talk to a politician and tell them what you think of them, call them a coprophage. And by the time they look it up, they will know why they're offended.
And $10 from Inane Glory, interesting name, says, if God is perfect and his creation was perfect when he made it, how did it fail? And why did it fail the first time it was put to the test? Well, you know, from a biblical point of view, like Paul rationalizes this by suggesting that it was predestined. It wasn't that God intended for it not to happen. In fact, Jesus was slain, it said in the New Testament, before the foundation of the world. If Jesus was already slain before the foundation of the world, it can only mean that God knew Adam and Eve was going to sin before he did what he did, and he intended for them to sin. And Jesus was not a plan B, Jesus was plan A, which means at the beginning of the foundation of the world, God already knew that he would murder his son because of the conditions that he created.
Yeah, this is one of my favorite things to talk about, is that like there's either God is genuinely fucking stupid or he's evil. Like as either it was this idea that like if I just put this tree here, the babies that were literally born yesterday and don't know what right and wrong are, they're just gonna make the right choice the first time, and it's the only way it can work. He's dumb as all fuck. Or he knew this was gonna happen the whole time. He knew he was going to punish these people. He knew then he was going to have to drown the whole world eventually. He knew then that he was going to have to make everyone suffer and judge them by their suffering. And more than anything, that initial test of Adam and Eve wasn't a test of good and evil. It was a test of obedience. That's what it was. Will you obey me without any reason to do so? That sucks, man. 10 frigid Canadian dollars from Alex S. Arbitrary is the process through which the monad arbitrates the naming of the species. Exactly. It's like Genesis 2, only dumber in every possible direction.
And $20 from our friend Thor vs. Darwin says, book called Science of God by Gerald Schroeder tried to circle the square, did not explain Tooth Bunny, 4 out of 10. I think you mean the Tooth Fairy and the Easter Bunny, but I prefer Tooth Bunny now. That's good.
You'd think that, wouldn't you? Yeah, no, that was it was a show. It is where there's so many goddamn inside jokes on this and every other channel that I'm on. Yeah, I was on a show with Eric, and he was talking about someone was talking about faith in God, and he was like, what about the Easter Bunny? What about the Tooth Fairy and all this stuff? And at one point he accidentally said the Tooth Bunny, and it took off and it became a thing. And so you'll see in the chat all the time, people put Tooth Bunny emojis and talk about how the tooth bunny wants your teeth. That's he's coming for your fucking teeth. Floss, because the tooth bunny's going to take your fucking teeth. Like, that's what he's all about. I have an evil bunny mask in the other room that one of our fans fucking mailed to me as well. 10 American freedom dollars from Joshua Everett. I'm not sure I've ever had any two Christians explain their beliefs and agree 100% with any other Christian. Yeah, Christianity is only compatible/incompatible with any concept as the Christian is. Exactly.
Yep. So we say on the deconstruction space, every Christian we ever talk to is the only Christian doing it right. That's it.
Yeah.
$5
That's
from
one thing I try to remind people, because like we'll get Christians all the time. Like, you're misrepresenting my faith. I'm like, no, I am properly representing the last Christian I talked to. So rough.
From the J Pump says, keep fighting the good fight. Well, thank you, Clippy. I appreciate
Don't tell me what to do. $5 from Earwaist. I imagine it's Earwaist. If death entered the world after the fall, like the autumn, how is "you shall surely die" even a coherent threat or even sentence?
That's a tough one. Okay, so first of all, it's mostly not, right? So in the Hebrew text, you've got a pretty clear construction that is indicating that surely die means exactly what you would think it was. You're going to die, and you're going to die now. It says, in the day that you eat of it, you will die. So you have one of two options. You can say God changed his mind or God lied. I personally am of the opinion that God changed his mind, like it was an empty threat. He does the same thing in Exodus 32, verse 14, 10 through 14. He threatens to wipe out all the Israelites and make a new nation out of Moses. Moses talks him off the ledge, and it says that God changed his mind about the disaster he was going to bring upon Israel. So God changing his mind in the earlier books of the Bible it happens more than once. So I think that's the best way to read that. The problem you have is when you go to like Numbers 23:19, 1 Samuel 15:29, says that God doesn't change his mind. So you've got later books that are like, no, God doesn't change his mind. So you've just got a litany of internal contradictions.
Yup. $10 from Godfrey N. Good. Justin, I need something to read about. What are the top 3 most significant Bible stories that are most likely borrowed from history or mythology? Thanks.
Good question. I think when you're talking about Babylonian mythology, the first 11 chapters are all repeats of Babylonian mythology. So I would read the Enuma Elish. I would probably read the Sumerian. Well, it's short and fragmented, but there's the Sumerian counterpart to the Tower of Babel. It's about a mound. You could definitely look that up if you need help finding it. I can help you find it. The other thing I would look into, and you can find this in the 4-volume series Context of Scripture, and you can find some of it in Ancient Near Eastern Texts Relating to the Old Testament by James Pritchard. I would read about how some of the blood ritual sacrifices in the Old Testament are identical to other blood ritual sacrifices from the land of the Hittites, from the Egyptians, from Ebla, Mari, Babylonian, Syrian texts, because those are super interesting. Once you realize that, like, the Day of Atonement, Leviticus 16, has a counterpart. The Hittites were doing the same shit. The Assyrians were doing the same stuff. The Assyrian scapegoat ritual, or it's a sheep with them. It's not a goat, it's a sheep. But once you realize that these like ritual sacrifices weren't unique, God didn't invent them to point you towards Jesus. It's just what everybody was already doing. Then like the whole narrative of the Bible kind of falls apart. If you need help finding some of these, let me know. I've started narrating some of them on a YouTube channel that I started some time ago and then kind of abandoned, but they're up there still, called Readings from the Ancient Near East. And you can hear me recite some of these ancient texts, some of these ancient rituals that parallel what you find in the Bible.
Hell yeah. By the way, I'm pretty sure you said did you say the story of God changing his mind was in Exodus 14?
Exodus 32:14.
32:14. Okay, because I just opened Exodus 14. And I was scrolling through. I'm like, what the fuck is that? And what I did find was this part, Exodus 14:7. And he took 600 chosen chariots and all the chariots of Egypt and captain over every one of them. And I highlighted that and I wrote in the margin, 600 chariots and all the chariots. So the chariots. What does that mean?
The Bible's fantastic.
$9.99 from McDubbin. Keep doing what you're doing, Justin. You are what the world needs. A secular saint. Your words to Rebecca were inspiring. 100% heart hands.
Thank you so much. I appreciate that. And $4.99 from our friend Handa says, I feel Rebecca on a very personal level. I'm in my mid-20s and I had a very similar deconstruction experience to her. I was very fearful. Much love, Rebecca. And I think a lot of us can relate to that. Where like you've reached adulthood and you've already deconstructed the Easter Bunny, you've deconstructed Santa Claus, and you're like, shit, now I got to deconstruct this Jesus guy.
Yeah. It's hard not to feel resentful, I imagine, in that situation where it's like, how many fucking times am I going to be lied to about the fundamental nature of reality? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Oh. $10 from Aiden Dragon. With Rebecca, her situation, name, voice, and past is so similar to my sister's. I thought it was her at first. I need to check on her and make sure she's okay. That's always a good thing. She's not free from religion yet, sadly. You know, checking in on those family members, being cool, trying to maintain relationships and build bridges, especially the older you get, the harder it becomes. Always important.
Yeah, I would only add one thing, which is, and sometimes they make people feel awkward. Tell your friends and family that you love them. You don't know when it'd be your last opportunity to do that. And sometimes I'll tell like male friends of mine that I love them. They don't have to do with it, but listen, let your people know you love them. $9.99 from Outwitted by Fish says, get educated, never stop learning. It pisses off Donald J. Bonespurs Trump. Yes, it does.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Do you hear he declared it's illegal to burn flags now? Which you can't. First of all, he doesn't have the authority to pass that law for everybody. That's not how executive orders work. But also, just the Constitution doesn't matter at all. It's just vibes. It's vibes from a cringy old racist. That's all we've got as an authority figure in our government. And the Democratic Party is like, oh, I'm going to fucking sit in with a sign and wear a cool hat. And that's going to show him. Oh.
The funny thing is, I've never thought to myself, I want to burn an American flag. But now that Donald Trump made it illegal, I'm like, fuck, I need to burn an American flag. I got to light this thing on fire.
Absolutely. If that guy told me not to fuck myself with a baseball bat, I'd be like, I'll show you, bitch. Like, if I can let me do it. $4.99
Give me the
from
Louisville.
McDubbin. Yes. More Justin and Deacon. Forrest and Justin, please. Dream team. 100%. Clap your hands. Goat. Hell yeah. Oh, I feel like I should read these the emojis.
And 5 from Papa Penguin says, wait, did y'all just peg scientific truth to a political party? That seems pretty unsciency and more Kool-Aid-y. Well, no, we're not saying that the Democrats have a stranglehold on scientific truth. What I would say personally is that the Republican Party has a deep-seated hatred for science. They deny science at every turn. So at some point, you just have to call a spade and say, listen, there's one political party that seems to routinely deny the science in favor of whatever mythology suits their fancy or whatever lines their pocket or the pockets of a think tank. So it's not that I think the Democrats like always have it correct. It's just that one party seems to always have it wrong.
Yeah, this person I saw was banned from chat a little while later after putting this in, so I don't know what they were going for. But I do want to address. I don't know how big of a dick they were being in chat. That's up to our mods. What I can say is that, like, just to build off of what Justin's saying here, let's just look at the model. Like, don't say, oh, Democrats, Republicans, blah, blah, blah. Just look at the model. Which party, if you were to say most likely, I want to vote for somebody who's pro-science, which party are you voting for if you want somebody who is on the right side of science in terms of climate change? Who are you voting for? Who are you voting for if you want a party that's on the right side of science in terms of evolution? Who are you voting for? Who are you going to vote for if you want a party that's on the right side of science when it comes to sex and gender? Who do you want a party that's on the right side of science when it comes to vaccines? What party do you want if you want the right side of science in terms of, fossil fuels and environmental protection? Who are you voting for, right? Over and over and over and over and over, you have the party that maybe they aren't doing a great job. I would have a lot of criticisms of the Democratic Party. But the one thing they've got going on for them is they at least pretend to give a shit about what experts say, right? And the other party is, my gut feeling is as good as your PhD. And I say that all this shit's wrong and profits and shit is most important. So, I'm not going to peg scientific truth to a political party after. No, absolutely not. I'm going to say that if I care about science, damn sure not going to be a Republican. That's the vibe for me.
Indeed.
$5 from Blind Limey. Imposter syndrome keeps us humble and honest. Love these guys because the first thing they ask when someone says, I admire you, is why? Damn right.
Yeah, I agree, Jamie. Good to hear from you, buddy. And 20
He's
from Mr. Borakua 10 says, Joe and Rebecca are asking all the right questions. They're doing very well on their journeys. Rebecca is showing much courage by simply asking despite her fears. I wish them nothing but the best of luck in their inquiries. And I agree, it's difficult to question your deeply held beliefs or what you were raised with. And it does take some courage because you might find something that is upsetting to you. And that takes a lot of courage to go down a path knowing that what you might find could be difficult to deal with and then doing it anyways. So, yeah, I agree. Rebecca and Joe deserve all the props in the world for asking the difficult questions and following the answers wherever they lead.
Yep. 499 from Overly Polite Rebel. Hey, Justin, because you and Forrest have both chatted with Kyle, I was wondering if you were able to help Kyle with his head tattoo removal. That's a different Kyle. Oh, no, it may be the same Kyle. No, that's Kevin. I got all fucked up. Sorry. Yeah. Help Kyle with his head tattoo removal if he needs it.
I may not, if this is the inside joke, I may not get it.
Oh, sorry. We have a guy named Kyle. Sorry. There we go. We had a guy named Kyle who called in frequently for a little while. He called in first as a Christian who just was genuinely curious about atheism and very clearly from his conversation had never spoken to an atheist before and was like, where the fuck do y'all think y'all come from? Like, what's going on? Like, what is morality then? Like, what's going on? And we pulled no punches and we were just talking like, hey, God of the Bible's a piece of shit, dude. If you're seriously talking about morality, what are you talking about with this guy that's all about genocide and murder and slavery? And it was great to hear because he was so honest. And the whole time he was like, damn, I've never heard somebody say that about it. And I'm like, am I wrong though? And he's like, no, I don't think you are. And so he calls back a few times with that. And then one day it just keeps asking really good questions and letting us explain our position. And then one day he calls in, he says, I think I'm an atheist. This shit doesn't make any sense. It says the religion is making it. The problem is, dude, I've got got my head shaved and my entire fucking dome is of scripture. It's the whole thing. And I'm like, dude, sunk cost fallacy. Don't let that get in the way of your logical thinking and use that as an example to help other people free themselves. Look how devoted I was. And I thought it through. And it ended up being the case that Kyle ended up going back to Christianity because it was more comfortable for his community and for his lifestyle. And I think he actually agreed. He was like, I don't have a good reason to believe this, but at the end of the day, this is who I got to be. He's a really fucking nice guy, and he still calls in every now and then. And I hope if you're listening, Kyle, you son of a bitch, we all love you, and I want better for you than what you're giving yourself. But yeah, we should all get a fucking GoFundMe together and pitch in for his head tattoo removal, or just buy him some really extraordinary hats, something that he never wants to take off. That also we could do.
And we've got a 499 from Paul Cantu. Big W, Paul. Thank you for this super thanks.
$5 from Draven Dresden. For Forrest, never had a bad day, not even 9/11 Valkai. If jeans have different flavors, what's your favorite? Mint condition or cookie dominat? That's fucking Rocky recessive is what I'm all about. Yeah.
Good. It's good. And again, from our friend Hannah, thank you so much, Hannah. It says, if you're ever feeling down, just watch the Monad call with Forrest and Erica and watch Forrest's eyes swell up. I've never seen it. Now I need to see it.
It's something that happens sometimes when I'm like really excited. Like this eye will just get puffy. And we were at the end of that call, and I was genuinely trying to steel man what this person was saying, but I was dying laughing, and I couldn't fucking even barely see out of this one eye. It was so fucking funny. God, that was a wild day. I still think about that time when fucking the guy's like trying to explain something, and Erica's just like, is that the monad? What is the monad? 5 Canadian bucks from Reverend Nate. Forrest going back to school in 3-ish years for Bachelor of Science in Geology. In my mid-40s, you provided some of the motivation in my get shit or get off the pot moment. You know, I'm always here to help people shit. And that's really, to me, that's a great part of the mission. I'm really happy to be a part of that. So congratulations to you. Happy shitting. You're going to do great.
Yeah, I had a friend that I used to work with. He was probably at the time late 30s, early 40s, and he was debating going back to school. And he's like, but I'd have to go part-time, and it'd take me like 8 years to finish. I'm like, yeah, but if you don't, in 8 years from now, you'll wish you had. Just fucking do it.
Yeah.
Fortnite from Paul says, Forrest, anything planned for the San Antonio / Austin area?
You missed me. You missed me by like a week. I was just in Austin for the Bat Cruise with the ACA, and I got nothing scheduled there until next year. Sorry. I do want to say, like, I love that phrasing. In a few years, you'll wish you had. I talked about that with smoking. When you quit smoking, it takes about 11 years for you to be at the same risk of like cancer development and shit as a non-smoker. And it's like, if you quit right now, it takes 11 years. If you quit tomorrow, it takes 11 years in a day. If you quit next week, it takes 11 years in a week. Right. And it's like right now, if you're 2 years away from your degree, cool. Start next year. You're 3 years away from your degree starting right now. Right. So it's not about finishing right now. It's not about having it right now. It's about taking one step every single day. One step every single day. And that step seems like nothing sometimes. And sometimes that step takes all your energy. But it's just one step every single day. And then eventually you turn around and you look behind you and you've got a massive flight of staircase behind you. And you have no idea how you got so far. That's all that matters. A little bit every day. Keep at it. $25 from Samantha Taylor Cunningham. Me getting home at work at 12 a.m. Eastern Dick Times. The line still live. That's odd. Oh, Forrest is hosting. Makes sense. Yeah, dude.
Actually, this is a troubling combination because I've known to stream for 7, 8, 9 hours at a time. So if you put me and Forrest on a stream together, it's going to go the distance.
Yeah, I would stay here all night. I really would. Lung Association, stop smoking years. Maybe we can do that. And see, because it has there is a website from the American Lung Association that shows like the benefit of. Okay, so you're actually from the American Cancer Society. Because I saw a monkey at typewriter put in the chat. You've got 2 years and 4 months off the cigs. Here you go. Here's this link from the American Cancer Society. Within a few minutes after quitting, your heart rate drops. Within 24 hours after quitting, nicotine levels in your blood drop to 0. Carbon monoxide level in your blood drops to normal. 1 to 12 months after quitting, coughing and shortness of breath decreases because you're getting those columnar cells back. 1 to 2 years after quitting, the risk of your heart attack drops dramatically. So talking where monkey a typewriter is, congratulations, your heart attack risk just fucking plummeted. 5 to 10 years after quitting, your risk of cancers of the mouth, throat, and voice box is cut in half. Risk of stroke starts to decrease. 10 years after quitting, risk of lung cancer is about half of that of a person who is still smoking. Your risk of cancer of the bladder, esophagus, and kidney is now decreasing. 15 years after quitting. Your risk of coronary heart disease is close to that of a non-smoker. 20 years after quitting, your risk of several cancers, including those of the mouth, throat, voice box, pancreas, drops to close to that of someone who does not smoke. Your added risk of cervical cancer drops by about half. Every single day without those fucking death sticks is getting you closer and closer and closer to a healthy, better, happier life, and a longer one at that. You are able to get that far because you're not smoking those stinky things. Did we miss one super chat? I saw somebody in chat.
We had one come in late.
Was that what it was?
I cut off super chats.
Okay, because somebody said they skipped, and I don't want to. I would hate to do that if we didn't mean to, but okay, cool. With that, that's our show, y'all. It's been a lot of fun. Justin, it is always a fucking pleasure working with you. I want to do it again sometime. You should hit me up and we'll do some stuff.
I had a blast. We'll definitely coordinate it. We'll get it going again, and we'll do some cooking. We'll get the stove preheated, and we'll put in the pretzels, and we'll make things happen.
Be here for the deconstruction pretzels, y'all. With that, that's our show. Thank you so much to Justin for hosting with me. Thank you so much to our mods in chat. Thank you so much to Morgan for producing. Thank you so much for Fire Halo for doing the timestamps. Thank you to the people in chat, even the ones that sucked. Thank you to the people who called in, even the ones that sucked. Thank you for watching. Have an awesome rest of your day and never stop learning. Bye.